We are not going to read this whole thing.
I'm almost done. I just don't want to miss anything.
Ms. Estevao.
Ms. Ventura, does this reflect a text communication between you and Mr. Combs in July 2012?
Yes.
And the earlier part of this conversation was a government exhibit, but we are going to pick off a day after that exhibit leaves off on page 18, please.
Objection. It's not in evidence.
Move for admission. I apologize.
No objection.
1003 will be admitted.
Can we go to page 18? In this text chain on July 14, 2012, you say to Mr. Combs, "How was the party? I'm horny and bored. I tipped the cleaning ladies. Hope you don't mind. Hello, I need your dick. Dying. I feel like I'm trapped."
I'm sorry, I'm not on that page.
I apologize. Page 17, I can read it again.
I see it.
You say, "I'm horny and bored. I tipped the cleaning ladies. I hope you don't mind. Hello, I need your dick. Dying. I feel like I'm trapped."
Yeah.
This was after a freak off, correct?
There is a lot of text here. I don't know.
You are discussing tipping cleaning ladies in this message, right?
Yeah.
And when we go to the next page, at the bottom, you say, "I love you. Had so much fun with you. I'm so happy. Thank you." And then the next message has 4 exclamation points, right?
Yep.
This is on July 16, 2012, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the following page? Mr. Combs says, "I love you." And then you text a series of photos of you, and Mr. Combs looks like outside a private plane, right?
Yep.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1004, please? Just for the witness and parties and the court. Without reading this entire exchange, does it appear to be another text communication between you and Mr. Combs?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire exchange.
Ms. Estevao, are you only going to be asking about particular parts of this exchange?
Yes.
If the whole thing is being offered into evidence.
We will get to that. It hasn't been offered yet.
I move for admission.
Then the witness is going to have a chance to read the entire... How many pages is this?
8.
Okay. Do you have a copy for the witness, or would you like her to read it off the screen?
Unfortunately, we don't have a copy of this exhibit for the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Ventura, if you can look at the screen. Let the staff know if you need to move through the pages.
Okay.
Ms. Estevao.
Ms. Ventura does...
Next page.
There is 9 pages. Next page. Okay.
Ms. Estevao.
Ms. Ventura, does this reflect a text communication between you and Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Move for admission.
No objection.
1004 will be admitted.
Much of this conversation you went over during your direct testimony, right, Ms. Ventura?
I don't know about most of it. I remember it in my direct.
Do you remember the portion on page 4, a lot of dicks, a lot of partying?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Combs said, "So you feel sick, I'm sorry."
Yep.
And you asked, "Why are you sorry?"
Yes.
And during your direct testimony, you were asked why you asked that question, right? And you responded something to the effect of, "Well, he never asked that. He never said he was sorry before, right?"
About what was going on, yeah.
Can we go to the next page, please? Mr. Combs says, "Can you make it? I think it will be good to go in with Will tonight. Rube can take you." You say, "How are you? I love you." Mr. Combs says, "I'm missing you," misspelled. And you have a frowny face and say, staring at our pictures from the plane, "I miss you." Mr. Combs says, "I love you. Good morning to my queen. Have the greatest day of your life and get a lot of work done." You say, good morning to my king. You mean everything to me with lots of extra O's and E's.
Your Honor, is there a question coming?
Am I reading this accurately, Ms. Ventura?
I'm just waiting to find out what you want me to answer.
Am I reading this accurately?
I believe so. You were just reading it.
And then do you respond, "I will never have the greatest day of my life until you're back home," right?
Yes, I see that.
After Mr. Combs says, "I'm sorry," and you respond, "Why you sorry?" you exchange messages of love and affection, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that when you say "why you sorry," you mean why would you even ask? If you're sorry, you have nothing to do with that.
I don't know.
During your direct testimony, you testified that Mr. Combs often put you down, right? But he also often built you up?
Absolutely, yeah.
And often sent you very encouraging text messages?
Yep.
And often told you that you were a queen, right?
Yeah.
And often encouraged you to be the best artist and woman you could be, right?
Yes.
There are many, many examples of that, right?
There are.
And we don't need to go through all of those text messages.
Yeah.
Suffice to say that there are many, many text messages that reflect that.
There were uplifting text messages.
And one, in what other ways did he build you up?
Other ways did Sean build me up? I mean, words were helpful. He has got this energy, just that inspiring energy, so words.
Can we please show the witness, the court, and the party's defense exhibit 1005?
Your Honor, we do have a paper copy of...
Let's have a brief sidebar. I take it that a lot of these text messages, the government does not have an objection to their admission. However, it is fair for the witness to be able to review them before you seek admission. Because of the length of these exhibits, that takes a little bit of time, and it's eating up time in front of the jury that probably does not need to be eaten up, because there is probably, I can think of at least 2 ways to avoid this issue. One is that you gave the text messages to the witness to review by herself over the lunch break, and then you can just seek admission, and we wouldn't have to go through this. The other way is to break up the exhibits, a little bit more time-consuming to focus on those portions that you seek to admit. That would also save time, for present purposes. Are there questions that you could ask to get us through to the lunch hour so that we can make good use of the jury's time?
What time does the court want to take lunch?
I think the jurors will have their lunch by 12:15. We can take it later, though we can go as long as we want. I'm mindful of the concern that was raised concerning the witness's availability. As I said yesterday, I'm planning to tell the jury to take 30 minutes and come back. Just be mindful of that. I'd like to go longer if we can. However, if this is a good breaking point, I can also stop earlier.
We are way ahead of you, Judge. We want to make these exhibits smaller and more to the point, and we plan on doing that because this was a rushed process, but we will endeavor to do that. I suggest that we get through that exhibit and then take our break.
May I hand this to the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Ms. Ventura, you can take a moment to review the document and let us know when you're ready.
Okay.
Your Honor, there is a 412 issue with this exhibit that we just found.
Give me the page.
Page 15. And I believe there is an additional...
Your Honor, I agree with the government on this one.
Why don't we put this to the side for the moment? Ms. Estevao, you can ask your next question.
During your direct testimony, Ms. Ventura, you discussed the instant withdrawn. During your direct testimony, you said that Mr. Combs would periodically call you incessantly, right?
Yes.
And this was a frequent feature of your communications with him?
Yes.
If you didn't pick up the phone when he wanted you to pick up the phone, then he would continue to call you, right?
Correct.
And this was especially the case if he suspected that you...
Objection. It's speculation.
I don't know what you were going to ask, but you can rephrase the fragment, and we can see where we are.
When do you recall, withdrawn? What would trigger this incessant calling from your perspective?
From my perspective, what would it trigger? It could be anything from not telling him where I was. Many things, just angry with me about anything.
Why did you think he was concerned when he didn't know where you were?
I think because he would assume I was cheating, but I don't know.
If he gave you reason to think withdrawn, when he suspected that you were cheating, he would call you?
Objection. Same objection.
That's overruled.
When he suspected you of cheating, he would call you incessantly, right?
It's one of the reasons.
If you didn't answer the phone when he called, he would jump to the conclusion that you were cheating on him?
That's sustained.
Your Honor, my next series of questions are about exhibits, so if it makes sense to take a break, we can do so.
Just give us 1 second. Are you prepared to move forward for a few more minutes, just so we can make efficient time?
Sure.
Let's keep going, and then we will take a break shortly.
During your direct testimony, you talked about the ways in which Mr. Combs was consulted on your appearance, right?
Yeah.
And you would periodically text him photos of your clothes, right?
Yes.
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony.
It's overruled.
Would you send him photos of your clothes?
What I was wearing, things like that, yeah.
And send him photos of your hair?
Yep.
And ask him what he thought?
Sometimes, yeah.
And is Mr. Combs generally known as someone who has good taste?
Objection.
Can you rephrase that question?
Do you believe that Mr. Combs has good taste?
I think he does, yeah.
And do you believe that Mr. Combs is known publicly for being...
Objection.
That's sustained.
Mr. Combs is a celebrity known for many things, right?
Yep.
What are some of the things that he's known for?
He is known for his music and production and artistry style.
Is he known for his impact on the culture?
Yep, absolutely.
Is he known for his impact on fashion?
Yep.
How, to your knowledge, has he had an impact on fashion?
I would say he has had a big impact on fashion over many decades.
In what respect?
People like his style.
Did he also found a clothing line?
Yes,
Was that clothing line very successful?
it was.
What's the name of that clothing line?
Sean John.
And did his involvement, creation of that clothing line, earn him any awards to your knowledge?
Objection. Foundation, hearsay.
It's overruled.
I don't know. I believe he did, but I don't.
And you consulted with him periodically on your own look, right?
Yes. Sometimes I got information without asking for it as well, yeah.
But in many ways you trusted his perspective, right?
Yeah, I did.
And to your understanding, many people respected his perspective in this regard.
From my perspective, yes.
To your knowledge, did other people consult with him on their look?
If he had the time for them, yes.
Did other artists on his label consult with him on their looks?
Yeah,
Was he consulted on various aspects of marketing and production for the label?
I'd say so, yes.
What other professional roles did Mr. Combs play?
An actor, company owner.
Would you say he was a very busy man during the course of your relationship?
Yep, he's very busy.
He had lots of meetings?
Meetings?
Yes.
Yes.
And he met with lots of advisors?
Yep.
He met with managers and accountants and lawyers?
Yes.
He was very busy?
Very busy.
He ran multiple companies?
Yep.
Successfully?
Yep.
He was very wealthy?
I believe he was wealthy, yes.
And he continued to be very wealthy and very successful and very busy during the course of your relationship when you were having freak-offs, right?
Yeah.
And when you were having freak-offs, he was also consuming lots of substances, right?
Yes, we both were.
At least as much as you were.
Yeah.
And likely more.
I don't know.
And he would also have to take time to recover from those freak-offs, right?
Yes.
Sometimes the recovery would take some time, right?
Yep.
And sometimes you got IV drips to help recover.
Yep.
And during this time, he was still running all of his companies, right?
Yes.
And still attending board meetings, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And still traveling all over the country and the world, right?
Yep.
And would you say that he was a high-functioning addict?
You would say he was an addict, right?
I would say he was an addict.
What was he addicted to?
Success.
What substances was he addicted to?
I think it varied over the years. It depended on what he was taking. I don't know exactly.
Was he addicted to opiates?
At a point, yes.
How do you know that he was addicted to opiates?
Because he told me.
Did you also see him taking opiates?
I had seen him, yup.
You would see him on a regular basis taking opiates, right?
Often enough. I don't know about regular basis. Depends on when you're talking about in the relationship as well.
There were points of your relationship when he was heavily dependent on opiates, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
There were points in your relationship when he was heavily dependent on opiates, right?
We both were. There were points.
And what is it like to withdraw from opiates from your experience?
From my experience, it's just really painful. I mean, withdrawal of any kind, you just are super sick. You can't really do normal things like function normally.
When you say sick, what do you mean?
For me, specifically with opiates, when I stopped taking them, I would be nauseous and I would have like stomach issues. There is various things that can happen.
Does it affect your mood or mental state?
Absolutely, yeah.
In what way?
I think you're more agitated, just really uncomfortable.
Did you ever witness Mr. Combs go through opiate withdrawal?
I did.
You witness this frequently, right?
It depends on what's frequently. Definitely more than once.
Over the course of your relationship, you would witness Mr. Combs' attempt to lessen his dependence on opiates, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that his opiate use would go up and down?
You could say that. I don't know specifically what he was taking like day to day, so I don't know.
Is it fair to say that there were times during your relationship when his drug use was worse than other times?
Objection. Foundation. We have not established.
Hold on, that question needs to be rephrased.
Did Mr. Combs' mood, from your perspective, depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates?
I'm sorry, could you reword that?
When Mr. Combs was withdrawing from opiates, he was more irritable, right?
Yes, I would say.
And more angry.
Yeah.
And more volatile.
I don't know about all those things, but you're definitely irritated when you're coming off of opiates. Yes.
There were times in your relationship when he was more irritated than other times, right?
Yes.
He would go through periods of time when he was in a bad mood nearly every day, right?
It went up and down.
Were there certain years in your relationship that were worse than others?
I think so, yeah.
And from your understanding, were the worst years associated in any way with his drug use?
Yeah, I would say,
In what way?
I mean, from my perspective and in my mind, like drugs don't help you do anything, so he was taking them and not doing well. That's what happens when you take drugs.
You said that when he's taking drugs, he is not doing well. Is that what you said?
I was saying from my perspective, like my mind, if I'm taking drugs, I'm not doing well, like, I'm sorry, I am just trying to follow you.
My question is confusing.
It's okay.
When Mr. Combs was using more drugs, was his mood worse?
I can't specify. There was a lot of drug use.
There was a lot of drug use. You witnessed a lot of drug use by Mr. Combs, right?
Both participated, yes.
So to the extent you can remember, you know that he took a lot of drugs at certain points?
At certain points.
And you were doing drugs as well?
I was.
You were also addicted to opiates?
I was for a period, yup.
What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to during your relationship with him?
Objection. We don't know that she knows.
It's objection.
Yes. Foundation.
No, it's objection, and then I'll inquire as to the grounds. Okay. Ms. Estival, the objection is sustained. The question needs to be rephrased.
Are you aware of Mr. Combs being addicted to any other drugs?
No.
What other drugs did Mr. Combs do in your presence?
Ecstasy, MDMA, cocaine, K, GHP.
Is MDMA something that you get addicted to?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Did you ever get addicted to MDMA?
I didn't feel that I was ever addicted to MDMA, no.
Did you ever feel like you were addicted to Molly?
No.
Did you ever feel like you were addicted to cocaine?
No.
Based on your experience with Mr. Combs, did you ever understand that he was addicted to cocaine?
No.
Were you ever addicted to GHP?
No.
From your experience with Mr. Combs, did you ever understand that he was addicted to GHP?
Not to my understanding, no.
Based on your experience with him and all the drugs that you did, what was his primary drug of choice?
His primary drug of choice, from my perspective, was ecstasy or MDMA.
That's in the context of freak-offs, right?
Partying in general?
That was a party drug, right?
Yep.
And opiates were a daily regular drug, right?
For me at least, yeah.
And based on your experience with him, for him as well, right?
When he was doing them, yeah, daily, I would say.
And you said before that you have witnessed him withdraw from opiates, right?
Yes.
And based on those experiences, how did his mood change during the withdrawal?
I haven't thought about it in a while, and I'm not a doctor. Your serotonin levels are definitely messed up after you party and take certain pills. So coming off of them, yeah, you'd be pretty irritated.
If Mr. Combs was withdrawing, would that affect how you interacted with him in any way?
I'm sure it did to a point, but I don't. There was no telling when somebody is actually going through that unless they tell you.
Well, sometimes he told you, right?
Sometimes he told me right.
In fact, you exchanged lots of text messages about withdrawing, right?
Yeah.
And the side effects of withdrawal, right? And that includes feeling sick, right?
Right.
And like flu-like symptoms?
Right.
So in your text messages, if you're talking about flu-like symptoms, it might be that you're discussing withdrawal, right?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Is throwing up or vomiting another symptom of withdrawal?
It could be, yeah.
And during your direct testimony you were talking about, you used the phrase rolling, right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's when the high is really at its peak during taking like MDMA or ecstasy.
Is vomiting a side effect of taking MDMA or ecstasy?
It was for me.
What do you feel when you take ecstasy or MDMA?
It's a feeling of euphoria. You're sensitive to touch, sensitive to sensations.
But notwithstanding the side effect of throwing up, you would still take MDMA or ecstasy to feel that euphoria, right?
Say it again.
You would take ecstasy to feel that euphoria, notwithstanding the side effect of vomiting, right?
I would take ecstasy and MDMA to be high during freak-offs.
You have taken ecstasy and MDMA outside of freak-offs, right?
We had. It just wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my drug of choice.
Do you understand ecstasy or MDMA to be a drug of choice during sex?
Yes.
Outside of the context of freak-offs, you've heard about this concept, right?
Yes.
It's a popular activity while taking ecstasy, right?
Objection.
It's overruled. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Members of the jury, we are going to come back at 1 p.m., so see you then. Have a nice lunch. See you back here at 1. Again, you are not going to have any discussions with the government.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Ms. Esteval, can you give us a rough sense of where we are in your cross in terms of timing?
I have many exhibits to go through. I think I underestimated the estimate yesterday. I think I'm going to confer with the team over the lunch break to try to narrow the exhibits and try to come up with a better estimate.
But just non-responsive.
Guilty.
Mr. Donaldson noted when this came up the last time. I'm not holding you to this, but I need to know what we're looking at so we can have a discussion on scheduling. Let me make it easier for you. Are we talking about you think you're going to be done today? Or no, you think you're going to be done in the morning tomorrow? Good morning, counsel. Are we ready to proceed? Mr. Agnifilo?
I was told that I would be the one to fall on the sword, which is my role at this trial. I think we're definitely going to finish the week. I think it's going to be all day today. It's going to be all day tomorrow. We're going to do everything we can to finish as soon as possible, but
You recognize that that is the exact opposite of what I was told yesterday in this courtroom.
Yes, that's why there's a sword that I must fall on. So we're up until late into the night, and we knew the Ventura, Cross Court, was going to ask this question. There was a lot of material to go through. It's the most important witness in the case. We're trying to do it quickly, and we're going to try to do it by the end of the day. We're working 2 long days. By the end of the day Friday, I definitely want to put the court on notice, and the government on notice. We might not be able to do that. We're going to try to do that.
This was the subject of discussion for I don't even think it's weeks. I think months that this witness needed to be off the stand by the end of the week. So what happened?
I never understood that. I understood.
Am I wrong about that?
No, Your Honor. We've been very clear for months about the timing concerns, and we were assured yesterday that this cross would be finished by tomorrow at some point. Our direct took less than 2 days, 1.5, and we would ask that the court exercise its discretion under Rule 611 to limit the cross-examination to the length of the direct examination.
For present purposes, we don't need to get into this because we have limited time. We're coming back at 1 o'clock, and everyone needs to do what they need to do. A few things right now. The exhibits you plan to go Ventura. Cross through, is there a way to provide them to Ms. Ventura so she can look at them?
Yes.
For those that aren't going to be objected to, I want to avoid having that time being wasted in front of the jury. If there's a way to do that, let's do that. That's one thing we could do. The second thing is an observation that if there's no objection to the exhibits coming in, if they're authentic and there's no substantive issue to raise and those go into evidence, the questioning, there may be the ability to question the witness and get all the answers that you're looking for without going message by message through these exhibits. That's another way to streamline things because you have a witness that is here and answering questions. And so I'm just making a suggestion. You can do the cross how you plan to do it. I'm not trying to tell you how to do it. I'm just offering that as an observation given the timing concern that we have. That way you have the exhibits in that you need to get in and can ask the questions that you want to ask. And maybe there's a way to streamline things. So as I always say, if there's a way to streamline things over the lunch break and over the evening, I would invite you to do that.
Yes, Judge, we will do that. Ventura, cross. One thing I want to point out is the government chose to call 2 witnesses before this witness, which took up a great deal of time. So I don't know that this artificial deadline of the end of the day Friday should be held against us when it's the 3rd witness in the case. We all knew she was going to be early, but they chose not to call her first. That wasn't our choice. So we are going to do everything we can, but it's a critically important witness.
I appreciate that. And so my suggestion is that it's always good to streamline things. It helps you. It helps the trial move forward swiftly. So that's just the suggestion that I had. If there's a way to do it, if you have some ideas on how to streamline things, great. As to the scheduling issue, I'm going to think about it over the lunch break, and we'll figure out what's going to happen. Ms. Esteval, has the witness had a chance to review the exhibits?
I believe government counsel gave them an iPad.
We believe she's somewhere reviewing the exhibits right now. Everything that we are going to be asking, we told the government about. And I believe the
government told the witness and provided the information. We did, Your Honor. We provided her with an iPad. I know there's a fair number of exhibits, many of which are lengthy, and the government tried to review them at the same time and got through about a third. We'll do the best we can with our limited time. In terms of the timing of the cross-examination, when we were here yesterday, there was a discussion of whether the cross-examination would begin yesterday or instead would begin in the morning today. In the context of that ask from the defense, I was told that absolutely, this witness would be off the stand by the end of the week. On that understanding, we let the jury go home early yesterday and started the cross-examination this morning.
Ms. Ventura, these are your messages to Mr. Combs on March 18, 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you say, please don't play victim if you can, go to our last messages. And then you say, that's all you wanted, and that's why I was upset, right?
Yes.
After that, you say, I love our FOs, right?
Yes.
And then you say, when we both want it, right?
Yep.
And that's how you felt at the time, that you loved freak-offs when you both were into it, correct?
I would say that loving FOs were just words at that point.
Well, those were words that you said to Mr. Combs, correct?
Those are texts, yes.
Those are texts Mr. Combs received from you, correct?
Uh-huh.
Could you please pull up B415, Mr. McLeod, and scroll down? In this text message, Mr. Combs says to you, I want to freak off right now, LOL. And how do you respond?
Lol, me too. Well, I want to have fun with you.
That's you telling Mr. Combs that you also want to freak off right now, correct?
That is me agreeing to it in the first message, and the second one is me establishing that I want to have fun with him.
The text message that you sent to Mr. Combs was, LOL, me too, well, I want to have fun with you, right?
Correct.
And that's the message that he received from you, right?
Yes.
Can you please pull up B418 in evidence? In this text message, Mr. Combs says to you, let me know if you want to have a light night, Jules is avail FYI. If you're not into that, NP. And that means no problem, right?
Yeah.
We can just do our thing, me and you. Just want to know for hotel purposes. And then he says, love you? And in response, you say, love you, right?
Right.
So that's him asking you, if would you like to have a freak off, right?
He says, let me know if you want to have a light night, which, yeah.
By saying Jules is available, that suggests to you that he wants to have a freak off, correct?
Correct.
He says, if you're not into that, no problem?
That's what it says, yeah.
And that was an invitation for you to respond yes or no, right?
I suppose so.
And the response that you gave was, love you, right?
Right. There was no yes or no.
Could we please go to the next page? He says, you didn't give me an answer. In response, you say, I love you, Pop Pop. And he said, love you, Mama.
Yes. Is this connected to the last page too?
The following page.
Okay.
Can we go to the next page, please? The next message. You can take it down, please. Can you please bring up B42 on page 2? In this message, Mr. Combs writes to you, I want us to have one of our night. I found this new store. Dope. We'll drink a lot of water. Don't overdo, but have us some freaky fun. Do I have your permission to set up? You say, yeah, but I'm ovulation. That's you responding yes to his request to have freaky fun, right?
Yep.
But you say that you're on ovulation, which... does that mean you were ovulating, right?
Uh-huh.
Can we go to the next message, please? You're correcting your statement saying, ugh, ovulating. That's good. We'd be extra careful with anything else, right?
Yep.
And so in that message, he's saying to you that he's planning to be careful. What do you interpret that to mean?
From getting me pregnant, I'm assuming.
Can we go to the next message, please? Mr. Combs is asking if you're not super horny, WTF. What do you say in response to that?
Horny? Of course I am.
Thank you. You can take this down. Could we pull up B427, please? In this text membership exchange, Mr. Combs says, how you? And you say, okay, how are you? And he says, baby, call me. Can we go to the next message, please? What do you ask?
I say which hotel, what was their time. I must have called him, yeah, ahead of that.
The text messages don't indicate calls, but would you assume from this message that there would be a call in between these messages?
I don't want to assume anything at this point, but I would think so.
Is that an inference that you're drawing from this message?
Yes.
And he says montage, and you ask, hustler's a little unblessed, no?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message, please? And you say, I don't mind, about to get in my car now, just asking what you think. I can also go to Pleasure Chest. This is you discussing an anticipated freak off and planning to go to Pleasure Chest, right?
Yep.
What would you get at Pleasure Chest?
I would get different sexual supplies, lubricants, outfits.
Can we go to the next message, please? Mr. Combs says, that's so far, and you say, okay, and he says, I'll go if you don't want, right?
Uh-huh.
So he's suggesting he go to pick up supplies, right?
Yep.
And in fact, there were many occasions in which he was picking up supplies for the freak-offs, right?
He picked up supplies, yeah.
You weren't the only one picking up supplies.
No.
And there were also occasions in which he was the one contacting escorts, right?
Correct.
You weren't the only one contacting escorts?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? In response, you say, no problem, no, it's cool, unless you're done. And he says, not done. This is you two just negotiating who's gonna pick up supplies for the freak-off, right?
It looks like it.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, okay, got it. Anything else you want? You're asking him in this message if there's anything else he wants for the freak-off, right?
Yep.
He says, have fun, impress me, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message? You say, okay, right?
Yes.
And he says, can we kiss tonight a lot?
Yes.
Next page. What do you say?
Yes.
That's in response to him asking if you can kiss that evening, presumably at the freak-off, right?
Yep.
And he says, what are you doing? Where are you at? Can we go to the next page? What do you say?
At Hustler, about to check out. Trying to find something to impress you. LOL you.
Can we go to the next page? And he says, great, go to hotel, right? What do you say in response to that?
Okay, how long you gonna be, you think?
And in this exchange so far, you have not said no, right?
Correct.
And he says 20, as in 20 minutes, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, you can go set up. And you respond, okay, you still tired, right?
Yes.
He says no, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, shit, I left the iPad. Should I go get? Right?
Yes.
What iPad are you referring to there?
I'm not sure which iPad specifically, but probably an iPad that we were going to use that night.
When you say, I left the iPad, you meant that you had previously had possession of the iPad and had left it wherever you left it?
Yeah. I just don't know whose iPad it was.
Putting aside whose it was, you had left it somewhere, right?
Yes.
So it had been in your possession, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you left the iPad because you knew that he would want it for the freak-off, right?
Yes.
It was anticipated that the iPad would be used for some sort of reporting for the freak-off, right?
In 2017, yes.
And you asked him if you should go get it, right?
I did.
And he says, yeah, fuck, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, okay, I'll run there. Sorry, I had it hidden, so I forgot to grab it, right?
Yep.
And you're referring to the iPad being hidden here, right?
I am.
And this message exchange is from May 26, 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And at this point, you've been together with Mr. Combs for many years, right?
Yes.
And he says in response to that, okay, meet you at the hotel, right?
Yes.
And you say, they took forever to check me out because I got a lot of stuff. I'm leaving the store now, right?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? He says, on way to hotel, and you say, pulling up to my house. He says, I'll be at hotel waiting, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? And then he is asking about a pizza. You say, almost there, I'm good, I think. Maybe a slice, right?
Yes.
Then you say, I'm too excited.
Yep.
That's referring to the freak-off that you were about to attend, correct?
In my mind, I probably would have been excited to see him and have fun with him.
But the words that you texted him were, I'm so excited, right?
I'm too excited.
I'm too excited. Excuse me. And this was after a discussion about negotiating supplies and logistics for a freak-off, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you please pull up Government Exhibit B 400-28, Mr. McLeod, and go to the last page?
This is not in evidence yet.
Can I just ask that the witness and the parties in the court look at this exhibit? Ms. Ventura, could you review this exhibit, please? If Mr. McLeod can go through. Thank you. Are you ready?
Was it just like the 3 pages?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a conversation between a text conversation between you and Mr. Combs, Ms. Ventura?
It looks as though it is, yes.
Move to admit.
No objection.
This is exhibit. Can you give the number?
It's Government Exhibit 428.
Exhibit B 428 will be admitted.
Could we please go to page 5, Mr. McLeod? On this page, Ms. Ventura, you said, I was away all week, partied with you, recovered, and now I'm back. It is what it is, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And he says, what do you want to do? You want to see me tonight? What's the road to peace? There's no problem. I'm doing this fasting. I can't deal with no problems. I'm here. What's wrong? I'll be there right after premiere before my session, right?
Yes.
This is in June 2017. You recall the arguments that you were having with Mr. Combs around this time period?
Around this time period, no, not specifically.
Can please pull up Government Exhibit B 431, which I believe is in evidence. Can we blow up the larger bubble? Thank you. In this text exchange, you say to Mr. Combs, the game starts at 10 p.m. No texting after this. Create a character that you will be that is nothing like who you really are, and so will I. Different name, different occupation, different style of dress, different background story. We cannot break character until 8 a.m. When you see me, I am no one you have ever met before. I'm not Cassie, and you are not Sean, Puff, Diddy, Mr. C, etc. LOL. Example. Pilot, doctor, author, professor, or whatever you decide. We do not know each other. Then it goes on with this game. What was the purpose of sending this text message, Miss Ventura?
The purpose of this, from what I remember, is this was a game that a friend of mine told me about and said it's like it was a good way to rekindle your romance.
And were you trying to rekindle your romance?
I guess I was at this time, yeah.
By doing something a little bit different in the bedroom, right?
Yeah. It pertained more to what was happening prior to getting into the bedroom. It's like a whole character setup.
Can we pull up Government Exhibit B already in evidence? In this exhibit, Mr. Combs says to you, same fucking page. Let's get some outfits, shoes, and I am not sure what the next word is. Go to sex club, maybe. Is that how you would interpret it?
That's how I would interpret it.
Then he says, maybe a sex club with your wig, right?
Yes.
If we go to the next page, please. What do you say?
I say okay.
He says, we sure about tonight because I'm making plans, so I need to know. No stress, right?
Yes.
Then he says, babe, can we go to the next page, please? He says, didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. If you are not sure, please let me stop. Surprise package coming from out of state, right?
Yes.
And in that message, he is asking you to tell him stop if you are not sure, right?
That's what it says.
He says, just let me know if I'm headed in wrong direction so I can cancel, right?
That's what it says, yep.
Then he asks, why can't I reach you, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, I told you I was getting my lashes and brows done at 8. I just finished. He's like, cool. Read and answer my text. Can we go to the next page? Page, please. You can take that down. Thank you. Ms. Ventura, we mentioned earlier Ms. Porter, right? And did there come a time when you learned that Mr. Combs was leaving a freak off with you to see Ms. Porter at another hotel room?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there is something could remind me.
Were you jealous of Ms. Porter?
I had some jealousy of Ms. Porter, yeah.
You understood that Mr. Combs spent his holidays with his family, his children, and Ms. Porter, right?
Yes.
Even though you were under the impression that he was no longer romantically with Ms. Porter, right?
Right.
So, when you learned that he was spending time with Ms. Porter, you were upset by that, right?
At what point?
For example, were there periods during the holidays when you learned that Mr. Combs was spending time with Ms. Porter?
I always knew that every holiday.
And did that upset you?
It did, yeah.
Did there come a time when you learned about Mr. Combs having relationships with other women?
Yes.
And do you recall a time in April 2014 when you learned of someone named Gina?
Yes.
How did you learn about Gina?
I honestly don't remember exactly how I found out. It might have been like Associate Media or something like that.
What was your reaction to that?
I was really upset.
What did you learn?
That time, 2014, I think I just learned that they were spending time together. I didn't really know.
And what do you recall Mr. Combs' response was when you approached him about this?
I honestly don't remember, but I feel like he denied it to some extent. Yeah.
Did there come a time when you learned that Mr. Combs was still with Gina?
Yes.
And in fact, he did not break it off with Gina as you were led to believe?
Yeah.
And did that upset you?
At the time, yeah.
It did. Were there multiple times when you found out that he was getting back together with Gina?
Yeah, I would say there were multiple, yeah.
And that prompted arguments between the two of you, right?
Yeah.
When you learned about him spending time with other women, those also prompted arguments with him, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Combs also developed suspicions that you were not faithful to him, correct?
Correct.
And what was his reaction like when he developed those suspicions?
About me?
Yes.
It was a little scary, yeah.
The arguments that you had with Mr. Combs about the suspicions that you were cheating, do you remember those clearly?
Not super clearly, but I remember them.
Are there some fuzzy spots?
There is fuzzy spots.
This was a long time ago?
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, and it sounds like you were doing a lot of drugs at the time, right?
Yep.
At the risk of having you read more exhibits, I am going to do it. Can we please show the Witness Defense Exhibit 1019? Did you already look at this exhibit, Miss Ventura?
I think I saw part of this one. I'm not positive if I saw the whole thing or not.
Do you want to check first?
Yeah, how many pages is this one?
Unfortunately, 17 pages.
We have a paper copy if it's easier to check that way.
All right.
I think I read this one. I just want to make sure.
Is that a text exchange between you and Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Move to admit.
No objection.
1019 will be admitted.
Can we go to the first page? Mr. Combs asks, what can we do in NYC this weekend? What do you say?
Let's do something different.
He says, I have one idea. Let's see a Broadway play. I think we are going to skip ahead to page 3, please. He says, FYI, fucking Dave hit me. And you respond, LOL, me too, so did Daniel, right?
Yes.
Can we skip to page 5, please? What does hit mean in this context?
Like reached out.
Thank you.
Over the phone.
Mr. Combs asked, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? He again asks, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move, right?
Yes.
And you say, it's totally up to you and how you feel. It's really nice being here, actually, if you want a change of scenery and weather. If not, I can come home tomorrow. I would just need to know so I can book a new flight, right?
Yep.
And this is after you're discussing Dave contacting Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
And Daniel contacted you, right?
Yes.
And you understood that Daniel was New York based, right?
Yes.
So when Mr. Combs is asking about coming to New York City this weekend, after hearing about Dave and Daniel, did you understand that to mean that you might have a freak off that weekend?
That we might. There was a lot of things going on in this one conversation.
He asks, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move? You say, it's totally up to you and how you feel, right?
Yes.
Then he says, you make the decision, please, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? You say, what decision? He says, I've been hitting you, meaning contacting you. WTF, are you doing that? It's taking so long for you to hit me back? WTF, right?
Yes.
You said I'm at the studio. Wyclef is an A. I played in some stuff and he wanted me to play a couple of songs, right?
Yes.
You're busy at the studio, right?
Yep.
You tell him that. He's telling you, you better put me on VIP, vibrate, harm, ring, something, right?
Yeah.
He is acting impatient because you're not responding to him, right?
Correct.
Then he says again, halfway down the page, you make NYC decision, right?
Yes.
And you say you're responding to his other questions. Can we go to the next page? And you say, okay, I think it would be a nice switch up for you to come here. Can you come tomorrow early though? Because I have to leave on Monday afternoon, right?
Yep.
You're telling him to come, understanding that there would be a freak off, right?
I don't know that that's what I understood, but
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, I miss you, baby. And you say, I miss you so much, right?
Yes.
Then you're talking about seeing the Book of Mormon, right?
Yes.
Can we go to page 12, please? He says, I'm horny for that.
Yeah.
You respond with another explicit text message back, correct?
Yes.
He says, nice and slow for 30 minutes straight, right?
Yes.
And you send another explicit message in response, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to page 14, please? You sent him a screenshot. What is this?
It looks like an email that I received from, I don't know where it's from, Lifestyle Lounge account.
Then you sent it to him, right?
Yep.
And he says montage, and you ask, Hustler is a little unblessed, no?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message, please? And you say, I don't mind. About to get in my car now? Just asking what you think. I can also go to Pleasure Chest. This is you discussing an anticipated freak-off, and
It looks like it.
what would you get at Pleasure Chest?
I would get different sexual supplies, lubricants, outfits.
Can we go to the next message, please? Mr. Combs says, that's so far. And you say, okay. And he says, I'll go if you don't want, right?
Uh-huh.
So he's suggesting he go to pick up supplies, right?
Yep.
And in fact, there were many occasions in which he was picking up supplies for the freak-offs, right?
He picked up supplies, yeah.
You weren't the only one picking up supplies.
No.
And there were also occasions in which he was the one contacting escorts, right?
Correct.
You weren't the only one contacting escorts.
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? In response, you say, no problem, no, it's cool unless you're done. And he says, not done. This is you two just negotiating who's gonna pick up supplies for the freak off, right?
It looks like it.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, okay, got it. Anything else you want? You're asking him in this message if there's anything else he wants for the freak off, right?
Yep.
He says, have fun, impress me, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message? You say, okay, right?
Yes.
And he says, can we kiss tonight a lot?
Yes.
Next page, what do you say?
Yes.
That's in response to him asking if you can kiss that evening, presumably at the freak off, right?
Yep.
And he says, what are you doing? Where are you at? Can we go to the next page? What do you say?
At Hustler, about to check out. Trying to find something to impress you. LOLU.
Can we go to the next page? And he says, great. Go to hotel, right? What do you say in response to that?
Okay, how long you gonna be, you think?
And in this exchange so far, you have not said no, right?
Correct.
And he says 20, as in 20 minutes, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, you can go set up, and you respond, okay, you still tired, right?
Yes.
He says no, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, shit, I left the iPad. Should I go get, right?
Yes.
What iPad are you referring to there?
I'm not sure which iPad specifically, but probably an iPad that we were going to use that night.
When you say, I left the iPad, you meant that you had previously had possession of the iPad and had left it wherever you left it?
Yeah, I just don't know whose iPad it was.
Putting aside whose it was, you had left it somewhere, right?
Yes.
So it had been in your possession, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you left the iPad because you knew that he would want it for the freak off, right?
Yes.
It was anticipated that the iPad would be used for some sort of reporting for the freak off, right?
In 2017, yes.
And you asked him if you should go get it, right?
I did.
And he says, yeah, fuck, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, okay, I'll run there. Sorry, I had it hidden, so I forgot to grab it, right?
Yep.
And you're referring to the iPad being hidden here, right?
I am.
And this message exchange is from May 26, 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And at this point, you've been together with Mr. Combs for many years, right?
Yes.
And he says in response to that, okay, meet you at the hotel, right?
Yes.
And you say, they took forever to check me out because I got a lot of stuff. I'm leaving the store now, right?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? He says, on way to hotel. And you say, pulling up to my house. He says, I'll be at hotel waiting, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? And then he is asking about a pizza. You say, almost there. I'm good, I think. Maybe a slice, right?
Yes.
Then you say, I'm too excited.
Yep.
That's referring to the freak off that you were about to attend, correct?
In my mind, I probably would have been excited to see him and have fun with him.
But the words that you texted him were, I'm so excited, right?
I'm too excited.
I'm too excited. Excuse me. And this was after a discussion about negotiating supplies and logistics for a freak off, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you please pull up Government Exhibit B 428, Mr. McLeod, and go to the last page?
This is not in evidence yet.
Can I just ask that the witness and the parties in the court look at this exhibit? Miss Ventura, could you review this exhibit, please? If Mr. McLeod can go through. Thank you. Are you ready?
Was it just like the 3 pages?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a conversation between a text conversation between you and Mr. Combs, Miss Ventura?
It looks as though it is, yes.
Move to admit.
No objection.
This is Exhibit. Can you give the number?
It's Government Exhibit 428.
Exhibit B428 will be admitted.
Could we please go to page 5, Mr. McLeod? On this page, Ms. Ventura, you said, I was away all week, partied with you, recovered, and now I'm back. It is what it is, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And he says, what you want to do? You want to see me tonight? What's the road to peace? There's no problem. I'm doing this fasting. I can't deal with no problems. I'm here. What's wrong? I'll be there right after premiere before my session, right?
Yes.
This is in June 2017. You recall the arguments that you were having with Mr. Combs around this time period?
Around this time period? No, not specifically.
Can please pull up Government Exhibit B431, which I believe is in evidence. Can we blow up the larger bubble? Thank you. In this text exchange, you say to Mr. Combs, the game starts at 10 p.m. No texting after this. Create a character that you will be that is nothing like who you really are, and so will I. Different name, different occupation, different style of dress, different background story. We cannot break character until 8 a.m. When you see me, I am no one you have ever met before. I'm not Cassie, and you are not Sean, Puff, Diddy, Mr. C, etc. LOL. Example. Pilot, doctor, author, professor, or whatever you decide. We do not know each other. Then it goes on with this game. What was the purpose of sending this text message, Ms. Ventura?
The purpose of this, from what I remember, is this was a game that a friend of mine told me about and said it's like it was a good way to rekindle your romance.
And were you trying to rekindle your romance?
I guess I was at this time, yeah.
By doing something a little bit different in the bedroom, right?
Yeah. It pertained more to what was happening prior to getting into the bedroom. It's like a whole character setup.
Can we pull up Government Exhibit B? 432 already in evidence. In this exhibit, Mr. Combs says to you, same fucking page, let's get some outfits, shoes, and I am not sure what the next word is. Go to sex club, maybe. Is that how you would interpret it?
That's how I would interpret it.
Then he says, maybe a sex club with your wig, right?
Yes.
If we go to the next page, please, what do you say?
I say okay.
He says, we sure about tonight because I'm making plans, so I need to know. No stress, right?
Yes.
Then he says, babe, can we go to the next page, please? He says, didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. If you are not sure, please let me stop. Surprise package coming from out of state, right? Ventura, yes. And in that message, he is asking you to tell him stop if you are not sure, right?
That's what it says.
He says, just let me know if I'm headed in the wrong direction so I can cancel, right?
That's what it says, yep.
Then he asks, why can't I reach you, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say, I told you I was getting my lashes and brows done at 8. I just finished. He's like, cool, read and answer my text. Can we go to the next page, please? You can take that down. Thank you. Miss Ventura, we mentioned earlier Miss Porter, right? And did there come a time when you learned that Mr. Combs was leaving a freak off with you to see Miss Porter at another hotel room?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there is something could remind me.
Were you jealous of Miss Porter?
I had some jealousy of Ms. Porter, yeah.
You understood that Mr. Combs spent his holidays with his family, his children, and Miss Porter, right?
Yes.
Even though you were under the impression that he was no longer romantically with Miss Porter, right?
Right.
So when you learned that he was spending time with Miss Porter, you were upset by that, right?
At what point?
For example, were there periods during the holidays when you learned that Mr. Combs was spending time with Miss Porter?
I always knew that, every holiday.
And did that upset you?
It did, yeah.
Did there come a time when you learned about Mr. Combs having relationships with other women?
Yes.
And do you recall a time in April 2014 when you learned of someone named Gina?
Yes.
How did you learn about Gina?
I honestly don't remember exactly how I found out. It might have been like associate media or something like that.
What was your reaction to that?
I was really upset.
What did you learn?
That time, 2014, I think I just learned that they were spending time together. I didn't really know.
And what do you recall Mr. Combs' response was when you approached him about this?
I honestly don't remember, but I feel like he denied it to some extent. Yeah.
Did there come a time when you learned that Mr. Combs was still with Gina?
Yes.
And in fact, he did not break it off with Gina as you were led to believe?
Yeah.
And did that upset you?
At the time, yeah.
It did. Were there multiple times when you found out that he was getting back together with Gina?
Yeah, I would say there were multiple, yeah.
And that prompted arguments between the two of you, right?
Yeah.
When you learned about him spending time with other women, those also prompted arguments with him, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Combs also developed suspicions that you were not faithful to him, correct?
Correct.
And what was his reaction like when he developed those suspicions?
About me?
Yes.
It was a little scary, yeah.
The arguments that you had with Mr. Combs about the suspicions that you were cheating, do you remember those clearly?
Not super clearly, but I remember them.
Are there some fuzzy spots?
There is fuzzy spots.
This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, and it sounds like you were doing a lot of drugs at the time, right?
Yup.
At the risk of having you read more exhibits, I am going to do it. Can we please show the Witness Defense Exhibit 1019? Did you already look at this exhibit, Miss Ventura?
I think I saw part of this one. I'm not positive if I saw the whole thing or not.
Do you want to check first?
Yeah, how many pages is this one?
Unfortunately, 17 pages.
We have a paper copy, if it's easier to check that way.
All right.
I think I read this one. I just want to make sure.
Is that a text exchange between you and Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Move to admit.
No objection.
1019 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1019 received in evidence.
Can we go to the first page? Mr. Combs asked, what can we do in NYC this weekend? What do you say?
Let's do something different.
He says, I have one idea. Let's see a Broadway play. I think we are going to skip ahead to page 3, please. He says, FYI, fucking Dave hit me. And you respond, LOL. Me too. So did Daniel, right?
Yes.
Can we skip to page 5, please? What does hit mean in this context?
Like reached out.
Thank you. Mr. Combs asked, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? He again asks, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move, right?
Yes.
And you say, it's totally up to you and how you feel. It's really nice being here, actually, if you want a change of scenery and weather. If not, I can come home tomorrow. I would just need to know so I can book a new flight, right?
Yep.
And this is after you're discussing Dave contacting Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
And Daniel contacted you, right?
Yes.
And you understood that Daniel was New York based, right?
Yeah.
So when Mr. Combs is asking about coming to New York City this weekend, after hearing about Dave and Daniel, did you understand that to mean that you might have a freak off that weekend?
That we might. There was a lot of things going on in this one conversation.
He asks, is coming to NYC this weekend the right move? You say, it's totally up to you and how you feel, right?
Yes.
Then he says, you make the decision, please, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? You say, what decision? He says, I've been hitting you, meaning contacting you. WTF, are you doing that? It's taking so long for you to hit me back? WTF, right?
Yes.
You said I'm at the studio. Wyclef is an A. I played in some stuff and he wanted me to play a couple of songs, right?
Yes.
You're busy at the studio, right?
Yep.
You tell him that. He's telling you, you better put me on VIP, vibrate, harm, ring something, right?
Yeah.
He is acting impatient because you're not responding to him, right?
Correct.
Then he says again halfway down the page, you make NYC decision, right?
Yes.
And you say, Cha, you're responding to his other questions. Can we go to the next page? And you say, okay, I think it would be a nice switch up for you to come here. Can you come tomorrow early though? Because I have to leave on Monday afternoon, right?
Yep.
You're telling him to come, understanding that there would be a freak off, right?
I don't know that that's what I understood, but...
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, I miss you, baby. And you say, I miss you so much, right?
Yes.
Then you're talking about seeing the Book of Mormon, right?
Yes.
Can we go to page 12, please? He says, I'm horny for that.
Yeah.
You respond with another explicit text message back, correct?
Yes.
He says, nice and slow for 30 minutes straight, right?
Yes.
And you send another explicit message in response, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to page 14, please? You sent him a screenshot. What is this?
It looks like an email that I received from, I don't know where it's from, Lifestyle Lounge account.
Then you sent it to him, right?
Yep.
Something called Mass Pleasures?
Yep.
Does that appear to be a sex club to you?
I would guess that.
Can we go to the next page, please? On this page, he says he's on his way. You ask, are you here yet? He said, Daddy's home, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the last page, please? He sends an explicit message and then says, you ready for tonight? What do you say in response to that?
I say yes. I just gotta get stuff.
Can we show just the witness, the court, and the party's defense exhibit 1021?
This isn't about how, what I feel is relevant at all right now, right? Because there is a lot that we skipped over.
Can you please read the exhibit in front of you and tell me when you're ready?
Which part?
It's 19 pages. Have you already looked at this, Miss Ventura?
I haven't seen this one yet, no.
Your Honor, may I briefly confer with counsel?
You may.
Mr. McLeod, can you pull up 1021, please?
I have a hard copy for Ms. Ventura, if it's helpful.
You want me to just read through the whole thing?
Just to tell me if it's a conversation between you and Mr. Combs.
Yes.
We offer it.
No objection.
1021 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1021 received in evidence.
Can we go to the first page, please? That bottom message is from you to Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
This is from October 19, 2012, right?
Yes.
I miss you, an explicit message, and I miss our love sessions in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
And when you're referring to love sessions in the afternoon, you're referring to freak-offs, right?
I don't know in this message.
You often had freak-offs in the afternoon, right?
We did, but that doesn't mean that that means that for this message.
Can we go to page 10, please? At the bottom, Mr. Combs says, you up? Want to have some freak fun in the afternoon, smiley face.
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? Mr. Combs says, are you horny or sleepy? We can sleep or make love today, right?
Yes.
What do you say in response to that?
I'm both. LOL. I thought we were going to lay up and spend time, but you want to just come here so we can talk about in person. I was thinking I wasn't going to see you until tomorrow. I had stuff planned for the day, but I'm good to cancel. Either way.
What does he say?
No, cool. We'll do tomorrow. I just called kids, so Emma get them at 2 p.m. All good. Coming to see you now.
Can we pull up for the witness the parties in the court defense exhibit 1035?
Ms. Esteval, are you asking?
Is that a conversation between you and Mr. Combs?
It looks like it, but I don't remember this at all.
Does this resemble the other conversations we have looked at?
Yes.
So, it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Mr. Combs?
Yeah.
Move to admit.
No objection.
1035 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1035 received in evidence.
Can we go to the second page, please? Can you read your bubbles to Mr. Combs, please?
Okay, I am just going to go lay by the pool for some sun if it's cool. Wish we could have FO'd before you left. My period is over. Sad face.
Can we back up to the previous page? On that page, Mr. Combs is not initiating the freak-off conversation, right?
No, not in that one.
Can we go to page 4, please? Can you read your message at the bottom?
The large message?
Yes.
As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you aren't. He's married and before he was married. The family as a whole went on trips together or just with him and his woman. Eddie Murphy and Paige took his kids away on their own. He didn't go with his ex because that's not who he's in love with. I've been at the edge of tears this whole week. I don't think that you sympathize with my feelings. I understand you feeling like you need to protect your children, but after a while, for what? It's like, for what? They've never known you and Kim to be together unless there's something that I just don't know about. They were babies when we started dating. If Chance can go away with her dad and not her mom, I think the other kids can too. The more time that goes by, the harder it is to understand. I'm here ready to be that woman, and I'm in a constant fight because you won't ever allow it. This isn't what I want. I can't become that woman this way. I'm bracing myself for pictures that are going to break my heart. That's where my head is at.
Miss Ventura, you were upset that you weren't integrated into Mr. Combs' family life, right?
Yep.
That you didn't get a chance to form a relationship with his children, right? Correct. You had been together with him for years at this point, right?
Almost 7 years here.
And you still hadn't been on family trips with him and his children, right?
Nope.
When you would see photos of him and Kim, that was extremely hurtful, right?
Not always.
If you saw them on social media when he was on vacation with Kim and his kids together, that was a little heartbreaking, right?
It could be.
Because it seemed as if he was in a family unit with Kim and his children and without you, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted to be a part of his family, right?
7 years of my life at this point, yeah.
You didn't just want to be part of his sexual fantasy, right?
Correct.
Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1184 just for the parties and the witness?
Your Honor, may I confer briefly with counsel on this exhibit?
You may.
I'm sorry. 1184. I understand Ms. Johnson may have an objection.
Your Honor, the basis of the objection is 106.
Hold on. This exhibit has not been offered into evidence, so what are we doing with this?
Miss Ventura, is this a conversation between you and someone named Ruth in July 2012?
It could be.
This communication came from your Lizero 005 MacBook Pro that you turned over to the government, right?
Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen this recently.
Miss Ventura, do you remember reaching out to someone named Ruth in July 2012?
I could have. I reached out to people before. Yeah. I don't know about Ruth specifically.
You do not remember?
I do not remember.
Can you read this conversation and see if it refreshes your recollection? Please.
Sure.
Does it refresh your recollection?
Yes and no. Yeah, I kind of remember it. I don't even remember what this was about.
You saw something on social media related to someone named Ruth and Mr. Combs, right?
I don't know.
Were there many women that you saw on social media who claimed to have relationships with Mr. Combs?
Not many, like a lot, but not crazy.
So, if there were women who had relationships with Mr. Combs on social media, would you remember it?
I feel like it happened often enough that I don't know that I would remember every single one.
But you reacted when you saw on social media that Mr. Combs was with some other female, right?
Yeah, mainly Gina.
Mainly Gina.
Yeah.
Was Gina the main problem in your relationship?
I would say...
Was Mr. Combs consistently denying his relationship with Gina to you?
For the most part.
And how did that make you feel?
Not great.
Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1028, please? Miss Ventura, can you look at this exhibit and tell me if it reflects a conversation between you and Mr. Combs?
Yep.
Move to admit.
No objection.
1028 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1028 received in evidence.
In this text exchange, he asks, what am I doing disrespectful in picture, presumably, right?
From Sean, yeah.
And what do you say?
You're making me look like a side piece, and that is not what I thought I was. You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
And you won't come to bullshit. We'll have a great time because for 2013, I'm not on any okey-doke bull. It is what it is. I am who I am to you, and I'm clear. We'll have a good time no matter what. I'm having a ball. It is what it is. I'll be happy with you no matter what. I'll treat you as a king no matter what.
This is in response to you seeing a picture on social media, right?
I don't know.
You're concerned that you are looking like a side piece. What did you mean by that?
Not a main girlfriend.
And that upset you, right?
Apparently so.
Because you wanted to be the main girlfriend, right?
I thought I was.
You thought you were, right?
In 2013, yeah.
And it was disappointing and hurtful to find out you were not the main girlfriend, right?
Yes. I just don't know what we're even talking about, though, the text message. He's talking about a picture, but I don't know what picture it is.
You testified on direct that you were insanely jealous, right?
I did say that, yeah.
And you reacted when you saw a social media post of Mr. Combs with other women, right?
Yeah.
And you were upset and angry when you saw that, right?
Yes.
But you were insanely jealous, right?
Sure, but I expressed that, can I speak?
Of course.
I expressed insanely jealous as who I was then, and it didn't pertain to every situation, but I definitely was jealous of certain situations that he was in.
And you were particularly upset because Mr. Combs made it seem as if you were in a monogamous relationship sometimes, right?
Yes.
At least that's what he expected of you, right?
Yes.
So it seemed hypocritical to you that he would date other women, but simultaneously expect you to only be in a sexual relationship with him, right?
Yeah.
And if he learned or suspected, rather, that you were in other relationships with other men, he became insanely jealous, right?
Yeah.
Far more jealous than you, in fact.
I would say.
And he had a bad temper, right?
He did.
And he reacted poorly, right, to information that he didn't like, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And he did not like it when he suspected that you were seeing other men, right?
Correct.
When he suspected you were seeing other men, that is when he lost his temper, right?
One of the times when...
And there were a couple of relationships in particular that he suspected you of that he was particularly upset about, right?
Yes.
Objection. Foundation.
That's overruled.
He suspected that you were in a relationship with someone who is also in the industry, right?
Objection.
It's overruled. Let's lay some foundation.
Did there come a point when Mr. Combs suspected that you were in a relationship with someone in the music industry?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Did there come a time when he learned of this or suspected this relationship?
Can you say the whole question one more time? Sorry.
I'll be more direct. Mr. Combs made the connection between you and Mr. Cudi, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Kid Cudi, I believe this came out on direct.
I knew what you were talking about.
Mr. Combs thought that if you could collaborate with Mr. Cudi, also known as Kid Cudi, that this would be good for your career, right?
I think that was part of it, yeah.
He helped put together studio time for you and Mr. Cudi together, right?
He introduced us, yeah.
How many times did you and Mr. Cudi go to the studio together?
It was a handful of times, not many.
When was the first time the two of you were in the studio together?
I don't remember exactly. Sometime in 2011.
Did Mr. Combs ever accompany you to the studio with Mr. Cudi there?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Where were you living in the fall of 2011?
I was in New York City.
You were in New York City in the fall of 2011.
Yeah.
At what point did you return to Los Angeles in 2011?
There was a lot of back and forth at that point. I am trying to remember what year exactly I moved to LA, but I was bi-coastal quite a bit back then.
You don't recall when you began your relationship with Mr. Cudi, right?
It was 2011, the end of 2011.
But you also testified that you had a burner phone to communicate with him, right?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Combs learned of this relationship in December 2017, right?
Yes.
And you had a burner phone during the course of your relationship with Mr. Cudi, right?
Yes, it was a short period.
Did you get the burner phone for the purpose of your relationship, or did you already have it?
I got it for the purpose of the relationship.
Whose idea was the burner phone?
I don't know. It was mine, I guess. I don't know.
Is that the only time you use burner phones?
That was the only time, yeah.
For the purpose of this relationship?
Yeah.
You had been seeing Mr. Mescudi for less than a month, but you got a burner phone for the relationship?
Yeah, I did.
And would you text and call Mr. Mescudi from this phone?
Yep.
You had a better chance of keeping the relationship with Mr. Combs if Mr. Combs didn't find out about your relationship with Mr. Mescudi, right?
Yes. We were like not in the best place, even when he found out and we were together at a freak-off.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Mescudi?
Enjoyed each other's company.
Did this relationship begin when Mr. Combs was out of the country?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Did it begin while you were still with Mr. Combs?
No, we had broken up.
You were on a break?
We were on a break.
And Mr. Combs found out about the relationship during your freak-off, right?
He did.
While you were on a break, you were still having a freak-off. Is that the idea?
Yes, that was a job.
Even though you were on a break from Mr. Combs, you still wanted to use a burner phone, right?
Yeah.
Because you didn't want him to find out about Mr. Mescudi, right?
I did not want him to find out, no.
And you did not want to tell him about this, right?
No. I thought it would be way too dangerous to tell him about that.
Because you anticipated his response, right?
Correct.
Because he was insanely jealous, right?
Had a temper.
And by using a burner phone and not informing him of Mr. Mescudi, you were lying to him, right?
I wasn't telling him everything.
You weren't telling him everything?
Right.
Was he under the impression that you were on a break? Or, I'll rephrase, did Mr. Combs, to your knowledge, believe that you were on a break or still together?
I don't know.
You were continuing to have freak-offs with him, right?
Yep.
Did you have any plan to tell Mr. Combs about this relationship with Mr. Mescudi?
I don't remember.
Did you feel justified in cheating on him with Mr. Mescudi because of Mr. Combs' infidelities?
I could have, possibly. I don't know.
You were also communicating with Miss Clark on the burner phone, right?
I don't know if I talked to her on the burner phone. I might have. I am not sure.
Okay. And at this point, this is the end of 2011, so you and Mr. Combs have been together for a number of years, right?
Correct. On and off.
When Mr. Combs discovers the burner phone during the freak-off,
he didn't.
How did he learn of the relationship with Mr. Mescudi?
He went through my phone.
He went through your phone?
My actual phone.
You were also communicating with Mr. Mescudi on your phone?
I was communicating with Capricorn Clark on my actual phone.
And that's when you say that Mr. Combs reacted very poorly. He attacked you, right?
He lunged, but no contact.
No contact. And then you say you called Capricorn and Capricorn came to Mr. Mescudi's house, right?
That happened, yeah.
And then you say you testified on direct that you returned to Mr. Combs' house, right?
Yep.
And you said that you did that to speak with him, right?
Yeah.
Despite knowing how upset he was, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you knew that this was so upsetting to him that he previously attacked you, right?
I did. I think I thought I would be safer with other people around because there were people there.
Who was at Mr. Combs' house?
His normal staff, security, and Capricorn brought me there.
You go with Mr. Mescudi to your parents' house in Connecticut, right?
I went on my own and he met me there a few days later, yup.
And then you say that during the course of that trip, you broke up with Mr. Mescudi, right?
I did.
And you got back together with Mr. Combs?
Pretty immediately, yes.
While you were still in Connecticut or after that?
After that.
When you returned to LA?
We met up in Arizona.
When did you meet up in Arizona?
Right before or after New Year's, the day before, day after.
Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1013, please? Just for the witness and the parties.
Let's take a short 10-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All rise for the jury. Jury not present. We will be back in 10 minutes. Same instruction. No discussions with the government. We will be back in 10. Recess. Ms. Esteval.
Thank you. Ms. Ventura, we've been talking about Mr. Combs, your affair with Mr. Mescudi in December 2011, right?
Yes.
And you testified that it was less than a month long, right?
It was short, yeah.
And despite it being less than a month long, that you had a burner phone for the purpose of the relationship, right?
Yep.
And that Mr. Combs did not know about the relationship, and you were keeping it a secret from him, correct?
Correct.
And that you broke up with Mr. Mescudi in Connecticut when you were there for the holidays visiting your family?
Yes, right before New Year's.
And then you met up with Mr. Combs and got back together with him in Arizona?
I did.
And prior to this, after Mr. Combs discovered the relationship with Mr. Mescudi, you went to his house to talk to him about it. And that's when he kicked you in the back, according to your direct testimony, right?
Yep.
And after he kicked you in the back, that's when you left his house, right?
Yes.
Where did you go directly after that?
Directly after that, from what I remember, I went back to my hotel that had my actual clothes. It was a whole other hotel.
From there, you flew to Connecticut with Mr. Cudi?
No, I flew on my own. He went home to his family for the holiday, and I went to Connecticut, and then he met me there a few days later.
And it was from the flight to Connecticut that you sent that email that the government made an exhibit, right?
Correct.
When did you return from Arizona, if you recall?
From Arizona back to LA?
Yes.
I think we were only there for a few days.
Would you have returned to LA by the beginning of January?
Yeah.
And this relationship was particularly offensive to Mr. Combs because of Kid Cudi's stature in the,
Objection.
It's overruled.
To your knowledge, this was particularly offensive to Mr. Combs because Kid Cudi's stature in the industry, right?
To my knowledge, yeah.
And Mr. Combs was irate over this, right?
Yeah.
Because from his perspective, he was cheating on you with people who weren't celebrities, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Combs was not cheating on you with other celebrities, right?
I don't know.
You did not believe that Mr. Combs was cheating on you with other celebrities, right?
In 2011? I don't think so.
To your knowledge, right?
To my knowledge.
Since your relationship, you've learned that Mr. Combs had many relationships with many women, right?
Yeah.
Which is very hurtful for you, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes. And you understood that your relationship with Kid Cudi was very hurtful to Mr. Combs, right?
I found out, yeah.
Yes, in part because of Kid Cudi's stature in the industry, right?
A big part, yeah.
And because you understood that Mr. Combs put you in the studio with Kid Cudi?
Yes.
Putting aside the logic of it, this drove Mr. Combs crazy, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
This drove him crazy?
To my knowledge, it definitely did not. It wasn't good, yeah.
In fact, it wasn't just his response in December 2011. This issue came up periodically throughout your relationship, right?
What issue?
That you cheated on him with Kid Cudi?
Oh, yeah, it came up a lot.
In fact, you would frequently have text arguments about cheating, and he would bring up Kid Cudi all the time, right?
Yeah.
He would always throw it back in your face, right?
He brought it up quite a bit.
You would accuse him of cheating on you with other women, right?
Yep.
And he would always come back with, well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right?
Not always, but yeah, that would be one of them.
It would frequently come up and it would get him angry all over again, right?
Sure.
In fact, every holiday season, he became upset just remembering the Kid Cudi incident, the anniversary of the Kid Cudi incident.
Objection.
It's overruled.
Would Mr. Combs become angry over the holidays recalling the Kid Cudi incident?
I don't really remember that because we didn't spend the holidays together.
And that was a source of frustration for you too, right?
Yeah.
You were very upset that you didn't get to spend the holidays with him?
In the beginning, yeah. I was used to it after a while.
After a while, you understood that you were never going to spend the holidays with him, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You had to slowly come to this realization?
We spent New Year's together, 2018.
But you've never spent Christmas together?
No.
And Mr. Combs also accused you of having other relationships with other men, right?
Yeah.
He suspected that you were in a relationship with another celebrity, right?
Yep.
And in the fall of 2015, you traveled to South Africa to film a movie, right?
Yes, for 2 months.
What movie was that?
Honey 3.
And you spent 2 months there, during which point you were physically separated from Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
And there you had colleagues and friends with you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you weren't in physical contact with Mr. Combs in any way, right?
No, in fact, I broke it off with him while I was there.
But before you got there, you were still in a relationship with him, right?
Yes.
And in fact, while you were in South Africa, you learned something that made you break up with him, right?
Yep.
What was that?
He was dating Gina still, so I used it as an opportunity to just focus on the movie I was doing.
And how did you learn about Gina?
I believe somebody reached out to me and said, hey, I just saw you at the Revolt Music Conference with Puff, and I wasn't there.
And you began to suspect he was there with someone else, right?
Someone sent me a picture.
And then at some point you found a video, right?
Yes.
And in the video, you see Gina there with Mr. Combs, right?
Yep.
In fact, it appears as though Mr. Combs is trying to sort of hide her to the side, right?
If I remember correctly, yeah.
And you saw that video and you were irate, right?
I definitely was angry, yeah.
Because at that point, Mr. Combs had spent years now telling you that he was done with Gina, right?
Yeah.
And he was telling you that you were, if not the number one girlfriend because of Kim Porter, the number two, right?
Uh-huh.
So you were under the impression that Gina was out of the picture, right?
So I thought,
And Mr. Combs had given you the impression that she was no longer in the picture, right?
Yes.
And so when you learned of this when you're in South Africa, you were very upset?
I was upset that day, yeah.
And you cut off contact with him, right?
Yes.
You broke up with him?
Yep.
You blocked him?
Yep.
And you focused on the movie, right?
Tried my best, yeah.
Mr. Combs learned at a certain point or suspected at a certain point that you were in a relationship. You were beginning a relationship with someone else, right?
Yes.
And who was that?
Michael B. Jordan.
Is Michael B. Jordan a celebrity?
I would say so.
What was Mr. Combs' reaction when he heard about that?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't there to see his reaction.
Did he text you about it?
I don't remember. I don't know if he was blocked by then. Like, it's kind of fuzzy. I don't remember. But he did try to make contact.
How did you learn about him knowing about it?
I was with one of his staff members, so people were getting in contact with her.
And the way that you broke up with him involved you sending the video to him and members of his staff, right?
Yep.
You sent it to D-Rock, right?
Uh-huh.
Who else did you send it to, if you recall?
I don't know. Just the group that was probably around at that point. I'm trying to think 2015.
You sent it to Eli, right?
Eli, yeah. Whoever was around at that particular time.
Did you send it to April?
I don't know.
And you sent it to them because you were angry with all of them, right?
I was really hurt.
You were upset.
I was hurt.
Because you felt that they were part of your family, right?
Yeah.
That they were on your side, on your team, right?
I spent all my time with them when I was home. Yup.
And in fact, I know you talked on Direct about Mr. Combs' security guards and how they were employed by Mr. Combs, right?
Yep.
In fact, you were very close with his security guards and in particular D-Rock, right?
Yes.
You were very close with D-Rock's wife, April, right?
Yes.
And you felt safe with them, right?
I did.
And you confided in them, right?
I did.
And if you were in trouble, you sought help from them, right?
I would go to their house for sure, yeah.
So you sent the message with the video from the Revolt conference to D-Rock, Eli, KK, Derek, and Rube. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Those were the people around back then?
Uh-huh.
You were upset with all of them because you were under the impression that they were all in on this with Mr. Combs, right?
Everybody was lying, yeah.
They must have known, right?
Yeah, in my mind.
In your mind. What gave you that impression?
That everyone was always around when I wasn't there so they would see what's going on. I don't know.
And you were so upset with them because you felt like they were part of your family, right?
Yeah.
So even though you weren't part of Mr. Combs' family with his kids, you felt like with the staff that you interacted with Mr. Combs, that was your family. That was your core group, right?
Yep.
And you trusted you.
Yeah.
And they broke that confidence, right?
I don't know that they broke it in that one period, but yeah.
And when you were in South Africa, after you had broken it off with all of them and you were on your own in another country, in another time zone, you were working on your movie, right?
Yes.
And you stayed in close contact with your other friends, right?
From home, yes.
You have several friends that are just yours from home that are separate from Mr. Combs, right?
Yep, for the most part.
And you rely on them and they support you, right?
I guess it depends who you're talking about, yeah.
For example, Miss Morgan you knew for years and years, right?
Yes.
And your friend Deontay Nash you knew for a long time?
Yeah.
And you trusted them and they support you, right?
Yeah.
And you also have the support from your family, right?
Yeah.
In general?
In general, of course.
And during this time period?
Yeah.
You were close with your mother, right?
Yeah.
And your father, correct?
Correct.
And your brother?
Uh-huh.
And they all knew about the physical problems with your relationship with Mr. Combs, right?
Objection.
Withdrawn. You told each of them in various ways during various points during your relationship that you and Mr. Combs had physical problems, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
You told each of them
At different points, yes, but I don't know if it was all necessarily before this point we're talking about.
Well, you told your mother back in December 2011 about the physical abuse, right?
Yeah.
So she knew about it?
She did.
Did she know about it before then too?
No, I didn't tell her.
And your brother knew about it, right?
I don't know exactly when we spoke about it, honestly.
And your brother's very protective of you, right?
I think so.
And did your father know about this?
About the abuse?
Yes.
He found out with my mother in 2011, yeah.
And did there come a point at which Mr. Combs flew to Connecticut and talked to your parents about this physical abuse?
About physical abuse? I don't know that that's what they talked about, but he did come to Connecticut, yeah.
You talk about problems in your relationship, right?
I would guess so. I don't really know what the purpose of the trip was.
Were you present for a conversation between Mr. Combs and your parents?
I had been present for conversations. I just don't know specifically what you're talking about.
And your friends also knew about the physical abuse in your relationship, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Miss Morgan knew about it, right?
Yeah.
At least as of 2016, right?
Before that, but yeah.
When did she learn about it?
Carrie was with me from day one, so she had been around me for quite a while.
So, she may have known about it from the very beginning, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Because she was back with you in New York days, right?
Right.
What about Mr. Nash? Did he know about it?
He did know about it. He also experienced it himself.
Did he know about it before that point?
Before he was involved? I think so. I would think so. I don't know, but...
And when you say that he experienced it himself, you're referring to the August 2013 incident where Mr. Combs woke you up in your apartment and Mr. Nash and Mia were there, right?
Not necessarily just that time. He was around for other things that happened with just me and Sean.
He was at least there during this August 2013.
Yes.
And I'm referring to the time when you...
I'm sorry.
Hit your eyebrow. I know, I'm all over the place.
No, that's okay. There's a lot.
We have 11 years to cover.
Yeah.
He was there during the August 2013 eyebrow gash incident, right?
Uh-huh.
And that was an incident that was related to... I believe you testified on direct that Mr. Combs was upset that you weren't doing something?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. Was supposed to be packing for a trip.
You were supposed to be packing for a trip and he was upset that he came home and found you asleep, right?
I was unreachable and he came in and found me, yeah.
And Mr. Combs was particularly inebriated at that point, right?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
During that incident, the eyebrow one, for lack of a better term, were you and your friends doing drugs that evening?
We weren't doing drugs that night, but I went to the Abbey and I had a drink and I think it had something in it, which is why I fell asleep when I got home. We weren't particularly partying a lot that day. It wasn't like, yeah.
Was Mr. Combs intoxicated when he came into the room that evening?
I don't remember. I don't know.
That evening, you were with your friends at the Abbey, right?
Yeah, like afternoon. It was daytime.
You were with your friends and Mr. Combs was upset you weren't packing, right?
Yeah. He couldn't get in touch, I think, was the issue initially, but it's in the text.
And he became so upset, right?
Yeah.
Can we please pull up Government Exhibit B247 and scroll down? At the bottom, you say, so you can remember, right?
Yep.
Mr. Combs frequently reacted to your accusations of physical abuse by saying he did not remember the incidents, right?
That would be something, yeah.
You can take this down, and you said, so you can remember, so that he couldn't make that excuse, right?
I don't know. I've seen this message a couple times, and I'm not really sure why I said so you could remember, even still.
Well, during the time, Mr. Combs frequently said he could not remember, right, what had happened the previous evening?
Yeah, I guess if he was partying. I don't know.
Frequently, when he was inebriated, that's when he did things that were less pleasant. He would not treat people right.
Objection to form.
That's sustained.
Have you ever witnessed Mr. Combs inebriated and being abusive towards other people?
Yes.
Have you ever witnessed him be inebriated and abusive to you?
Yes.
And you said before that he has said to you after these occasions he did not remember, did not recall?
Yeah.
And that was frustrating to you, right?
Yeah.
Because he would have these episodes that were awful, right?
Uh-huh.
And you wanted him to take personal responsibility for that, right?
I definitely always wanted him to take responsibility, yeah.
And by saying he didn't remember, you believed he wasn't taking responsibility for it, right?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Were there times in your relationship where you and Mr. Combs would discuss getting off of drugs and stop using?
Yes.
Was this a frequent topic of conversation?
I feel like it was pretty frequent, yeah.
And in fact, there were times when you both did go to rehab, right?
We got off of different things. Rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship.
Well, there were times when you would just try to withdraw from opiates, for example, on your own, right?
Yeah, correct.
And sometimes you would try to do it without any assistance, right?
Yes.
And then you would relapse, correct?
Yes.
And he would too?
Yep.
And it was a cycle, right?
Yep.
You were both addicts, right?
During that time, yes.
And part of the appeal of freak-offs was gonna do drugs, right?
Part of it at a time. There are different reasons for me.
The freak-offs were also a time to do drugs in a safe and confined space in a hotel room, right?
Yep.
So For someone like Mr. Combs, who is a celebrity and well known, it's an opportunity for him to take drugs and experiment and not be seen by anyone, right?
Yeah,
And you and Mr. Combs used that time as a special time to do drugs together, right?
we did.
And it was a special time to also experiment with different drugs, right?
We definitely experimented with different drugs, yeah.
And some took and some didn't, right?
Yeah.
You tried psychedelics, right?
Uh-huh.
And GHB
Yes.
and ketamine?
Yes.
And you also took these drugs while partying in other places, right?
Yep,
You typically went to Burning Man, right?
we did.
And you did a lot of ketamine at Burning Man.
Yes.
You both did.
Yep.
And you had many friends in your friend group that also did a lot of drugs, right?
Yep.
It was a little bit of a drug party culture that you were both in, right?
Yep.
And that was kind of what drew you to each other too, right?
I think the drugs became a thing over time in our relationship. It was like always part of our relationship, but became a main event for us.
You were able to keep up with him in a way more than other people?
Surprisingly so, yeah.
Because he operates at a very intense level, right?
I think so.
Did some of his assistants and employees also go to Burning Man?
Yes.
And so you would take drugs at these freak-offs, right?
Yeah.
And one reason why the freak-offs lasted for so long, for many days, was because of all of the drugs you were ingesting and the recovery time, right?
Yep.
And it wasn't only sex that you were doing in the hotel, right? Having in the hotel.
Right.
You were also listening to music, hanging out.
True.
In fact, I believe part of the reason you wanted to participate in the freak-offs was to have your time with him, right?
Yep.
And it was a special time that you cherished, right?
Yeah.
You wanted to be close with him
Yes.
and connect with him.
Yes.
Did you ever call each other get high partners?
We did.
You did? What did that mean?
Exactly what it says. We got high together as partners.
Did there come a time when Mr. Combs did not want you to be ingesting so many drugs?
There were different periods where, yeah.
I'm pointing you generally to the 2016 time period, the summer of 2016, when you were hanging out with your friend Bana, Miss Bongolan.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Combs like Miss Bongolan like you hanging out with Miss Bongolan?
I don't think he loved it, but they also had their own relationship, so I'm not sure.
Well, part of the reason he didn't want you hanging out with Miss Bongolan was all the drugs you were doing with Miss Bongolan, right?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Would you do drugs with Miss Bongolan?
Yes.
And other friends in that friend group?
Yep.
What drugs were you doing with them?
I was taking opiates and she was doing something different, but I was taking opiates.
Mr. Combs didn't hang out with Miss Bongolan in this friend group, right?
Not really.
So this was completely separate?
Yeah.
And Miss Bongolan also provided you drugs, right?
She did.
And she provided you with ketamine, right?
I don't remember her providing me with ketamine, no.
Did she provide you with opiates?
Yes.
And at this point, you were highly addicted to opiates, correct?
Yep.
And Mr. Combs was not happy with your opiate addiction around this time, right?
No.
Which you felt was pretty hypocritical given his own addiction, correct?
Yeah.
It felt unfair when he was so hard on you when he himself was a full-blown drug addict, right?
Yes, you could say.
So in this friend group, did you take a variety of drugs altogether?
Occasionally, but for me it was really just about opiates.
What drug did Miss Bongolan do?
She did cocaine.
Did you do cocaine as well?
I have done cocaine. Yeah, I did it, tried everything.
So Mr. Combs, in a hypocritical fashion in your mind, was telling you to stop doing drugs with your friends, right?
Yeah. I took it as in my mind if we weren't getting high, that it was a problem. Like if him and I weren't getting high together or if I wasn't doing it with him, yeah.
So from your perspective, you thought that he only wanted you to get high with him and not with your friends. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
And he expressed to you multiple times that he wanted you to stop doing drugs with your friends, right?
I don't know that he expressed it multiple times. He definitely was angry about it if he found out about it.
He was angry when he found out about you doing drugs?
Yeah.
How would he react when he found out about you doing drugs?
Pretty explosive.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were there ever times when you took drugs from him without him knowing about it?
Yeah.
Were there times when he found out that you had done that?
Yeah.
And what was his reaction?
Explosive.
Explosive?
Uh-huh.
Did there come a time during this summer 2016 time period when he made efforts to stop your consumption of drugs?
No.
To your knowledge, did he tell drug dealers in the Los Angeles area, or have it communicated to drug dealers in the Los Angeles area that they were not to deal drugs to you?
Yes.
Yes?
Uh-huh. Didn't stop anybody from bringing drugs, that's for sure.
But you learned he was making that effort, correct?
Yeah. I don't know it was then, but it happened at some point. I don't know if it was in 2016.
Yesterday, you testified about an incident where Mr. Combs came to your apartment when Miss Bongolan and your other friends were there, right?
Yeah, it was Bana and one other person and me.
Who was the person?
A friend of hers, I think. I don't know.
Was it her girlfriend?
I believe so at the time. I was asleep in my room when he got there.
So when he got there, you were asleep?
I was in my room with the door closed. Yep.
And you testified that when you woke up, you went out to
the patio, right? When I heard commotion, I came out of my room and, yeah, he was holding Bana.
So you came out and you saw him holding Bana?
Yeah.
And you testified that you saw him throw her onto the patio furniture, right?
Yep. He brought her back over the balcony and he threw her down.
After this incident with Miss Bongolan, you texted Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Miss Coram, correct?
I don't remember, but possibly, yeah.
Could we show the witness defense exhibit 1340, please? Does this your recollection about whether or not you sent Miss Coram a text message about the incident?
This is her text thread with me, I'm guessing? Yeah.
Just read it to yourself, please.
Yep.
Didn't you tell Miss Coram that you just learned about Mr. Combs' activities on the balcony?
You want to take this document down, or are you leaving it up?
We can take it down. You told Miss Coram that you learned after the fact that Mr. Combs supposedly dangled Miss Bongolan's feet off the balcony, right?
No.
You didn't tell Miss Coram that?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. It's kind of confusing.
Did you tell Miss Coram that you had just learned something crazy?
Well, now it's taken down, but I saw that I did text that. I don't know if that's what I'm referring to because a lot of crazy things happened.
Well, you were on drugs at the time, right?
Not that night, I was asleep.
Earlier that night, you were not taking drugs?
I don't know.
Do you recall this text message?
Sort of. But it's now taken down and I can't remember it, so I don't know.
Would looking at it help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Could we put it back up, please? Does this refresh your recollection?
I'm still reading it. Okay, thank you.
Isn't it true that you learned about this incident on the
balcony after the fact? I saw what I saw, so I don't know.
Has the government, in your preparation for your testimony in this case, gone over this message with you?
Not this one, no.
Did you continue to hide your drug use from Mr. Combs throughout 2016 and early 2017?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did there come a point at which Mr. Combs learned about the extent of your drug use in early 2017?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you recall Mr. Combs encouraging you strongly to go to rehab in early 2017?
I don't remember.
Do you recall getting a life coach to help you with your addiction?
I do recall. There were a few different people that came in over the years, so I'm trying to place who the life coach would have been. There were a couple different people.
The place were you in early 2017 before you go to Sedona, I believe.
Okay.
Can we pull up just for the witness defense exhibit 1369? Does this refresh your recollection as to this particular
life coach in February 2017? Can you go back? And then next page. Okay, I don't know who that other person is.
Well, you don't remember much from this whole time period, right, Miss Ventura?
It was a rough time.
You were doing a lot of drugs, right?
Yeah.
And you were trying to find your way into a rehab facility called the Golden Door, right?
It's not a rehab facility, but yeah, it's like a spa.
A spa?
Yeah, I come to find out, yeah.
Mr. Combs found out that you were doing more drugs than you had disclosed to him, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
As I'm remembering this time period, there was a big issue over New Year's where I got very sick and I lost all sense of smell and taste when I woke up and had an IV in my room. After that was when I started to, look for help. So that just came to me, just wanted to share it.
And you periodically, during the periods of intense drug use, had physical symptoms, right? There were side effects to your drug use, right?
Yeah, over the amount of time that they were used and everything, yeah.
In fact, there were side effects to your drug use that Mr. Combs noticed, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It's overruled.
Mr. Combs recommended that you see doctors for certain of these side effects, right?
At that time, yeah.
He was noticing that you were acting funny, and he didn't know that you were using so many drugs because you didn't tell him, right?
Objection.
Ms. Esteval, just some of these questions, I think they just need to be rephrased.
You weren't telling Mr. Combs about the extent of your drug use, right?
Throughout the relationship, I didn't share with him everything about my drug use, but we were also using a lot of drugs together.
During this particular time period, you were using a lot of drugs without Mr. Combs, right?
I was definitely using drugs, as I said yesterday, yeah.
And you were using drugs without Mr. Combs?
Correct.
And because Mr. Combs did not know about this extra drug use, he, to your knowledge, did not understand the side effects that you were experiencing, right?
No.
And what was his reaction to those side effects, given his lack of knowledge?
I'm confused by the question.
How did he react to the side effects? He was concerned, right?
He had concern throughout the relationship, but these things don't all go together. I'm sorry. I can't, it's not like a yes or no.
That's okay. Were there times when Mr. Combs was concerned for your health?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about UTIs and that sort of thing. I mean, concerned about really, like your mental health, your brain health, those kind of things.
I can imagine, yeah.
And that's because he observed you acting strangely, right?
Objection.
You were acting strangely in front of Mr. Combs in light of your side effects, right?
Objection. Can we clarify side effects?
Ms. Ventura, what's it like to take too much ketamine, for example?
Just disassociate from the present completely, like you're somewhere else.
And have you ever been around someone who is dissociating on ketamine?
Yeah.
When you're not on ketamine, so you're able to observe this?
Yeah.
And what do they act like?
Exactly like I said, like they're not there. They're in a whole other space.
So did you experience some of those side effects from ketamine?
I did at a point, yeah.
And Mr. Combs would have observed those side effects, right?
He could have, yep.
And you didn't ultimately go to Golden Door?
No.
Did you continue using drugs throughout that year?
I went to Sedona because it's in the message. So I was trying to recover somehow, but I know that immediately coming back from that trip, we partied together and had a freak off. And carried on.
Do you recall your testimony yesterday about your trip to Con?
Yeah.
And you testified that Mr. Combs was upset with you and squeezed your thigh, right?
Yep.
And that was because Mr. Combs suspected you had taken drugs from him without asking, right?
Correct, yep.
And he was irate over this?
He was very angry about it, yep.
In fact, it was one of those times he went into a rage, right?
What I would consider, yeah.
As was typical for him when drugs were taken from him, right?
And other times.
Well, he was particularly upset with you when he learned that you stole drugs from him, right?
When he thought I stole drugs from him.
When he thought you stole drugs, that wasn't the only time, right?
No.
Do you remember other times when you took drugs from him?
And he was upset about it? I don't.
But you believe it did happen on other occasions?
Yeah.
And this would be his opiates, correct?
Opiates or anything, yeah. I don't know.
But in particular, he was extremely dependent on his opiates, right?
For a time.
And he was very upset if his opiates were taken away from him?
I guess so.
Do you remember when Mr. Combs overdosed in February 2012?
Was that around the time Whitney Houston died?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so. What was going on that evening before he overdosed?
That evening, we had a freak off. We went to a sex club in San Bernardino, and then he had a party at the Playboy Mansion that night, and I went home.
Did you eventually learn what happened at the Playboy Mansion?
Well, from what he told me, he took a very strong opiate that night, but we didn't know what was happening, so took him to the hospital.
You assisted in taking him to the hospital?
Yeah.
And you learned at the hospital that he had overdosed, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember exactly when we found out, but...
And he overdosed from painkillers, right?
I believe so.
And in your text messages, when you and Mr. Combs are referring to PKs, does that refer to painkillers?
Yes.
And you're frequently talking about painkillers, right?
Yeah.
Because you were both heavily relying on painkillers?
Uh-huh.
Did there ever come a time in your relationship where you and he were not dependent on painkillers?
Right after we did Ibogaine.
When was that?
I don't know what year.
What does Ibogaine do?
It is plant medicine that helps you detox off of different drugs and alcohol. It's not legal in the U.S.
Like a natural remedy?
Yeah, plant medicine.
Where did you get it?
We flew separately to Mexico, to Cancun, and did it. He did it first, I did it after him.
How long did that last before you both relapsed?
I wouldn't say very long, but it worked.
It worked temporarily?
Temporarily, yeah.
Did someone named Sathari help you with that?
Yes, she was there. Yep.
And this was in Mexico because it's not legal here. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And you don't remember how long this lasted before you both relapsed, correct?
Could have been a couple months. I don't really know. Not long.
So almost the entire duration of your relationship, you were both addicted to painkillers?
Very close to it, yeah.
but periodically withdrawing and being affected by the withdrawal symptoms in your relationship, right?
Yep.
And that was a big part of Mr. Combs' mood swings, right?
I don't know if it was a big part, but I think it was a part.
You understood that if he did not get his painkillers that was reliant on that, it would affect his mood, right?
Yeah, anybody that's addicted to painkillers is like that.
And Mr. Combs in particular was affected by it?
Right.
To your knowledge and in your experience with him?
Yeah.
And you were particularly attuned to his mood for good reason, right?
Yeah, we were together.
In fact, I think during your direct testimony, you said that you knew how to handle him, right?
I don't remember, but it's possible I said that.
You understood him?
Yeah.
You were very close with him?
Very.
So you could understand his moods better than other people, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And you could anticipate his changes in moods better than other people, right?
Not always, no.
Can we pull up for the witness 1183?
I'm sorry. We can take this down.
Ms. Ventura.
Yes.
Referring you back to the con incident in May of 2012.
Yep.
You acknowledged your own drug addiction at that point, right?
Yes.
In fact, that was why you took drugs from him, right?
When specifically are you talking about?
During the con trip in 2012.
But I didn't take drugs from him.
But he suspected?
He suspected that I did, yeah.
But you used it as a time to reflect on your relationship, right?
Sorry. Used what? I'm sorry.
The events at con when he was accusing you of taking his drugs even though you didn't?
Right?
It caused a big argument, right?
Right.
And he was very upset by it.
Yes.
And he squeezed your leg in the theater.
Amongst other things, yes.
And despite this incident, you still wanted to be together with Mr. Combs, right?
I did. I still wanted to be with him, yeah.
It was not a major breaking point in your relationship.
It could have been, but yeah. On the way home, it was really intense, and I just wanted him to be happy, so I couldn't tell you.
You wanted him to be happy?
Because he was so angry.
Turning to the other instances of violence that you talked about yesterday, Miss Ventura.
Sure.
You referred to a couple of times when you were beaten in the back of a car, right?
Yeah.
One of those was after a dinner where you shrugged at another person in the industry, right?
Yes.
When I say the industry, you understand what I mean, right?
I do.
What do you take that to mean?
Entertainment.
In the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs was upset by that, very upset, angry.
To my knowledge, yeah.
And took it out on you, right?
Yeah.
Because of that slight, right?
Yeah.
And you also talked about another instance in the back of a car in Los Angeles after the Ace of Diamonds, right?
Yes.
That's because he suspected you of dancing with another man, right?
I was speaking to a music producer.
Excuse me, speaking to a music producer. Also someone in the industry.
Yeah.
And he perceived both of these as enormous slights, right?
Yeah.
And very offensive to him?
I would say, yeah.
And he took that out on you?
Oh, yeah.
You told the jury, switching topics, about D-Rock and Mr. Combs going to confront Suge Knight at Mel's Diner. Do you remember that?
I do.
You told the jury that you did not go along with them, right?
Correct.
Do you remember telling some of the prosecutors and agents here that you did go along with them?
No.
Can we pull up 3501-016?
Just for the parties.
Yes. At page 4, please. I'm sorry. Can we go up to the first page? This reflects...
Your Honor.
I know, withdrawn. Now we can go back down to page 4. Do you recall a June 6, 2024 meeting where you told prosecutors and agents that you remember being brought along in a car and crying during this incident?
No, that's totally incorrect.
You did not tell them this?
I didn't go in the car with them.
So you would not have told them that?
I don't think so, no. Can I read it?
Yes.
It could be a misunderstanding. That's not what happened.
You never told them that because you never went with them?
I did not go with them. No, but I'm pretty sure I always said that.
Thank you. You can take this down. Yesterday, you testified about your relationship with Miss Morgan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said that in 2018, she got into an altercation with Mr. Combs that ended your friendship? This was in August 2018, right?
This was like earlier in the summer, maybe May, June. I don't know. It wasn't August, though.
About May or June, you think?
Like earlier, a couple of months earlier, yeah.
And had you broken up with Mr. Combs at this point?
It was around the same time. I'm not sure if it had already happened or not yet.
Were you already in a relationship with your husband at this point?
I was dating him, yeah.
And you also did drugs with Miss Morgan, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that Mr. Combs came to your apartment and he was upset because he found you doing drugs with Miss Morgan, right?
Yes, he saw the drugs on the table.
And you said that he came in, saw that we were doing drugs, and hit Carrie in the head with a hanger. Is that right? Do you remember meeting with the government on April 8th and telling them you did not see what Mr. Combs had done to Carrie?
No.
You don't recall?
I don't recall. I know that I talked about it more specifically, and I was in the bathroom when he arrived and he saw Ms. Morgan. When I came out, he had hit her in the head with the wooden hanger.
So, is your testimony today that you did see him hit her with a wooden hanger?
I don't think I ever said I saw it.
So, you did not see it?
No, I heard it, came out, and she was hurt.
So, you were in the bathroom when this happened?
There was a bathroom at the front door. He came through the front door. I heard the yelling, and I came out of the bathroom.
And after you came out of the bathroom, it had already...
The altercation happened?
It was over by that point?
Yeah.
But you found Mr. Combs there and you saw that he was angry, right?
Angry, saw the hanger, saw her upset, yep.
And what did you think that Mr. Combs would be angry at Miss Morgan for?
I thought he was angry that we had drugs.
And at the time, he wanted you to stop doing drugs, right?
He wanted me to stop doing drugs with other people.
He didn't want you to be doing drugs with Miss Morgan on that occasion, right?
Correct. I don't think so. I don't know.
And despite the fact that you had broken up with Mr. Combs and were dating someone else, this fight broke up your friendship with Miss Morgan, right? And this is your friendship of many, many years, right?
Yes, 17 years.
Predates your relationship with Mr. Combs?
Yep.
And at the time of this incident, you were already seeing your now husband, right?
Like I said, we were dating, yes.
And Mr. Combs didn't know about this relationship with your now husband, right?
Objection.
You need to rephrase.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your husband, now husband?
No.
So to your knowledge, he did not know?
To my knowledge, he did not know.
And were you giving Mr. Combs the impression that you were still in a relationship with him, or had you broken up?
At that point, I feel like we had broken up by then. It's all like on top of each other, like date-wise. The thing with Carrie, me finding out about whatever he was doing that made me break up with him, kind of around the same time. So, I don't know exactly.
You had been friends with Miss Morgan for 17 years, right?
Correct.
And this assault ended your friendship with her, even though you were no longer with Mr. Combs?
Yeah, she was very mad.
She was mad at you in particular, right?
I think so.
And in fact, she ended up suing Mr. Combs and you, right?
Not formally.
Or made a demand against you?
Made a demand, yeah.
You paid part of that demand personally, right?
I did.
Because you felt responsible in some way?
Yeah,
And you've had no communication with Miss Morgan since this lawsuit, right?
No.
And in fact, you've had no communication with her since this hanger incident, right?
We might have had a text like here and there that year, but I really have not talked to her. I haven't seen her in years.
That was the friendship ending event after you had been with each other for so long? Now might be a good time for a break if the court is inclined.
The court is not inclined, so let's keep going.
That is fine.
We will take a break in 15 minutes.
You testified yesterday that you would get Johnson & Johnson baby oil from the drugstore, right?
Yes.
And just to clarify information not in the record, there were no drugs in baby oil, correct?
Not the ones. No.
No. Never in your experience, right?
No.
If you took drugs, you always took them orally, right?
Yeah.
You testified yesterday that you would heat up the baby oil, right?
Correct.
And that's the only thing you did to it, right?
Yes.
And you even testified about this baby pool filled with oil, right?
Yes.
And that would require a lot of it, correct?
Correct.
It would explain Mr. Combs having lots of baby oil, right?
Objection.
Withdrawn. Can we pull up Government Exhibit B 625, please? Did you want 625? Because this is 265. One moment. 265. 625. 625. Can we go to the first page? This is from March 5, 2016, right?
Yep.
And this is shortly before the Intercontinental incident, right?
Yes.
And he says, so what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night, right?
Yep.
And this is the beginning of the government's exhibit, right?
I think so.
It's where you started during your direct testimony talking about this, correct?
Sure.
Can we go to the next message? The one before it. You say, baby, I want to faux so bad, but don't want to fuck myself up. What am I to do? Right?
Yep.
When asked why you sent this message, you testified, I definitely didn't want to mess myself up, mess up my body for my premiere by partying, but I was telling him that I wanted to have an FO with him. That's what you testified, right?
Right.
You said it was a bit of a damage control ahead. I personally felt like if I sort of initiated, go along with creating this, then my premiere wouldn't be ruined, right?
Yep.
So you testified you were trying to get ahead of it in some way, right?
Yes.
You said he would have just made it miserable for me. I never really had like the chance to or opportunity to enjoy the things that I'd worked really hard on. So it just felt like I was just trying to play a balancing act a bit, right? That's what you testified about this message?
Yes.
Can we show just the witness and the party's defense exhibit 1088, please? Can we scroll through for her? Miss Ventura, we can scroll through. Can you, when you're ready, tell us if that reflects your conversation with Mr. Combs the day prior on March 4, 2016?
Yep.
So, starting at the beginning, move to admit defense exhibit 1088. I just need a minute more. Your Honor, this is a 49-page exhibit, so I need a moment to read it.
Ms. Esteval, you had asked for a break, so it's a good time for a break.
Okay, thank you.
The jury will be back in 10 minutes. We will be back in 10 minutes. Please be seated, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Let's try to start exactly at 4:05. Let's have Ms. Ventura back. Welcome back. Home stretch for today. We will get our jury back. Please proceed.
Can we pull up for the witness in the party's defense exhibit 1088 again? Ms. Ventura, can you review the first 15 pages of this exhibit, please, if you haven't already?
Sure, yep.
Does this reflect the conversation between you and Mr. Combs in March? It's reflected as UTC time March 4, 2016.
I didn't go through all the pages.
It appears to be.
It appears to be.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor. But I do want to clarify that with the UTC time, the date on the first message is actually March 3.
1088 will be admitted.
Please publish to the jury. As Ms. Johnson said, the time is in UTC time. While it says March 4, these text messages are actually on March 3.
Yeah.
This begins with Mr. Combs referring to dope accessories. Do you know what he's referring to?
I would guess for the Met Ball. He's talking about accessories.
This is before the Intercontinental incident.
Well, maybe it's just about that premiere.
With respect to your accessories for your premiere?
Yeah. I was looking at the date as if it was May. I don't know why.
And you respond to him, which one? And I hope you're okay. I love you, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message, please? When you say, please let me know if it gets bad, and if you need me, I was going to go to bed soon, but I'll leave my phone on loud. Do you know what you're referring to here when you say, let me know if it gets bad?
When I read ahead, it says, I know you're sick, so I'm assuming he's sick.
We can read ahead. He says, get some rest. And can you read your next message?
I know you're sick, but I have to tell you this, and maybe you can read this later and enjoy it. You want me to read this out loud?
You don't have to read the explicit portion of the message. Suffice to say that this is an explicit message from you to him, correct?
Yep.
That's sexual in nature, right?
Yes.
And this was sent UTC time March 4, which is actually March 3, right? So 2 days before the Intercontinental incident, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next message, please? You say, it happened just now, referring back to the explicit message from the page before.
Okay.
Is that right? Can we go back to the earlier message for reference?
Yep.
So it's just another explicit message, fair to say?
Sure.
Can we go down to the next message, please? I think you skipped one, Mr. McLeod. He says, too bad you have to work, LOL, right?
Yes.
And that was referring to the work that you had to do in connection with your premiere, right?
Right.
And there were events in connection with your premiere the day before, correct?
I'm sorry, are you finished?
I'm sorry. Excuse me, I was not clear. I'll rephrase. The day after this message, there were additional premiere events that you were expected to attend.
Yes.
What were those events?
It was more than likely promo, so just the promo that you do before the film comes out.
And then on the day of the premiere, you also had promotional events that you were expected to participate in, right?
Probably so. I don't really remember the day of.
So there were a number of promotional events associated with the premiere that you had to participate in. You might not remember them specifically, right?
Yep.
And he's referencing the work that you have to do for the premiere of the promotional events, right?
Yep.
And you would need to be pretty focused for those events. You couldn't be recovering from taking a lot of drugs. Is that right?
Yep.
That's the context for this conversation?
Yeah.
So he says, too bad you have to work, LOL, in response to you sending those sexually explicit messages, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? Can you read your message in green?
I know. Gunnar was like, whatever you do, no partying this weekend. Only get this look once. It's frustrating.
Then you send another explicit text message, right? And he received these 3 text messages, right?
Yep.
And this is followed by another explicit text message that we don't have to read.
Thank you.
And so there are a number of explicit text messages sent from you that we don't need to read that he received, right, from you.
Yes.
And his response is MM, right, with a number of M's, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next message, please? He says tomorrow, and you say, okay, is that right?
Yep.
Then he says, what's wrong? Can we go to the next page? What did you say?
I just love you.
And he says, I love you too, right?
Yep.
And then you ask him, are you feeling better, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? Then he is discussing bodily functions, right? And earlier we were talking about the side effects of withdrawal, right?
Yes.
And would the side effects of withdrawal involve bodily functions such as this?
Yeah.
And would it involve feeling sick?
Sure, yeah.
And it's fair to say that you thought that he was going through withdrawal during this particular time period?
I don't know, actually, if that's what was going on. He is sick. He is clearly sick, but I just don't know why or if there is a reason.
We can see in the messages that he's experiencing sickness and bodily functions, right?
Yes, I can see that.
And those are side effects that you understand to be, those are physical symptoms that are side effects of withdrawal, to your knowledge, right?
To my knowledge.
Without knowing exactly what was going on with him on this day, it could have been, right? He says, yep. Can we go to the next page, please? What do you say at the top?
I say, I love you. Drink water and Gatorade and get rest. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning.
And that message also suggests that it could be that he is going through withdrawal, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
He says in response to that, thanks, babe, right?
Yep.
And what does he say under that?
I love you. You look beautiful.
Can we go to the next page, please? Then he says, proud of you. Have a great day, right?
Yes.
And then there is a time difference between the next message. There is some period of time between proud of you, have a great day, and your next message of thank you and thank you for coming. It meant a lot, right?
Yeah. Could I get clarity on what the time actually was in between?
Your Honor, there is a stip that's been admitted that I think could help clarify the time.
Well, Ms. Esteval, there is a request that's been made about clarity as to the time period. So maybe you can ask some questions.
That's fair. I will need one moment. Can we pull up stipulation 1303, please, which is in evidence? Miss Ventura, UTC, is during daylight savings time between early March and early November of 4 hours ahead of Eastern. And while this does not say when daylight savings time began, I am going to confer with the government.
Hold on. Ms. Ventura, to the extent that the timing is relevant and prevents you from answering the question, then you should let Ms. Esteval know. Otherwise, we will proceed. Ms. Esteval, let's have your next question.
Thank you. Can we return to these a bit? You say, thank you and thank you for coming. It meant a lot, right?
Yes.
And that's referring to a lunch that you had for your premiere that Mr. Combs attended at the London Hotel, right?
I guess so. I do remember something like that happening, yeah.
There was a lunch in connection with the premiere?
With the movie, yeah.
And Mr. Combs attended that lunch?
Okay.
And do you recall that lunch?
I remember him coming, yeah. I remember him coming to promo.
And he was supportive at that lunch? And he says, no, and that's what you're referring to in this text message. You're thanking him for coming to the promotional lunch, right?
That sounds right.
And in response, he says, no problem. What are you doing? I just got out of a spiritual therapy session, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? What do you say in response to that?
That's great. How do you feel?
He says, pretty good. It's a process. What are you doing now? What's your plans, right?
Yep.
And what do you say?
Trying to decompress. I gave a lot of people my energy today. I just finished the brunch. Carrie just got here trying to figure it out.
And Carrie refers to Miss Morgan, right?
Correct.
When you say she just got here, you mean she arrived in Los Angeles from New York, right?
Maybe, yeah, or where I was at that time.
Was she staying with you in your apartment during that time?
I don't really remember. Probably. She stayed with me often.
In any event, she had just gotten to wherever you were.
Yeah.
And you were trying to figure it out, right?
Yep.
And she is still your best friend at this point.
She is.
And she was supportive of you in all things at this point, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? You say, what about you, right?
Yes.
He says, trying to figure it out now, correct?
Yes.
And then he says, are you getting rest tonight or are you all going out?
Yes.
And he is referring to you and potentially Miss Morgan or your other friends, right?
Yep.
Maybe celebrating you and your premiere?
Yep.
He is going to ask you if you are going to rest, go out, what you're going to do, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? You say people are talking hoorays, but you know me, right?
Why?
What's hoorays?
I believe it's a place called Hooray Henry's. I don't know exactly what it is, like a nighttime spot in LA.
What do you think you meant by, but you know me?
I actually don't know.
And he says, okay, have fun, right?
Yes.
In response to you saying either we are going out or you know me, whatever that means, he says, regardless, you have fun. You do you, right?
Yeah. I don't think I have ever been a huge going out person. That could be what it means, you know me. Yeah.
You have never been a huge going out person?
No. Personally liked it? Like, no.
But you did a lot of it?
I did a lot of it.
In fact, you were paid handsomely for it. I think I recall, right?
Yes.
You spent a lot of time in clubs?
Yes, too much.
And the club scene in New York and the club scene in LA?
Yes.
So you're familiar with?
I'm familiar.
Culture. Thank you. So going back to the messages, you say, I want to spend time with my baby, right?
Yep.
And that's referring to Mr. Combs?
Yes.
So you're again asking him to spend time with you, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message, please? He says, okay, well, let me know either way so I can plan my night, right?
Yes.
Then he says, love you so much, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? Then he said, you look so sexy today. And after what appears to be a non-response, he says, hello. Well, hit me when you have time. Is that right?
Yep.
And this is all in the period of days leading up to the Intercontinental incident that we have all been talking about, right? And he is saying, well, connect with me if you have time.
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? What do you say in response?
Thank you, baby. I love you so much, and you looked so sexy today.
Again, that's so with many O's, right?
Yes.
And he says, so what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night, right? Is that right?
Yes.
So he's asking you, you've decided, right?
Yes.
The question that he put to you before, right?
Right.
Can you go to the next page, please, Mr. McLeod? This is where the government's exhibit picks up, right? Objection.
Let's move forward with the question.
The next message is, can you read the next message for me?
My message?
Yes.
Baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to fuck myself up. What am I to do?
So at this point, this is the 5th text message to him suggesting that you guys get together, right?
Sure, yeah.
And after he was asking you multiple times what you wanted to do, it was up to you, right?
Yeah.
And he again says, what would you want to do, right? And this is where you say, I am going to BOA quickly to see Erin because I didn't get to see her and we can have fun, referring to you and Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
Then you say, I don't want you thinking I don't want to, right?
Yep.
As in, you don't want him to think that you don't want to have a freak off.
Correct. Because he's asking me over and over again.
After you have asked him over and over again.
Yeah, I guess. It's just like, when you're with somebody and you know how they speak and you know what they mean when they text certain things. It's like that.
Can we go back to the text messages earlier?
We can.
Mr. McLeod, can we start at the top? We can skip with some dope accessories. Can we go to the next one? He says, get some rest, right?
Yep.
Can we go to his next message? He says, too bad you have to work, LOL, right?
Yep.
Can we go to his next message? He says, in response to your 3 explicit text messages, right?
Yep.
Can we go to his next message? Then he says, tomorrow, what's wrong, right?
Yes.
Can we go to his next messages? I love you too, right?
Correct.
Can we go to his next messages? We can skip that one. Can we go to the next page? He says, thanks, babe, I love you. You look beautiful, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? Proud of you. Have a great day, right?
Yep.
And then, no problem. What you doing? I just got out of a spiritual therapy session, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? Pretty good. It's a process, S referring to spiritual therapy, presumably S. What are you doing now? What's your plans, right?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
Can we go to his next message? He says he's trying to figure out his plans and asking, are you getting rest tonight or are you going out, right?
Right.
Can we go to his next message? Okay, have fun, right?
Yep.
Let's go to his next message. Okay, well, let me know either way so I can plan my night, right? And I love you so much.
Right, and keywords are so I can plan my night.
Ms. Ventura, just answer the question and then...
Can we go to the next page? You look so sexy today. Hello. Well, hit me when you have time, right?
Yes.
Next. And then he asks you again, so what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night, right?
Right.
He wants to know what you want to do, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? He again asks what you want to do, right?
Yep.
Because at this point, you have proposed a number of things, right? You proposed to freak off, you proposed going out with your girlfriends, and you proposed just being you, assuming that means staying in, right?
Objection to form.
It's overruled.
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? I'm sorry, can we back up a page? This is the message at the top where you say, baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to fuck myself up. What am I to...
Yep.
And this is the one that you were asked about in your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
And this is the one that you were asked why you sent this message, right?
Yep.
And you said you were doing damage control, right?
Correct.
Because you didn't want him to ruin your premiere, right?
Right.
And at this point, Mr. Combs has sent you a number of loving messages, right?
Right.
And he's participated in a promotional event for your movie, right? A luncheon?
I think he just came, but yeah, he came.
That went smoothly, right?
Sure.
And was supportive of whatever decision you wanted to make in terms of how you wanted to spend your time, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
Yeah.
He appeared to be supportive of whatever decision you wanted to make, right?
Yeah.
That's the interpretation that you received from these messages, right?
That's what it reads.
So he says, what would you want to do? And that's when you say, we can have fun. I don't want you thinking I don't want to, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? And then what do you say?
So let's do it. Can you set it up, though, so I can just run home and grab stuff?
And then he says, I think if we start at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock and end at 4 o'clock at the latest, take a Xanax and or Ambien and go to sleep, we'll be okay. And you rest tomorrow and all day Sunday, you'll be good and drink a lot of water. We'll be good, but we won't have hours to be caught in a matrix. If we do it, I want you to call Garen and see what he has so it can really be a turn on. But if we're gonna do something, the sooner the better. Did I read that right?
Yes.
What did you interpret the term matrix to mean?
The high, being caught in the high.
What did you take this message to mean in terms of planning drugs for this particular freak off?
He's saying that it will be like a brief time and he'll have time to recover.
So it would be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it, yeah.
Do you understand this text message to suggest that you would take drugs other than Xanax and Ambien at this freak off?
I'm sorry, can you reword that?
Typically, would you take Xanax and Ambien at the end of a freak off?
I didn't always, but
the idea was it was to come down?
Something to, yeah.
Was it assumed in your communications with Mr. Combs that you would be taking more of a party drug for the actual freak off before the freak off started?
I would assume that.
And so you would assume that from this message, even though it's not explicitly said, right?
The way we spoke, yep.
Because that's sort of part and parcel of a freak off, right?
Correct.
And a party drug could include MDMA or ecstasy, right?
Yes.
Or something even more intense, right?
Possibly, yes.
And you don't recall what you both took on this particular freak off?
I don't.
But he expressing his desire to not be caught in a matrix, right?
Correct.
Can you tell me again what a matrix would involve in the context of your experience with Mr. Combs in a freak off?
Objection.
What do you understand the term matrix to mean?
It's asked and answered.
True. Overruled. One question and let's move forward.
Can you elaborate on the term matrix?
It says, but we won't have hours to get caught in the matrix. So matrix, I said, is like the high and being too high where there wouldn't be any sexual anything happening because we'd be too high. There would be no performance.
In what circumstances would you get too high? How would that happen to get too high?
Take too much.
Take too much of ecstasy or MDMA, for example.
Any drug?
G, potentially, right?
Uh-huh.
Or ketamine?
Yep.
Once someone starts using a drug like MDMA, ecstasy, G, or ketamine, your judgment is impaired, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And when your judgment is impaired from drug use, it's more likely that you're gonna take more drugs, typically, right, in your experience?
Objection.
It's sustained. You can rephrase.
Are you familiar with being under the influence of those drugs?
Yes.
And so, you know what it's like to have your mind be impaired by those drugs?
Yep.
And so, in your experience, do you understand the effects to include being more inclined to consume more drugs? I can rephrase. When you're high on those drugs, would you be more likely to be taking more drugs?
It would just depend on the situation. Is there another way we could ask it?
As someone who has experienced these drugs and been under the influence of these drugs, would you say that it affects your inhibition?
Sure, yeah.
I can move on from this. I'm sorry. I want to keep the exhibit up. Thank you. Can we go to the next one? And he's referring to your friend Aaron being in front of him. You say, where? He says, but I'm asking you, what would you want to do, right?
Yep.
So again, he's asking you for your preference, right?
Yes.
And this is in part because he knows that your premiere is a big night, right?
Yeah.
So it's a big deal for you to get very high before such an important night in your life, right?
Yeah.
Your premiere was a big night, right?
It was.
And if you were to enter a matrix or take too many drugs, it might impact your ability to participate in the promotion for the movie, right?
Correct.
And you understood that he knew that and recognized that, right?
Yeah.
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, at my office, and you say, she's coming down. We can go to the next page, please. Mr. Combs says, how would you want it to be since you've...
Yep.
And by it, he's referring to the freak off, right?
Yep.
And so he's asking you how you want it to be, right?
Uh-huh, yes.
And you said, I have hair and makeup starting at 10:45, right?
Yeah.
And that's referring to your promotional activities?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, I know, that's why I was saying start ASAP, so you can get rest, right?
Yes.
So he's saying if we're gonna do a freak off, we have to do it soon, right?
It's what he's saying, yeah.
Because you need your rest, right?
Yep.
And you say, do you actually need her? I'm just trying to get with her for a bit and go home. Can we go to the next page, please? He says, yes, we're in a meeting, babe, LOL. Answer my other questions, referring to his questions about scheduling a...
Yes.
And he says, hello, talk to me so I can finish my meeting, right?
Yeah.
He says, chill with your friends. I'm check you later. I tried, right?
Right.
So he's saying you're not responding to me. And so he was sort of checking out of the conversation, so to speak, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? What do you say?
What questions? I said, let's have fun. You're tripping and reaching, and that's not cool. This is a big moment for me, and it feels like it's spoiled now.
You're saying I said, let's have fun, right?
Yep.
And then you're saying that Mr. Combs is tripping and reaching, and that's not cool. What did you mean by that?
He was tripping out about me not pinning back, and this was the way that we spoke to each other in our relationship.
You were non-responsive for some period of time, and he was overreacting. Is that a fair characterization?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? He says, what? Call Garen. Can you do that and go get your stuff, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? And then he asks where you want to stay. Can you see who Garen has? Hello, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? He says, yo, I hate when we're in the middle of texting and you just stop, right?
Yep.
So he's saying, I've been texting you about this and trying to follow up and you're not being responsive, right?
Yep.
Which he typically did all the time, right? Throughout your relationship.
It happened frequently.
If you didn't respond to him, he kept contacting you over and over again until you responded, right?
Yeah.
For big things and small things, right? It was just typical of his communication style, right?
Yep.
And to your knowledge, he did this with other people too, right?
Yep.
This was his style of communication, right?
Yeah.
And you say, I'm waiting for him to hit me back. He didn't answer, right?
Right.
And that's referring to Garen from Cowboys 4 Angels, correct?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? Then what does he ask you?
Are you headed home? Where are you at? Can we do at your house?
So he's asking multiple questions about this freak off that you proposed, right?
Yeah.
After you sent multiple explicit messages to him, right? Okay. Can we go to the next page? He again says, hello, talk to you later. Going to go into this meeting, right?
Yes.
So he's saying, I tried texting you and now we'll have to.
Yep.
And then what do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
As in, you can't do the freak off at your house, correct?
Correct.
And now it's clear that Miss Morgan is staying at your house, right?
Yes.
And she typically lived in LA, right? Excuse me. Withdrawn. She typically lived in New York, correct?
Correct.
And she was staying with you in LA?
Yep.
Did she come out for the premiere in particular?
She left before the premiere, so I think she was just visiting. I don't remember exactly.
You are suggesting doing the freak off at a hotel, right?
It doesn't say it here, but yeah. I didn't say we could do it at my house.
It's implied in this message that the alternative to your house is the hotel, right?
Sure.
Because you never did freak offs at Mr. Combs' home.
Not. What year is this? We did it at his homes before, but I don't think at this point, no.
Can we go to the next page? You say about to head home now, right?
Yep.
Says, okay, I got Intercontinental. Did you call Garen, right?
Right.
which suggests that he booked the hotel room, right?
Yes.
And set it up, right? Okay. And then he says, Fuchsia, do you know what that refers to?
No.
Next page. He again says, did you call Garen? And I am headed to your house now, right?
Yep.
And he says, hit me back, right?
Yes.
And you say, on way with Carrie, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? You say he sent a pic of another discreet white guy, but...
Yep.
And what do you take that message to mean?
That Garen sent another picture of a person that was discreet from his site.
And by putting it in quotation marks, are you suggesting that it was Garen who said that it's a discreet white guy?
Yeah, that's a word he used.
And then you ask hello with question marks, right?
Uh-huh.
So now you're reaching out to him when he's being unresponsive, right?
Looks like it, uh-huh.
Can we go to the next page? You say you hate when I stop responding, but now that's what you're doing, right?
Yep.
And he says, can we get the other guy, right?
Yep.
You say you really just want to bring another random into our situation, right?
Right.
And that's because you didn't want new escorts that you were unfamiliar with to be invited into a freak off, right?
Correct.
Because you prefer to use familiar people, right?
Yeah.
Because the whole point was to keep this very secret, right?
Yeah, it was to keep it secret, yeah.
And in fact, you had experiences in the past where escorts were not so discreet, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
We can return to this tomorrow.
Okay.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say Skylar has a family dinner at 9 o'clock, but could come after that, right?
Yes.
And Yuengling canceled my thing tomorrow. And then Mr. Combs says, where are you, question mark, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? He says, I wanted something new, but whatever you want, right?
Yep.
So that's, again, him asking you what you want, correct?
Yes.
He's asking your preference for which escort to invite, right?
That's what it reads.
You say my house, and he says, okay, you ready, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next page? And then you send an attachment of presumably the discreet white guy, right?
Yep.
And you say, like, for real, no, what did you mean by that?
I was answering for us that no, didn't want to use that person.
Can we go to the next page? He says, let's see at 8:30 if you don't like, all good, right?
Uh-huh.
And you say, asking, where are you?
Yes.
So you're arranging with Garen, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page? You say that guy is sick, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you what you meant by that. He says, want to get Johnny, right?
Yep.
You say, not really, but if that's what you want, right?
Yep.
So you're being open to different guys, right?
Yep.
Within reason, right?
Yes.
So not the discreet white guy, right?
Nope.
Can we go to the next page? He says, never mind, is there anyone else? And you say Skylar at 9 o'clock or Jules, right?
Yep.
Next page, please. You say, you said you were on your way here. I rush back, WTF. He says, okay, Skylar, come down, right?
Right.
So this is all arranging for this freak off that's about to happen at the Intercontinental. And we've all seen the effects of it, right?
Yep.
Next page, please. I thought he said has a dinner at 9 o'clock. And you say, I'll be right over. Let's start the energy fresh, right? What did you mean by let's start the energy fresh?
I think we were going back and forth about reaching out to each other and probably disagreeing. So I just said, let's start. Yeah.
It was something he talked about a lot.
True.
And he wanted to often change the energy.
Uh-huh.
And you say, I've had such a great day and I intend on keeping that way.
Yeah.
When you say you were intending on keeping it that way, that included participation in this freak off that you're planning, right?
No.
Objection.
The objection is overruled, but the witness answered the question, so you can move to the next question.
Can we go to the next page? You say, if you don't want to, just say no, right?
Yep.
And that's referring to what? Do you want to go back up?
Yeah, can you go back? Sorry.
Okay. How do you interpret that message?
My own message you're talking about?
Yes.
Had such a great day, and I intend keeping it that way.
What did you mean when you asked him he could just say no?
I guess to the freak off. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Can we go to the next page? You say, I'm not in a combative place. I've just been people-pleasing all day and just need relaxed fun, right?
Yeah.
And by saying you just need relaxed fun, you're referring to the anticipated freak-off, right?
Not necessarily. I felt like for me, it was more about the high and hanging out with him.
And the hanging out with him that you're referring to is the freak-off that you're planning, right?
Yeah.
And you were planning on getting high at this freak-off, right?
I got high at everyone.
And you say, no crazy shit, right?
Yes.
Because you didn't want it to go wrong, right?
Yeah.
Can we go to the next page? Mr. Combs says, all good. You just don't hear how you be talking, right?
Uh-huh.
And he says, I'm at home, correct?
Correct.
And this was also a typical message that he would send, right?
The first one?
The top one.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, babe, correct?
Correct.
Next page, please. He says, how long, hello, after you don't respond, right?
Right.
And you say, call in the car. We can go to the next page. You say 10 o'clock. He says, outside. We can go to the next page. You say you'll be down in 5. He suggests calling Johnny. And then he says, we can just watch and be with each other, right?
That's what he says, yeah.
What do you interpret that to mean?
I don't really know, honestly. I would assume just watch.
Next page, please. He says, I'm going to studio. We'll holler later. He waited for 2 men, 20 men. And you say, okay, I'll have him bring me back home, right?
Right.
Next page. You say, I'm outside, but I'm not doing this. Have a great night. He says, no problem. I'll drop you off, right? Is Johnny a dancer or an escort to your knowledge?
He was hired through a dancing company, but did what an escort does.
Mr. Combs says, we can just watch, right?
That's what he says, yeah.
And he says, and be with each other, right?
Right.
Suggesting he and you could just be with each other, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And then he says, where you at, right? The energy fresh. And Mr. Combs typically talked about energy, right? So before you start taking drugs, you don't recall.
Not really, no.
You don't recall what kind of drugs you took?
I mean, it was usually always the same kind of thing, so I would guess that's what we took, like ecstasy or MDMA.
It was most likely ecstasy or MDMA based on your experience?
Yeah.
Have you ever had bad ecstasy or MDMA?
Yeah.
What are the effects of bad ecstasy or MDMA?
Just makes you really sick.
Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, I don't know. I used to get sick all the time taking those things, so I don't really know if it was because it was bad or not, or because it was good. I have no idea.
The drugs that you and Mr. Combs took that day were a bad batch of MDMA, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
They were a bad batch, right?
I have no idea. I don't know.
No further questions?
Thank you, members of the jury. Again, thank you for all your close attention and hard work. We'll be back here tomorrow. Please try to be here at 9:15. I again promise you we will start at 9:30, and I will try to be less late tomorrow. As always, do not speak to each other about the case. Do not look up anything about the case, and don't talk to anybody about the case. We'll see you back here before 9:30, but be here at 9:15. All rise. Thank you, Ms. Ventura. We'll see you here tomorrow. Again, no discussions with the government, and have a great evening. Welcome back, members of the jury. I'm only 5 minutes late today. You were here early as usual, so I apologize for our lateness. But we are making a couple of minutes progress. We will keep working on it on our end. Ms. Ventura, you understand you are still under oath.
Yes.
Ms. Estevao.
Thank you. Cassandra Ventura resumed. Cross-examination contad by Ms. Estevao. Good morning, Ms. Ventura.
Good morning.
We finished our conversation yesterday talking about the Intercontinental and the drug use that was going on that evening, right?
Yep.
And you previously told the government that you believe that Mr. Combs was blackout for the Intercontinental event. Isn't that right?
I believe that he was intoxicated, yeah.
Thank you. You believed he was blackout, right?
Everybody's definition of blackout is different.
You used the word blackout.
Sure.
Thank you. Can we pull up Government Exhibit B631, page 6, in evidence? Can you read the bottom message that you sent to Mr. Combs, please?
When you get fucked up the wrong way.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not yet in evidence.
I apologize. Please take it down. Can you just show the witness that exhibit? Ms. Ventura, do you recognize this as a text message that you sent to Mr. Combs?
I do.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
This exhibit will be admitted. Government Exhibit B631 received in evidence.
Please publish for the jury as Government Exhibit about 631. Please read it.
When you get fucked up the wrong way, you always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child.
When you say when you get fucked up the wrong way, you meant that he took too many drugs, right?
I meant that he was out of control.
Because of the amount of drugs that he had taken, right?
And alcohol.
And alcohol. He often combined drugs with alcohol, right?
Yes, we both did.
Thank you. Can we show just the witness defense exhibit 1080, please? I apologize. 1090. We are beginning on page 1090.17 at the bottom. Thank you. Ms. Ventura, do you recognize this exchange as a conversation between you and Mr. Combs on March 9, 2016?
Yep.
We are just 3 days after the Intercontinental incident, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Combs says to you, I'm so horny for you, right?
Objection. This is not yet in evidence.
I'm sorry, move to admit.
Your Honor, we don't have an objection, but we discussed with Ms. Garagos that this, as I understand it, the application is to admit the pages marked 1090.17, 1090.18, 1090.19, and 1090.20, not this entire PDF.
We propose a revised version referred to as Defense Exhibit 1090A.
That includes solely those pages?
Yes, correct.
1090A will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1090A received in evidence.
Ms. Ventura, could you first just take a look at this yourself? Mr. Chapregi, can you please go to the next page so she can see the whole thing?
Is there another page after?
I have a hard copy if that's easier. May I approach?
You may approach.
Okay.
Do you recognize this as an exchange between you and Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Move to admit.
I thought this was admitted.
Already admitted.
Can we start at the beginning? Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny for you with 3 exclamation points, right?
Yes.
This is only a couple of days after the Intercontinental, right?
Yes, I think so.
You say you are, and then why? What made you feel that way, right? Are you reacting that way because it's a little unusual that he would say he was horny for you after what had happened, right?
Yeah.
It's a little strange given the events of the past few days, right?
A little strange, yeah.
Can we go to the next message? And he said, I felt that way from Friday. What are you doing, right?
Yep.
You say not a good vibe, right?
Right.
This is him sending you a suggestion to have sex shortly after the Intercontinental, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
He is proposing having sex or some sexual activity with you after the Intercontinental, right?
He is saying how he feels. I don't know if that's sex.
You took it as a suggestion to have sex shortly after the incident, right?
I mean, I don't know exactly at this point.
You say in response, not a good vibe, right?
Which makes sense.
Because it's a little odd that he would be suggesting something like that after the Intercontinental.
Yeah.
Can we go to the next message, please? What do you say at the top?
We need a different vibe than Friday.
By that, you mean we need to do something different from what happened on Friday, right?
A departure, yeah.
A departure from what had happened at Intercontinental, right?
For sure.
Because what had happened at Intercontinental was terrible, right?
Yes.
You acknowledge that?
Yes.
He says in response, fuck Friday, right?
Yep.
And LOL, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next message, please? What does he say at the top?
I don't even want to do that again.
By that, you took it to mean that he does not want to do whatever happened at Intercontinental again, right?
That is what I would guess, but I don't know specifically.
And that would include the violence that ensued in the hallway, right?
I would think so.
And potentially the amount of drugs that he was taking on Friday, right?
Objection.
What do you say in response?
Lol, true.
And he says, what are you doing again, right?
Yep.
Can we go to the next message? You say, at Condé Nast for my Vogue interview, he says, you're a star. Know that, you're the shit, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next? Mr. Combs says, this is the sweetest card I ever got. I love you, right?
Is this a continuation? Yes, I guess so. Yep.
Can we go to the next page, please? You say love you in response, right?
Yes.
And you meant that when you sent it, right?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have an objection. I'm sorry. We only admitted through page 1090.20, and now we are past that, so this is not in evidence.
We can take it down.
I move to strike everything after the message that ended WID on 1090.20.
The motion to strike is granted, and the jury should disregard the last testimony just on that last page.
Let's proceed. Can we pull up a government exhibit B606 and B607? I believe these are already in evidence, but Ms. Johnson will correct me.
They are.
Ms. Ventura, you remember testifying about these photos, right?
Yes.
Why did you take these photos of your face?
I honestly don't know now. When they came up, it was a surprise to me because I didn't remember it.
Is it fair to say that you didn't remember much from that day?
No, I just didn't remember taking these photos.
Please take them down. Mr. Combs went to a rehab facility about a month following the Intercontinental event, didn't he?
I don't know.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Can we please show just on the screen? We don't need any audio, just for the witness, 1278, please. In the meantime, while that is getting pulled up, Ms. Ventura, do you recall an incident when Mr. Combs suspected you of cheating on him with someone in August of 2018?
Our relationship was over by then.
August of 2016.
I do recall.
And you know who I'm referring to?
Yes.
And Mr. Combs was at your apartment at a certain point in August 2016 when he learned that this relationship, or suspected that this relationship, was going on, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't at my house, though.
Were you in a car?
We were in a car.
You were in a car?
Yeah.
You received a call on your phone, right?
No.
How did Mr. Combs learn about information that suggested that you were having an affair with someone else?
I actually am not sure,
Do you want to tell us what happened when he suspected you of cheating and ultimately took your phone? That's what I'm getting at.
At this point, we was also not in a great place. This was right before my 30th birthday, I think. Yeah, I was dating someone else, and I am not sure how he found out, but I took a drive with him to a doctor's appointment, and he told me to hit my mom and tell her I was okay. When I unlocked my phone, he grabbed my phone and ran out of the car.
And that's because he saw something on your phone that suggested that you were cheating?
Objection.
You need to rephrase.
What made him grab your phone, from your perspective?
From my perspective, would be because he was trying to get in it and read what was in my phone.
Then he took it and left, right?
Down Wilshire, yeah.
You were upset by that.
Yeah.
And it was a big fight between the two of you, right?
It really wasn't a fight because he was gone.
Excuse me, I don't mean fight as in a physical altercation. There was no physical altercation, right?
No, he was just gone.
It was just an argument and he took your phone.
He took my phone, yep.
How long did he take your phone for?
It was a couple of hours before the police were called.
Who called the police?
My mother.
And she called the police because she was concerned about you, right?
I returned home with no phone, and she asked me where it was, and I told her, and she said, I am going to call the police.
And her reaction was out of concern for you, right?
Of course, yes.
Because your phone hadn't returned yet, right?
It was gone, yeah.
And at some point later in the day, you did get your phone back, correct?
I did?
Did you ever learn whether or not Mr. Combs had looked through your phone?
I believe he looked through my phone. I believe he also spoke to somebody on my phone.
He spoke to the person that you were having an affair with, right?
I believe so. I wasn't there.
And that person is a professional NFL player, right?
I don't know if he is now.
He was at the time?
Yep.
And Mr. Combs was insanely jealous over this event, right?
I guess you could call it that.
He was always upset with you when he suspected you of cheating, right?
Objection.
That's overruled.
He was upset with you when he suspected you of cheating?
If I was with anyone else besides him, yeah. I don't know that I would call it cheating at that point. Sorry.
If he thought that it was cheating, you understood that he thought it was cheating, right?
No. When you're not with somebody, it's not cheating, but I feel like that's a technicality in a boyfriend or girlfriend relationship. We weren't married.
Even when you were on breaks, he would get upset and jealous from your perspective when he learned that you were with someone else, right?
Yeah.
Even when you weren't with him?
Agreed.
And that bothered you because it meant that you couldn't go and date other people without him getting upset with you, right?
Bothered. I don't know if that's the word.
Fair to say that he would get upset whenever he found out about, or whenever he suspected you were with another man, right?
Objection to foundation. Speculation.
Sustained. The question needs to be rephrased.
I can move on. That was not the first time that he took your phone, right?
No.
He has taken your phone on other occasions too, right?
Yes.
That's typically so he could look through your phone, right?
Objection.
After he has taken your phone, tell us about other times that he has taken your phone.
Other times he has taken my phone. When he was angry at me about something, he would take a lot of things.
On one occasion, he found out that you were dancing with another entertainer in the industry and took your phone, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
Can you re-ask?
He found out that you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and was upset and took your phone, right?
I honestly don't know.
Do you remember the occasion when he suspected you of dancing with Chris Brown?
I do, but I was not.
He thought that you were, right?
Objection.
I don't know.
Sustained. That's sustained. These questions need to be rephrased.
You remember him taking your phone on that occasion?
Absolutely don't remember what happened on that occasion besides the fact that I wasn't dancing with Chris Brown.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Can we show just the witness defense exhibit 1191, please? Can we go to the next page and the third from the bottom? Have you read it?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
This is what I thought you were talking about, yeah.
I understand this is from many years ago, from 2013.
Yeah.
So that might be why you didn't remember?
Yeah.
Do you now remember that he took your phone after suspecting that you danced with Chris Brown?
It says that in the message, but I don't really remember it.
You can take that down, please. Were there any other occasions when he took your phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those?
The only other general times where he would take my phone, my car, my watch, my passport was when he was angry about something.
Thank you. Is Defense Exhibit 1278 ready for the witness? Does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not Mr. Combs was in rehab following the Intercontinental incident?
I vaguely remember it, but I don't know that it was rehab. I don't really know where he was exactly.
Okay, thank you. What do you remember from the period following the Intercontinental incident?
What do I remember? Not a whole lot. I went back to or ended up in New York to do promo for the movie. After that, I don't really remember too much.
Do you remember Mr. Combs going anywhere following the Intercontinental incident?
He went to a lot of places. I don't know.
Did he go to Sedona?
He could have, yeah. That looks like Sedona.
You're familiar with Sedona?
Yes.
You've also gone to rehab in Sedona.
It wasn't rehab, but I went to Sedona, yeah.
What is Sedona?
That's a place in Arizona that has a lot of vortexes.
Why did you go to Sedona?
My purpose of going to Sedona was to take a break from the drugs and partying. I was there for about a week.
I believe you referred to it as a spa yesterday.
That was the Golden Door, which is a whole other place.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am going to go a new topic, please. Can we pull up Government Exhibit 263? I believe this is in evidence. Excuse me. B263. In your direct testimony, you were asked about an occasion in March 2014 relating to someone named Sugan, right?
Yes.
You remember that testimony?
Yep.
You said on your direct that you had learned from Sugan that there was potentially a recording of you out there, right?
Yep.
And you were concerned about that because you thought it may have been one of the freak off videos?
Correct.
And you at some point were with Sugan and were asking him about this video, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that a security guard from Mr. Combs' staff was also there during this conversation or in relation to this conversation.
That day they were there, yeah, or that night.
And I think you went through part of this government exhibit in discussing this, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you suggested on your direct testimony that Mr. Combs was encouraging you to get to the bottom of it with Sugan, right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please, in the following page? Continued on next page. Mr. Combs is asking you in these messages about this video.
Yes.
And he's asking, are you talking to him yet, right?
Yes, I see that.
And he says, this is crazy. Don't let him out of your sight, WTF, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next page, please? And he's asking what's going on. And you say, I don't think you understand how crazy this is, right?
Yep.
He says, the way you've been talking to me is crazier, man. You don't even know, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next page? And you say, what's up in car? Hello. You think I should just hit Jess and say, I want to talk to him on my own before, right?
Yes.
Next page, please. Can you please keep going? I see. Okay. Can you please bring up just for the witness defense exhibit 1057? Can you let the witness review this document first? I believe this wasn't on the list we provided to the government. I'm just realizing. So if the government could review it as well. Have you reviewed the exhibit, Ms. Ventura? Is this a conversation you had with Mr. Combs on March 11, 2014?
It looks like it. How many pages was that, though? Just curious because we went a little bit past.
Sorry, we haven't finished it. It was 7 pages. Did we go through it? Great.
I don't know if I caught everything, but yes, it looks like a conversation between us.
Move to admit.
No objection. Except I would note the conversation starts on March 10th, not March 11th.
Thank you.
1057 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1057 received in evidence.
Can you read from the top, or I'll read Mr. Combs and can you read your bubbles? It says, remember, you said it done. What did I do to you? You disappearing. Where were you? And watch what you asked for, right?
Yep. I'm at the apartment. Are you serious? Obviously you're high. I'm not at all. Just trying to relax from the night it.
It's 7:30 a.m. You're just up, and you didn't get into my apartment until 4:45 a.m., which is crazy, and was hitting you to get an update. No answer. So where were you all that time, and why were you busy to respond?
I was checking my phone constantly and was hitting you back. I went to the party and came home. Because of everything going on, we didn't go in until 2:30. I'm up because it took this long to turn down. In the bed now. Why are you up?
Next page, please.
Was that part of the other message?
I believe this is the next page if you'd like to keep reading.
You're whack for lying to me about bitches coming to the house. I tried to just leave it, but you fucking with me now. You aren't here and all you've done is stress my nerves. You're really bringing up Sugan? You crazy. He's a grown man. I was trying to keep it cool. He hit me when I got home that he fell asleep. I don't know what you want to do anymore. I want to do whatever I can, but you just keep putting me down. I'm over here dealing with this on my own. I really hope you didn't get drunk and embarrass me, but I'm sure you did. Always great to hear bitches telling me shit I don't want to hear or know.
And this is following the events with Sugan, right?
Yeah. How many days after was this? Is that like a day after?
I see Ms. Johnson is ready.
Can I clarify with defense counsel one moment?
Yes, Ms. Ventura. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. And if you can't because you need some clarification, then Ms. Esteval will give you that clarification. Ms. Esteval.
Thank you. This is shortly after an occasion where you went to your brother's birthday party, right?
I'm not sure if this is the same year or not.
Well, this was a trip to New York and New Jersey that you went on in 2014, right?
Okay.
And Mr. Combs was back in California, right?
Yeah.
You went to your brother's birthday party and got into a physical altercation there, correct?
Yes.
Can we pull up, just for the witness, Defense Exhibit 1198? If you could just review this page and then skip to the page that bears the number 1198.8 at the bottom.
Okay.
And review this page as well.
Yep.
On March 10th, 2013, you went to your brother's birthday party, right?
Yep.
At that birthday party, you got in a bar fight, right?
Right.
And you told Mr. Combs that you got in a bar fight and that you tried to kill a bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It's what it says.
This is not in evidence.
I'm just asking if she told...
It's overruled. Let's continue.
Can we take it off the screen?
You want to move to admit this exhibit?
I don't need to. She told me that she told Mr. Combs that.
Let's have a very brief sidebar. Continued on next page. At the sidebar, I want to make sure that the mechanics are down on some of this just to avoid some of the objections. When you're putting up an exhibit and then you need to authenticate, just make sure the witness is aware of it. You're putting it up with the assumption that after doing that, you're going to move to admit it. But if you're then going to essentially use it as a refreshing document, then it needs to be taken down once the witness has had a chance to read it. I think if we just do that, it will be helpful because then the witness will probably have fewer questions about what she's seeing, and then also you might avoid some of the objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that's all I have to say. Ms. Johnson, anything further?
I just want to flag that this document, I understand this was to refresh. The one before also wasn't on the list. I want to know if there were any other documents that weren't given to us.
At this point, I understand the concern, and hopefully we will not run into anything like that. If we do, we'll deal with it. Thank you. Continued on next page. In open court. By Ms. Esteval.
In March 2014, you did have that conversation with Sugan, and I believe it was Atlantic City, right?
Yes.
And you recorded that conversation, right?
Yes.
Move to admit Defense Exhibit 1217A and Defense Exhibit withdrawn. The metadata is Defense Exhibit 1217A, and the video is Defense Exhibit 1217.
No objection.
Defense Exhibits 1217 and 1217A will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibits 1217, 1217. A received in evidence.
Can we begin playing at the 1630 mark, please? Audio played. Whose voice is that we're hearing?
That's Sugan's voice.
I am abbreviating this audio recording so we don't have to listen to a half hour. Can you help set the scene for us in terms of what's going on in this audio recording? Where are you?
At the point of this audio recording, I believe we're in Atlantic City. I had just hosted a set of parties the night before.
And you reviewed this audio recording this morning before taking the stand?
I did, yes.
Can you please keep playing? Audio played. That's your voice talking to Sugan, right?
Yes.
Please keep playing. Audio played. Can we start playing at minute 17, please? Audio played. That's you on that audio recording, right?
Yep.
And at this time, Mr. Combs was in California, correct?
I believe so.
And there were other occasions when you were afraid that video recordings were going to be released of freak-off activities, right?
There might have been some other instances. I don't remember specifically.
This wasn't the only time that happened.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Combs was also concerned about the prospect of videos being released, right?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know whether or not Mr. Combs expressed concern about these videos also being released?
When?
Have you ever witnessed Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released?
Yes.
And Mr. Combs always supported you in not wanting these videos to come out and prevented these videos from coming out?
I would say for the most part.
There was an escort that you met named Mr. Jonathan Audie a few times, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm referring to?
Yep.
At some point, you understood that he'd taken a secret video of you and Mr. Combs, and he had a freak off, right?
I thought he did, yeah.
When you found out about that, you spent some amount of time, several months, trying to make sure that it went away, right?
I did not.
Mr. Combs did?
Yeah.
You understood that Mr. Combs spent a great deal of time and money to make sure that that video went away, right?
I didn't know any of the details.
Were you aware that he spent a significant amount of money to make sure that the video did not get released?
No.
Objection.
It's overruled.
Mr. Combs would make sure that a video did not get released, right?
Objection. Asked and answered.
When you found out that Mr. Audie...
Hold on. Do you want me to rule on the objection, or would you like to move on?
I'm fine moving on. We did get the answer. When you learned that Mr. Audie had taken a secret recording of you, that ended your relationship with him, right?
I believe so.
You never would have had a freak off with him ever again, right?
No, uh-huh.
I'm not gonna play anything, but you also had a conversation with Mr. Audie that was transcribed, right? Or recorded.
Recorded. I don't remember, but it sounds familiar.
And you were very concerned about the situation with Mr. Audie, right?
Yeah.
He seemed like a volatile personality, right?
I don't know about volatile. I just didn't trust it.
He was threatening to release a sex video of you, right?
I don't know that he actually did that. I'm sorry.
You don't know if he threatened to release the video?
I don't remember.
You just remember learning that he did have a video?
I was in the room with him and I saw the phone up, and so I told Sean about it right after.
But you were concerned that he was recording at the time, right?
Yes.
And when you raised that concern with Mr. Combs, he did all that he could to get rid of Mr. Audie, right?
Objection.
That's sustained.
What happened when you told Mr. Combs about your suspicion that Audie was recording you?
He said, I'll take care of it. That's the most I remember.
To your knowledge, Mr. Combs was also concerned about recordings of him getting out, right?
Yep.
Mr. Combs is a celebrity, as we've already established, right?
Yes.
And these would have been embarrassing to him had they been released, right?
Yes.
Just as they would have been embarrassing to you had they been released?
I guess it depends on what content, yeah.
Had a sex video of you been released, it would have been embarrassing, right?
For sure.
That's why you were so upset in that audio recording we just heard, right?
Yeah.
What is Cowboys for Angels?
It's an escort service that's online.
There's an individual named Garen who's the head of the agency, right?
Yes.
This escort service was also featured on a reality television show, right?
From what I hear, yep.
Show called Gigolos on Showtime?
Objection. Hearsay.
That's overruled.
Cowboys for Angels was on a Showtime television show called Gigolos, right?
Yes, I think so.
And that television show also featured an escort that you had invited to a freak-off, right?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's overruled.
I've never seen the show, so I don't know.
You were concerned that individuals from Cowboys for Angels that you were hiring were also participating in a reality television show, right?
Yes.
Because you did not want the fact of your freak-offs to be on a reality TV show, right?
Right.
You understood that the reality TV show followed these escorts around, right?
I don't know because I didn't see it, but I would guess so.
There was a time when one of the escorts from Cowboys for Angels was leaving comments on Mr. Combs' pictures on social media, right?
Objection. Foundation.
Are you aware of an escort from Cowboys for Angels leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page?
I am not.
Can we show just the witness defense exhibit 1395? Could we go to page 7, please? I'm sorry, the end of page 6 into page 7. Can you please take this down? Do you recall a Cowboys for Angels escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' picture?
I see it, but I don't remember this instant.
You and Mr. Combs obviously wanted to keep this private, right?
Yep, we did.
That's why you wanted to make sure the escorts you hired were discreet, right?
Yes.
Can we pull up defense exhibit 1083? Withdrawn. We can take this one down. Can we put up Government Exhibit A 441G, which I believe is in evidence, and scroll down? Oh, it's in... Mr. Combs says, do you want me to tell the truth? It's way deeper than iPads, right?
Just to clarify, that message is not from Mr. Combs.
I'm sorry. Ms. Ventura, you say, do you want me to tell the truth? It's way deeper than iPads, right?
Right.
Can we go back up? I guess skip one. Mr. Combs says, I'll pull up and handle it face to face. No threat, facts. And you will not be threatening me. You have too many iPads full of skeletons. If I was you, I would get me my money because we both have better things to do with our lives. I really don't want no problems. I got it from here. I tried, right?
Right.
And he was accusing you of having iPads, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And if we scroll back down, you say it's way deeper than iPads, right?
Right.
And you testify that when you said it's way deeper than iPads, you were referring to physical assaults, right?
The relationship as a whole, yeah.
Just as a reminder, this text exchange was after your breakup, right?
Oh, yeah.
Can I confer with government counsel for a moment, please?
You may.
Your Honor, at long last, I'm going to offer a number of exhibits.
Please proceed.
Defense Exhibit 1000, 1022, 1080, 1081, 1082, 1083, 1084, 1087, 1096, 1115, 1117, 1118, 1122, 1134, 1134, 1145, 1152, 1299, 1304, 1306, 1309, 1311, 1312, 1313, 1316, 1320, 1325, 1334, 1405, 1406, and 1409.
Any objection?
No objection. The government just notes with respect to authenticity, all of these exhibits, save Defense Exhibit 1405, are from Ms. Ventura's devices, and Government Exhibit 1405 is an exhibit that Ms. Ventura has received, so the government has agreed to its authenticity and has paper copies should Ms. Ventura want to review them.
Those exhibits identified by Ms. Esteval will be admitted. Defendants Exhibits 1000, 1022, 1080, 1081, 1082, 1083, 1084, 1087, 1096, 1115, 1117, 1118, 1122, 1134, 1134, 1145, 1152, 1299, 1304, 1306, 1309, 1311, 1312, 1313, 1316, 1320, 1325, 1334, 1405, 1406, and 1409 received in evidence.
Can we begin with Exhibit 1000? Can we go to the next page, please? Next page. You say to Mr. Combs, can you read your message to Mr. Combs, please?
From the top?
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a moment to confer with counsel.
We can take this down. Can we please, new subject, pull up Exhibits 3Q109 and 3Q112? Ms. Ventura, who took these photos?
My mother.
How did you provide them to the government without disclosing any communications with counsel?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. How did I give?
Do you have possession of these photos?
I do.
In what form do you have possession of these photos?
They're just photos in my iPhone.
They're photos in your iPhone?
Yeah.
You can take these down. You testified that after the Kid Cudi instance, you got... In fact, by January 1st, you were already back together with Mr. Combs, right?
Yeah.
And that was just shortly after the events in question, right?
Objection. Vague.
Overruled.
Was January 1st shortly after the Kid Cudi events you discussed on Direct?
Yes. Yep.
Can we fast forward to September 2012 and pull up defense? Just for the witness, Defense Exhibit 1007. I'm not going to offer this. Scroll down.
Ms. Esteval, did you say you're not going to offer this exhibit?
Yes, but Ms. Garagos reminds me it's already in. We can put it up for the jury. Mr. Combs says to you,
Can we check before it's published to the jury that this is in evidence?
I'm sorry?
I want to check that this is in evidence before it's published. We're good.
Please proceed.
Mr. Combs says, so what you want to do, woman, and no, I'm not asking the FO. I want to know what you want to do, right?
Yep.
And you say, get something to eat, smoke, take a walk, right?
Right.
Can we scroll down and go to the next page and the next page? We can take this exhibit down. I apologize. Miss Ventura, you spoke about the treatment facility that you went to in early 2023, right?
Right.
And that treatment facility is called the Willow House, right?
Yep.
And that was a 45-day inpatient treatment center, right?
Correct.
Because of the mental health problems you described on direct, right?
Yeah.
And during that period of time, you had no family communication whatsoever, right?
It was really sparse. Yeah, there was no phone.
It was part of the rules of the facility, right?
Correct.
Did you review the website of Willow House prior to going?
Actually, I don't remember. I've seen it.
Presumably, you would have if you were leaving your children for 45 days to go to this place. You wouldn't do this.
Objection.
Withdrawn. You said on direct that you've been clean since 2022, right?
Yes.
But do you still take Suboxone?
I do. Well, actually, no, that's not what I'm taking right now.
What are you taking right now?
I'm taking buprenorphine.
What is that?
It's Suboxone without naloxone. I'm not a doctor. I don't know exactly.
What do you understand it to treat?
Opiate addiction.
And how long have you been on this medication?
Since 2022.
You were put on this medication following your treatment at the Willow House, right?
Objection. 403.
It's overruled.
No.
When were you put on the treatment?
In 2022. I went to treatment in 2023.
So you were put on the treatment in 2022 and went to Willow House in 2023?
Correct, yeah.
And you testified on direct about the document that you wrote that you called a book, right?
The form of a book, yep.
Titled The Dark Times, right?
Yep.
And you wrote that book following or during your stay at Willow House, right?
Yeah.
Was it during or following?
It was following, really. I started to write while I was there, but it wasn't really an idea while I was there.
You began writing while at Willow House, your feelings.
Yeah, healing.
And that ultimately ended up in the book, right?
Correct.
And Willow House includes treatment for a number of different conditions, right?
Yeah.
Things like sex addiction, right?
Yep.
Sexual compulsion, right?
Objection. 403.
It's overruled.
To your knowledge, does it treat sexual compulsion?
To my knowledge, I don't know specifically, but it sounds about right.
It also treats something called love addiction?
Yep.
Were you treated for any of these during your stay at Willow House?
Nope.
Objection. 401, 403.
I will get there.
Let's have a very, very brief sidebar. Can I get a proffer of relevance?
Your Honor, the book that Miss Ventura wrote where she says that she learned that she was sex trafficked for the first time. She says she learned it in connection with entering the Willow House facility, and she took their standard psychological entrance exam, something like that. And that's how she learned that she was...
You're leading up to that?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
While we're here, I think that we need to discuss what, if anything, comes in about that. It's hearsay, and any discussion of sex trafficking is a legal conclusion that this witness cannot testify to.
Wait, hold on. Who are you talking to?
And were you treated with this neurofeedback therapy?
I did neurofeedback, yep.
Can you explain what that is?
I mean, I couldn't explain it to you like a professional, but...
Based on your understanding...
They hook your brain up to a machine and you watch something and just kind of regulates your brain waves. The best way to describe it. It was a while ago.
This was while you were at Willow House?
Yeah.
And it included putting some device to your head, right?
Yeah, uh-huh.
How many times did you do that at Willow House?
Probably roughly 5 or 6 times, like once a week while I was there.
And Willow House advertises this technique as something that can change brain.
Objection. Hearsay 403.
So counsel can just say objection, and let me take a look at the question, and then we can proceed from there. Ms. Esteval, you need to rephrase that question or ask some additional questions before getting to it.
Ms. Ventura, when you read the website for the Willow House facility, did you look at its description of neurofeedback?
I don't believe that's something that I was paying attention to at that point. It was kind of like a dire situation to just get there.
When you were at Willow House, were you told the effects of this neurofeedback?
Objection.
What did you understand the effects of the neurofeedback to be?
Help me with my trauma.
In what way was it supposed to affect your brain activity?
Objection.
Withdrawn. Willow House also has a treatment called psychodrama. Did you participate in that?
Objection.
It's overruled.
I don't remember that, no.
Willow House also has a treatment called EMDR. Are you familiar with that?
Yep.
Did you participate in EMDR?
I did.
And what do you understand EMDR to do?
It helps you recount memories. It's kind of random, but it's part of the trauma therapy. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not trying to give a...
I understand your understanding.
My understanding is that it helped me recount memories and process them.
And it involves prompts to have you think about prior traumatic memories again, right?
There are no prompts. It's kind of open.
But the idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, right?
That's what comes up for you, yeah.
And it's a typical treatment for PTSD from what you understand, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You understand you were being treated for PTSD, right?
Yes.
Willow House also includes something called somatic experiencing, right?
Yep.
What do you understand that to be?
I actually did not do a whole lot of somatic experiencing, but from what I remember, it kind of lets you complete a trauma that got cut off. I don't know how to explain this, really. Yeah. For instance, I don't want to talk too much. If you were getting beat up and you couldn't walk out of a room, you get to walk out of the room in that healing.
Reimagining a traumatic experience, correct?
Yep.
And you participated in that treatment, reimagining traumatic experiences, right?
A couple of times there.
As part of your PTSD therapy, right?
Yep.
On direct, you said something to the effect of when you met Mr. Combs, you were still physically developing. Do you?
I do.
And when you said that, you weren't referring to your physical body other than your brain. What were you referring to when you said that?
Everything, my brain, my body, all of it.
Well, you were 22 years old, right?
Yeah, so
in what way were you physically developing still?
I think every woman continues to develop after 22. You don't think so?
So you are not suggesting that your body was not fully physically developed at 22, right?
No.
Okay. At Willow House, you took a standard psychological.
Yep.
And that consisted of hundreds of questions, right?
Yes.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1022, please? This has been admitted, withdrawn. Can we put up 1080, please? Can you read your message to Mr. Combs, please?
I'm just finishing reading it.
I have a hard copy if that would be helpful.
It would.
May I approach?
You may.
Are you ready for me to read it?
Yes, please.
I like the me that I was better when I was in the Bahamas, but yeah, I guess the physical part has been fucked up a little. I'm sorry that I've been upset. I think I just wish it could be overnight sometimes, and I'm overthinking a lot, stressing myself out. I'm back to caring too much and being frustrated with myself. I just need to stay busy and keep in motion. Sitting still has me depressed. Love you. Have a good night. Please don't feel like you can't go have fun.
Do you remember what this was referring to?
No.
And he says, I love you, it's okay, right?
Yep.
Can we go down? Do you want me to continue? Sorry. Can we keep going down? And what do you say? He said physical sex, right? Physical means sex.
Yeah, because I love you and sex means a lot to me with you.
And he says, so you want to have sex for a while, right?
Yep.
Can you scroll down, please? I love you too. Can you keep going? Can we pull up 1081, please?
I have a hard copy for Ms. Ventura if that's helpful. May I approach?
Of course.
And you can skip to 1081.6 at the bottom.
Your Honor, may I confer with counsel?
Can you look at the bottom of the page and the very bottom? Oh yes, we're in the right place. Miss Ventura, can you read the bottom message on the screen, please?
You know we have to have a proper FO without no K. I need to get it out of my head. I hate K, so you let me know when. Please don't be mad and think that's all I want to do. It's just the K. I don't know what that says. A successful FO is when we remember and don't be friending to do it the right way. I won't bring it up again until you're in that mood, and I'll fly Dave in.
When he says friending, he means fiending, you think, right?
Yeah.
This is him indicating to you he wants to have a freak off without ketamine, right?
Correct.
Which suggests that you previously had a freak off with ketamine, right?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I confer with counsel?
No, Ms. Esteval.
Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1082, please? Can you read your message at the top?
Is it okay to read it?
Yes, please.
I'm fine. Just trying to get my life back organized.
Can you read his message as well?
Yeah, I know, right. I'm sorry. I feel like it's my fault that we rushed back into shit. I'm preying on us. Love is so hard sometimes. We both got to get back on track or we'll never get shit done. I want you to know that I realize what's going on. We're at a great place. Let's give things time to breathe in a positive light. I need to get the songs for Epic. Send me all the songs on a flash drive. When you're ready, I'll send Dave to get so I can get that done, and I'm coming up with a management solution. Anything else you want me to work on, please send. And I'm going to my therapist today. Love you so much and always will.
And this message is from February 2016, right?
Yep.
This is after you went to South Africa and broke up.
Your Honor, I'm really sorry. I'm not sure this piece of the exhibit is in evidence.
It's 11. I think we have been going an hour and a half. Let's take a 10-minute recess at this point. All rise for the jury. Ms. Ventura, we will see you back in 10 minutes. We are not going to proceed in this fashion. A few ground rules that should have been clear if the parties had reviewed this court's individual practices. I will just remind people about this. First, on objection, you say objection. If I need the grounds, I will ask for those grounds. If you need to specify further and ask for a sidebar, you may ask for a sidebar. That's how we are going to handle objections from here on out. In terms of admitted exhibits, why is there confusion between the parties on what is admitted and what is not admitted? We should not have any of that confusion.
I apologize. I am going to use the break to clarify some of the issues.
There is not going to be a break for the people here. That was a break for the jury and a break for the witness. But we are going to come back in, I said. 10 minutes. We are going to come back in 10 minutes. A list of all admitted exhibits will be shared between the parties in advance of Sunday at 5 p.m. and will be furnished to the court at that time. That list will be updated each day and submitted to chambers by 7 p.m. That way, we will have no confusion whatsoever about which exhibits are admitted, and any disputes or lack of agreement on that can be worked out between the parties. I don't believe the court has the government's witness list, so I want a witness list. I want an anticipated order of witnesses. We will have that by Sunday at 5 p.m. as well. As for the defense, exhibits to be used on the next trial day that are part of the defense's case in chief. What I mean by that is affirmative evidence that is not going to be used for impeachment purposes will be provided to the government at the latest at 7 p.m. before the next trial day for any witnesses to be testifying that day and 5 p.m. on Sunday. Whichever government witnesses are testifying on Monday, if the defense plans to put in affirmative evidence that isn't going to be used for impeachment purposes, that needs to be furnished to the government by 5 p.m. on Sunday so that we can address any objections well in advance. If there is no proper disclosure, then the exhibits will be precluded. As for these long text messages, if the defense or the government is planning to use long text messages with any witness, I am telling you to use binders with the witnesses. They can have a binder of those exhibits in front of them so we can avoid some of the time that we have been losing with having to look at the exhibits on the screen. It's just hard with the infrastructure that we have, and this is a court problem. It's hard to just have multiple things on the screen, and our screens are not big enough to see the whole exhibit. I think it will be helpful to have binders for the witnesses. Ms. Johnson, maybe you can fill me in. There have been these instances where we have had some meet and confer sessions during cross-examination. What have those been about?
Your Honor, the primary thing they have been about is that the defense last night cut down some of the length of their exhibits, which the government greatly appreciates. But I think what's been happening, and the reason the government has been objecting that this isn't in evidence, is it appears that the longer versions are sometimes what's been pulled up. For that last exhibit, for example, the exhibit we understood was being admitted was the revised version we received of 6 pages last night. I'm looking at that version on the iPad. That text that was shown is not in the version that I see. That's what we are conferring about. We just want to make sure that the revised exhibits that we received last night, which were the ones that we thought were being admitted today, are the only exhibits being published to the jury and shown to the witness.
Understood, thank you. You have 4 minutes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. If we can have 6 extra minutes, I think we can probably save 20 minutes.
Okay. On that representation, I am going to hold you to that. Let's have Ms. Ventura back. Welcome back. Ms. Garagos, do we have your colleagues?
Your Honor, I thought they were coming behind me.
Let's get our jury. Ms. Esteval, when you're ready.
Ms. Ventura, on direct examination, you were shown and asked about Government Exhibit 3, A117. Can we please pull that up? Do you recall this message dated April 19, 2020, the portion starting from, I want to talk to you?
2010.
I want to talk to you about something tomorrow.
Yep.
Going to sleep. Love you.
Right.
Then Mr. Combs says, is it going to stress me out? What is it about, right?
Yep.
And what do you say?
Really? Okay. Since that's definitely what it was, we'll leave it at that then, since I'm so predictable. Have a good night.
And he says, whatever, baby. I'm not going to play no games with you, and you ain't going to keep shutting me down, right?
Right.
You testified on direct that you were going to tell him that you didn't want to do freak-offs anymore, right?
I was going to tell him that, yeah, I didn't love it, yeah.
But you didn't tell him that because you didn't want him to be upset, right?
I saw his reaction, and yeah.
You expected that he might react poorly because he would somehow figure out a way to make it happen anyway. I think...
Yep.
For the parties and the witness, can we put up Defense Exhibit 1406, please? We can publish to the jury. And this is a message between you and Mr. Combs. I'll let you take a look at it.
Your Honor, I have a hard copy for the witness.
You may approach.
Can we start? And baby, we really need... Yes, it's near the top of the second page. Mr. Combs says to you, and baby, we really need to do some soul searching this time. We got to figure out a plan to get us back on point. Think about it, right?
I haven't seen this. Can I just read through it?
Sure. Let me know when you are done reading. Just as a reminder, this is one day before the last exhibit we just looked at, right? This is April 19.
Okay.
We can go back to 3A117 if that would be helpful.
No, it's okay. I'm just making sure that I understand. Okay.
Have you reviewed this document before today?
No.
The government didn't review it with you in preparation for your testimony?
No, I don't recognize it.
Going back to some of the documents we reviewed yesterday, did those include some that you had never reviewed with the government before?
I don't really know at this point.
Let's go to the bottom where... Sorry, can you scroll down, please? The and, baby. Mr. Combs says, and, baby, we really need to do some soul searching this time. We got to figure out a plan to get us back on point. Think about it, right?
And
you say, definitely.
Yep.
Keep reading. I'll read Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs says, what do you feel about where we are at, right? You want me to read my part? Yes, please.
What do you feel about us?
He says, I think it's more than the missing you trick. I'm talking about us. What do you say?
I know that I'm the happiest when I can feel your love, and I haven't felt it lately because I know that you don't really want to be around me. I know that I need to work on being nicer, less moody, and more like your woman. I just think that things haven't been able to turn around because we haven't given it any time to breathe. We just keep getting pushed backwards. I believe that our love has no bounds. I'm 150% sure that you're the man I want to be with, and I want to be that for you too.
Then he says, yeah, that's Prob, you Donato. How much is to be Ruth you? I think he means with you. You're insecure and you don't know what it is to take care of me. I owe you so much, but right?
Yes.
You said just know that I love you and that I'm trying, right?
Yep.
Can we introduce Defense Exhibit 1405, please? This reflects a message between you and Mr. Combs on April 20th, 2010, right?
Yep.
Which is a day later, correct?
Yes.
And he says call house, right?
Yep.
And you say freak off with a girl, right?
Right.
And you were suggesting freaking off with a girl on this date, right?
Right.
He says, what makes you want to do that, right?
Yep.
And this is after the conversation about getting to a good place, right?
Yes.
That you discussed in your direct testimony, right?
Getting to a place, good place was okay. It wasn't in the last message.
We can pull up 3A117, please. This is the exhibit that the government showed you on direct, right?
Right.
And this is the exhibit that you were referencing when you said that you wanted to have that discussion with him, right?
Yep.
And the date is April 20th, 2010, right? And April 19th, 2010, correct?
Yep.
Can we turn back to Defense Exhibit 1405? This is the document that you did not review before today, right?
Yeah.
You didn't review this with the government, right?
I don't remember it, no.
And this is the document where you say you're proposing freaking off with a girl, right?
Yeah, that's what it says.
When bringing up a freak off discussion and you tell him that you want to freak off with a girl, That's what you were feeling at the time, right? That's what you were suggesting at the time.
That's what I was suggesting, yep.
You testified on your direct examination that around 2018, you found a photo of Mr. Combs with a woman that he had been dating for the last approximate half of your relationship, right?
Yep.
And that was Gina, right?
Correct.
And you were staying at home with your parents at the time, right?
I went back to Connecticut around then, yeah.
And you made the decision when you saw that photo to break up with Mr. Combs, right?
Yep.
For the nth time, right?
And for me, yes.
He didn't make any threats against you at that point, right?
Not to my memory, no.
In fact, he was suggesting going to marriage counseling, not marriage counseling, couples counseling, correct?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Shortly after that, you started dating your now husband, right?
Yeah.
And you said you couldn't recall exactly when you started seeing him, I believe, right?
It was in 2018, yeah.
And you were breaking up with Mr. Combs over the course of several months, right?
I was breaking up with him. Can you repeat that or reword it?
When you broke up with him in 2018, it didn't happen on one occasion, and then you ceased all contact after that, right?
There is no ceasing of all contact, but it was over when I said it was over, yeah.
You said to Mr. Combs that the relationship was over many times in your relationship, right?
Because we were on and off, yeah.
So there was communication after you said this is over, right?
Yeah,
And you can't pinpoint exactly when that was, the final this is over, right?
I know when mine was.
You continued to communicate with Mr. Combs regularly after telling him that it was over, right?
Yeah.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1303? Not for the jury, just for the witness and counsel. You said yesterday that you saw Mr. Combs in August of 2018 and you were having a closure conversation, right?
Yeah, we had a dinner.
And at that time, he was trying to convince you to go to Burning Man with him, right?
What I remember, yes.
Burning Man was something that you went to with him every year typically, right?
Yep.
And your other friends were planning on going too, right?
I don't know.
But they typically went?
Yes.
You testified that from your perspective at this point, you were no longer together, right?
Yes.
You were seeing your now husband, right?
Yeah.
It looks like you found 1303. Can we pull that up, please? Can we jump ahead to the third? I'll allow you to review the whole thing first.
Can we go back?
Are you ready?
Is there another page?
We can go to the next page just for her to look at.
Okay, the next page.
In the next page, can we go halfway down the page here to where it says, "Can I not get a chance?"
Objection.
I'll move to admit.
Any objection?
Your Honor, in terms of what's being admitted, I want to clarify the length of the exhibit that's being admitted.
What I'm seeing is a 3-page exhibit. Is that correct, Ms. Esteval?
I'm just moving to admit the first 3 pages.
Is there an identifier that we can use?
1303A, please.
No objection.
Excuse me. The first 4 pages I would like admitted.
Any objection?
No objection to the first 4 pages of 1303.
The first 4 pages of 1303 will be admitted, and the defense will provide an exhibit that we will mark as 1303A that will reflect those 4 pages only. Please proceed.
I'll read Mr. Combs. Can I not get a chance to make things right? It seems like you're blaming everything on me. It's like you have anger to me. I haven't taken care of you. Can you read your messages?
I'm not running around telling our business, but my family knows because I need their support right now. You took care of me materialistically, not where I needed it.
Can we go to the next page? Can you keep reading, please?
I have lived in this bubble by myself for too long. I'm too dope. You may not be happy, but maybe it's because you surround yourself with people that always take from you. I don't need you taking care of Kim, Sarah, and Gina. I needed to love you and put me first.
Can we go up to page 3, please? Excuse me, page 4. Can you read these messages, please?
I just don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin. I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again. You lied to me. When I think to Burning Man a year ago and all the things I found out that you paid for and continued happening, I just love myself more. I'm not blaming you. Maybe I didn't try, but you wanted me to be a machine and forgive you every time. She never went away.
When you're talking about the last shot put the nail in the coffin and that she never went away, you're talking about Gina, right?
I would think so.
And in fact, there was a photo of Mr. Combs and Gina that was posted that summer that you saw, right?
Yup.
That made you believe that they were still together, right? When you say, I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again, you promised yourself that you wouldn't allow him to cheat on you anymore and put up with it, right?
Yup.
And because of this, you broke up with him, right?
Yep.
And again, when you say she never went away, you're talking about Gina, right?
Yep.
They were in a relationship that lasted for years during the course of your relationship with him, right?
To my knowledge, yep.
You said yesterday that you saw him in August of 2018 and you were having what you called a closure conversation, correct?
Yep.
And that at the time, he was trying to convince you to go to Burning Man with him.
From what I remember, yeah.
And you said that from your perspective at that time, you were not together anymore, right?
Correct.
And instead, you were seeing your now husband, right?
Yep.
And you said that the dinner that evening, you had dinner with him that evening, right?
I did.
And he was bringing you home afterwards?
There was an evening, yeah. Sorry. I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
And that you went inside your apartment with him?
My house, yeah.
I'm referring to the instance when you testified on your direct testimony that he followed you into your apartment and that's when he raped you?
He came in, yes. But it was my house. It wasn't an apartment.
Excuse me, your house. You wrote about this alleged rape in the lawsuit that you filed against him, right?
Yep.
And in that lawsuit, you allege that the rape took place in September 2018, right?
Okay.
And you said in your lawsuit that you filed that you and Mr. Combs went to a dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
From what I remember, yeah.
That's what the civil lawsuit says, right? And you said in that civil lawsuit that he forced himself into your apartment and tried to kiss you, right?
I don't remember the exact wording, but I could tell you what happened.
Something to that effect was filed in your federal complaint, right?
Right.
Is that right?
I don't remember the word forced, but maybe. I don't know.
But the general idea that he raped you in September 2018 after an Italian restaurant date in Malibu, right?
Yep.
And you said in that lawsuit that withdrawn. Do you recall meeting with agents and prosecutors on November 30, 2023?
I could have. I don't remember the exact date.
This would be the meeting shortly after the lawsuit that you filed.
Okay.
And do you recall that meeting?
Yes, but I just don't remember exactly when it was.
I'm referring to the first meeting that you had with government agents.
Okay.
And it was in New York, right?
Yep.
And this was approximately 2 weeks after you filed your lawsuit, right?
Okay.
And on that date, you told the government that this incident occurred when Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man in September 2018, right?
Yep.
So you told the government essentially the same thing that was in your civil lawsuit, that it was in September 2018, right?
Okay.
And this time after Burning Man, right? And you said to the government that Mr. Combs was acting very strangely at that dinner, right?
Nice, but strangely, yeah.
Your testimony is that he was acting strangely?
He was acting strangely, yeah.
Is your testimony that you told the government that he was acting strangely?
I don't really remember that word. I don't remember that word.
That's okay. In fact, do you remember that you told them that he seemed anxious?
I don't remember saying that.
Can we say pull up just for the witness 3517 at page 12? I'd like to direct your attention to the paragraph in the middle, the large paragraph in the middle.
Yep.
Let me know when you are done.
Yep.
Does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told the government agents that Mr. Combs was acting anxious and strangely that evening?
It does sort of.
Did you tell them that he was acting anxious and strangely?
I believe so. Some sort of version of that.
Thank you. And you told the prosecutors that you thought his behavior might be attributed to his bipolar disorder, right?
Yeah.
You also told the prosecutors that you did not think that Mr. Combs was in his right mind because he did not respond when you told him to stop. Is that correct?
Yep.
Do you remember meeting with prosecutors again on April 8, 2025?
Not specifically, but I'm sure I did.
Going back to your first meeting with them, you told the federal prosecutors, consistent with your lawsuit, that the rape occurred in September of 2018, right?
Yeah.
Now, April 8th, 2025, you met with the government again, right? So approximately a month ago?
Okay.
There were many meetings in between these two, so we are skipping way ahead.
Okay.
So about a month ago, you met with the government again, right?
Sure.
You spent a lot of time with them preparing your testimony, right?
Preparing, yeah.
And the prosecutors showed you a text message from August of 2018 for the first time at this meeting, right?
I don't know. I have seen it on different things, yeah.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1306, please? I believe this is already admitted and can be published. Have you seen this message before, Miss Ventura?
No, I don't recognize it.
Can you read it through, please?
Okay.
So you write to him at the top, hit me when you can with a little heart emoji, right?
I don't know who the other person is.
Can we back up? Do you recognize the number at the top to be Mr. Combs' phone number at the time?
Where it says FB?
Yes.
I don't know that I knew it by heart.
What do you understand FB to stand for?
Frank Black.
Which is a nickname or alias of Mr. Combs.
Yep.
What about CC?
That would be me.
Is that a number that you had in August of 2018?
Yep.
And this message is from August 21, 2018, right?
Yep.
And you say to him, hit me when you can with a heart, right?
Yep.
And he responds saying, okay, I'm in an investors conference. You good?
Yeah.
And he says, I'm calling. It's going straight to voicemail. Proud of you, right?
Right.
Just to scroll up to the top to your message, hit me when you can, and that's a little heart right next to it, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next page, please? And you say, thank you. What does he say?
I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off. But I'm about to get my shit together.
After the prosecutors showed you this text message in April of 2025, just a month ago, you then said,
Objection.
Hold on. Let's have a brief sidebar. What are the grounds for the objection?
It mischaracterizes her earlier testimony that she did not recall being shown this message by prosecutors.
I think, Ms. Esteval, you can deal with that objection. Ask a different question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Esteval, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can we pull this back up? The little heart emoji one? This message from you to Mr. Combs, dated August 21st, 2018, is just the day after the messages we were discussing a moment ago, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Can you rephrase?
It was after this meeting that you told the government that the date of the alleged rape was in August 2018, right?
Objection.
I think we need some clarity on what you mean by the meeting. Why don't you take us back a few steps and then proceed?
At the April 2025 meeting, you told the government that the alleged rape was in August of 2018, right?
Yeah.
Can we pull back up this heart emoji message? You saw Mr. Combs the day before this message, right?
I think so.
And this is the heart emoji that you sent him the day after, right?
Yep. I think so. I'm not sure. What date did we look at before this? The 20th? I'm sorry.
Can we pull back up? You testified on direct that you saw him the following month by choice, right?
Correct.
And you said you agreed to see him because you had been together for over 10 years, right?
Yeah, it was a friend's birthday.
And you testified that you saw him because you couldn't just turn your feelings off just like that, right?
Right.
And you can't actually just turn your feelings off just like that, right?
Right.
And you still had feelings for him at that point, right?
There were still feelings there, yeah.
Whose birthday was this, the event that you saw him?
If I remember correctly, it was Andre Harrell.
Who you know and Mr. Combs both know, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, when you saw him and you still had feelings for him, you didn't hate him then, right?
No.
And this is a month after August 2018, right?
Yep.
And you don't still hate him now, right?
I don't hate him.
You don't know, you said?
I said I don't hate him.
Thank you. In fact, you still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1307? This is not evidence. If you could review it, please. Do you recognize this to be a communication between you and Mr. Combs?
It looks like it. I don't remember it, but yeah.
Ms. Esteval, can you make sure you speak into the microphone?
Sure. Sorry. Move to admit.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just want to see. Is this just one page?
Ms. Esteval, 2 pages.
I'll need a moment to review the entire exhibit.
There is no need to read the 4th page. We can submit a,
Ms. Esteval, was this previously furnished to the government?
I believe so.
It was not on the list furnished to us last night.
Ms. Johnson, let us know when you have finished reviewing.
Your Honor, we do object to this, and we may need to be heard at Sidebar.
Briefly, what are the grounds?
412.
Ms. Esteval, can you scroll through these slowly just for me?
It's page 7.
Let's go to page 7.
We would just move to admit the first 4 pages to avoid this issue.
Just the first 4 pages. Ms. Johnson, any objection?
Your Honor, can you allow me one moment to confer with my team?
You may.
Your Honor, I think we need a sidebar to resolve this issue.
Right, let's go to sidebar. What is the objection of the first 4 pages?
The objection to the first 4 pages is that if the exhibit is to be admitted, we think the entire exhibit should be admitted instead of just the partial part of the exhibit, and we flagged the 412 issue last night on page 7, and the defense said that they were not going to use it and withdrew the exhibit.
What is the basis for including the additional pages?
I think it's misleading if you don't include the entire exhibit.
Let me see the 412 message. Is it very easy to redact that one set?
Yes.
It's going to be admitted, but the jury will not be shown that message. To the extent the jury wants to review it, it will be only shown to them in redacted form and only used in redacted form. Is there any issue with that approach at this point to move forward?
To move forward, that's fine. We just want a redacted version in evidence at some point today because of cross-inquiries about exhibits.
Absolutely, thank you. This is Exhibit 1307, is that right?
Yes.
1307 will be admitted. Only the first 4 pages will be shown at this time.
If you take a look at the date, this is August 5th, 2018, right?
Yep.
And so 4 days after the last text message that we were looking at, right?
Yeah.
The one with the little heart emoji?
Yes.
And he writes, Mr. Combs writes, can you call me, please, right?
Yep.
And you say, I'm sorry, I just wanted to be with you. We're friends. No randoms. That's not my thing, right?
Yep.
You say, didn't mean to be a bitch. I just feel like we never get the time you asked for, right?
Right.
He says, cool. Can we keep going, please? And then halfway down the next page, he says, can't wait to see you. I miss you, right?
Yep.
And he says, just need you to be positive and happy to see me, correct?
Correct.
You say, I'm on the way, all positive. Can't wait to see you too, right?
Right.
Going to the next page, he writes, okay, midway down, he says, okay, 5 minutes away, right?
Right.
And we're talking about, he writes that at 5:29 a.m. UTC time, correct? Or that's what this message reflects?
Right.
And at 6:53 a.m., you write, I'm so heartbroken, right?
Yep.
And with respect to all of these timestamps, it's subject to the stipulation about the UTC time. And he writes, me too, have a good night, right?
Right.
Fair to say, this was a big breakup conversation between the two of you, right?
Can you reword that?
You said you're so heartbroken, right?
Yeah.
And he says, me too, right?
Yep.
And this was 4 days after the text message that says, I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off, right?
Yep.
4 days after that, you're so heartbroken?
Yep.
Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1409, please? Which is in evidence. Please publish. If you could take a look at that, if you haven't already, tell me when you're ready.
I have a hard copy for the witness, Your Honor.
You may approach.
We're gonna go through together if you're ready.
Yeah.
At the top you say, and this is September 12th, 2018, right?
Yeah.
You texted him, landed safe, how's yoga treating you? I'm assuming now it's safe to date, let me know, right?
Yeah.
He says, good morning, I'm confused, safe to date, what are you talking about, right?
Right.
And just going back, when you say, how is yoga treating you? What are you referring to there?
I don't know. Yoga. It was yoga.
You're aware that around that time...
I didn't finish reading the message. Could I finish reading it?
Sure.
Okay.
In fact, if we go to page 4, that might help. Does that provide a little extra context?
It does, thank you.
Can we go back to the first page? When you're referring to yoga here, what do you think you were referring to at the time?
Well, if we go forward, he had a yoga instructor that I heard about.
That he was having some sort of romantic relationship with, right?
Yep.
Can we go up to the top again, please? I'm sorry. Go down. So he says, are we on page 2? Mr. Combs says, and this is still September 12th. What does yoga have to do with me? Hit me back, please, babe, right?
Yep.
And you say, nothing, I hear you're dating. I didn't know, right?
Yep.
And you say, I'm on the beach walking with my dad right now, right?
Right.
Or maybe you just happen along, right?
Yeah.
He says, I'm not dating. Dating who? I'm not dating, right?
Yep.
Can we scroll down, please? And you say, maybe you've been going on dates all along, right?
Yep.
He says, baby, I'm not dating, LOL. And no dates, no dinners, nothing. Nobody, right?
Right.
You say, Kay. He says, who do you think I'm dating, right?
Right.
You say, I don't think I should even be bringing this up to you. Let's just leave it alone, right?
Right.
You're still talking about dating, right? We can go to page 5, please. And you say, what do you say in this first blue bubble?
I actually need to stop even caring.
And you write that because in September 2018, you still did care about him, correct?
Yeah.
Can we go to the middle of the next page, please? Mr. Combs says, do you want to start dating? If you are, let's just talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And in this message, he's asking you to talk about it. And if you were to start dating someone else, right?
I guess so.
You're having a conversation about dating other people, correct?
Yeah.
And when he says, do you want to start dating? He means to you, date other people, correct?
I think so.
Because he's saying if you are, let's just talk about it, correct?
Yep.
As in, let's have the conversation about whether or not we should just move on and see other people, right?
Right.
And at the end of the last page, you write, if you're in LA next week, maybe we can talk. I'm just trying to take care of myself right now, right?
Right.
And at this point, you're in New York for Fashion Week. Does that sound right?
I don't remember at this point.
You were out of town during this period of time?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1313, please? It's in evidence, and you can publish, please. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a hard copy for Ms. Ventura.
Please approach.
We're going to start at the end of the third page. If you want to go to the bottom of the third page, that's where we're going to begin. You're ready?
Uh-huh.
At the end of this page, if we highlight the bottom, Mr. Combs says, I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me. I need you to love me, right?
Yep.
Or I need to love you, rather?
Yes.
Can we go down to the next page? Can you read your response?
I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends anymore.
And then halfway down the page, he writes, I need to hold you. Of the next page, thank you.
I need to hold you. Yep.
And what do you say?
Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from like 6:30 until 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Just to place us in time, this is September 26, 2018, right?
Yep.
And he asks, can I hold you, or are you just going to break up with me some more, right?
Yep.
The next page, please. You say, we already did that. You're saying tomorrow, right?
Yep.
He says, is that a yes that I can hold you, right?
Right.
And you say, we can embrace LOL, right?
Yep.
He says, Lo, good to know you still have a sense of humor. I can't wait to see you, Cassie, right?
Yep.
You say, I can't wait to see you too, correct?
Correct.
And he says, yay. And you say, tried to call you back, right?
Right.
Can we go to the next page, please? Here you say wasn't trying to upset you, and I promise I'm not being mean. I'm embracing my sanity. People have access, and just showing up to the house really has me fucked up. What had me fucked up? We don't even have to talk about it. That's just what I need right now, right?
Right.
And he says, if I can't know where you live, that's too far for me. If you want to be away from me like that, we don't have to deal with each other on any level. That's too far for me. Live your life. Whatever you need will be done as promised. That's too far, right?
Right.
And you say, I don't know what to say. I choose my sanity over everything. Today would be the first time we're seeing each other in person in a long time. I'm so peaceful right now. I want to keep it. I'm finally sleeping well and I gained weight. I don't think you understand how those two small things have made the hugest difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't say anything to the effect of, the last time we saw each other, you raped me, right?
Right.
And in fact, you're saying that you want to keep peace, right?
Yep.
And he responds, I respect your sanity. It's best we just keep it moving. I'm not a stalker, no beef. I'm clearer than ever. I don't want to link. Focus on you and your sanity. I'm good. Love. Right?
Right.
And you said was really looking forward to that hug, but okay, right?
Right.
And you wanted to hug him at that point, right?
That's what I said.
And in the next message, you say, I'd just rather talk in person, right?
Uh-huh.
The next page, please. What do you say at the top?
And I know you're not a stalker. I wish you could just hear me out and be supportive of my growth. I'm about to call you. Really need you to answer. It's important.
So when you say you'd rather talk in person, you're referring to a closure conversation, right?
Some form of closure, yeah.
It suggests that it's a closure conversation and you haven't seen each other in some time, right?
Right.
And then looking at the next page halfway down, you write, can we go to the next page, please? And scroll up. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1376? I don't believe this is in evidence.
It's not, Your Honor. There's a pending objection.
Yes, understood. Okay, one moment.
Ms. Johnson, what is the objection? Just remind me.
412.
Which page?
One moment, please.
Did you see Mr. Combs again? You can take it down. Thank you. Did you see Mr. Combs again on September 27th, 2018?
I'm not sure.
Would it help to see a document that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1376, please?
Ms. Johnson, do you have a paper copy for the witness?
Yes, may I approach?
You may.
And I'll refer you to the second page halfway down and just read it to yourself.
Yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you saw Mr. Combs on September 27, 2018?
Yep.
You can put the document down.
And let's take it down from the screen. Thank you.
And when you saw him that night, did you have sexual intercourse with him?
I did.
And that night, when you were having intercourse with him, did you receive a FaceTime call?
I did.
And did you answer that call?
No.
Did you recognize the caller ID to be your now husband?
I did.
And Mr. Combs noticed this call, right?
Yep.
And he noticed the name that was, or the alias that was popping up on your phone, right?
Yep.
And this was in the middle of your evening with Mr. Combs?
Correct.
During which you were having sexual intercourse, right?
Yeah.
Was it actually in the middle of sexual intercourse that you received this call?
We were together. I don't know if it was actually in the middle.
After that evening with Mr. Combs, you told him that you had a great night with him, right?
Right.
Yes, you did?
Uh-huh.
Yes. And your now husband didn't know that you were with Mr. Combs at the time, correct?
I don't know what he knew. At that point, I don't know.
You were seeing him at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time that you had this evening with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
After this incident, your now husband discovered, at a certain point, your now husband discovered you had spent the evening with Mr. Combs, correct?
Objection.
It's overruled.
At a certain point after this incident, your husband learned about your evening with Mr. Combs, right?
At a point, but I don't know.
You didn't answer his FaceTime call that evening, right?
I did not.
Did he find out after that evening that you didn't answer his FaceTime call because you were with Mr. Combs?
Objection.
Ms. Esteval, you need to rephrase these questions.
You told your now husband that Mr. Combs raped you, didn't you?
I did.
That evening, right?
That evening?
In September.
No, that wasn't the evening when I was raped.
Your husband punched a wall at a certain point, right?
He did.
When he learned that you were still having intercourse with Mr. Combs, right?
Objection.
Withdrawn. When you informed him that Mr. Combs raped you, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember exactly when that was.
Your husband learned of your sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs, right?
Right.
And you told him that Mr. Combs raped you, right?
Right.
And when your now husband learned about it, he punched a wall, right?
I believe so.
And you testified on your direct examination that this was at a friend's. Withdrawn. You kept corresponding with Mr. Combs after you saw him that evening in September, right?
After that evening in September, I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we bring up Defense Exhibit 1320, please? At the top, this is October 5th, 2018, right?
Yep.
Which is shortly after the late September messages we were just looking at, right? Excuse me. We were just referring to a late September night that you were having sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs, correct?
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Combs writes, Emma, just fall back. You call me when you need me, right?
Yep.
And you responded, to be honest, I'm not sure how to even handle things to get my life to a comfortable place, right?
Right.
I know that you don't want to hurt me anymore. I miss you. I feel lost without you. I'm heartbroken. I don't trust anymore. I'm sad, right?
Right.
And after your breakup, you're telling him that you feel lost without him, right?
Yep.
And after your dinner in September, you don't see him for a number of weeks, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had broken up with him, right?
Yeah.
A month after this, on November 15, 2018, Kim Porter passed away unexpectedly. Isn't that right?
Yep, it is.
And you went to the memorial service for Miss Porter, correct?
Yep, I went.
The one that Mr. Combs held at his home, right?
I wasn't at his home, no.
Oh, in Georgia, you flew to Georgia for a Miss Porter's memorial service, correct?
Correct.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1334, please? Do you need a minute to review this?
Yes, please.
Sure. It's in evidence and can be published. Thank you.
And I can bring over a hard copy.
Thank you.
So, in this message, Mr. Combs says, you just left me, you not picking up, right?
Right.
And this is on November 19, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Just following Miss Porter's memorial service, right?
Right.
Can you read your messages back, please?
I didn't just leave you. I said goodbye a few times. I want to be there for you, but needed to get to Grandma. My flight was delayed, so I'm taking off now. I need to be real with you. I know how crazy and painful this all is, and you want my support, but you've compared me to Gina the other day, and the babysitter was there last night, and you posted that Kim was your soulmate. What was the 11 years all about? 11 consistent years. I know you're going through a lot, but that hurt my feelings. I love you, but I'm going to my family right now. I'll probably make it Saturday with my dad. I'll hit KK. Hit me if you need me. Love you.
Gina in that sentence is the Gina we were talking about before?
Yeah.
The same woman Mr. Combs had been seeing for a number of years during the course of your relationship.
Yes.
And the babysitter here is referring to someone named Nikki, right?
I think so. I'm not really sure.
The babysitter that you're referring to is someone that you suspected Mr. Combs was also seeing, right?
I think so, yeah.
Or having some sexual affair?
It's a vague memory, yeah.
And fair to say that you had suspicion that he was seeing this babysitter based on this message, right?
I don't even remember talking about the babysitter, to be honest, but yeah. Okay.
And so your feelings are hurt following this memorial service, correct?
Yeah, yep.
You posted that Kim was your soulmate. What was the 11 years all about? That refers to him saying after Kim's death that Kim was his soulmate, right?
Yep.
And that was extraordinarily hurtful, right?
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
Because you've been with him for 11 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that Kim was his soulmate, not you, right?
Yes.
And so after this message, you went to Miss Porter's funeral, right?
After this message?
After the memorial service, was there a funeral service?
I'm sorry. I was just confused. Was this message before or after the service?
Do you recall if it's before or after the memorial service?
I don't remember the day of the service.
At the top, he says, "You just left me. Did you leave the memorial service?"
I did leave the memorial service, but there were other places I left him.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
I know. I'm just trying to clarify, even for myself.
And after that memorial service, you never saw him again after that, right?
I didn't see him again after that, no.
And you testified that he tried to get in touch with you in various ways after that point, right?
Right.
In fact, through some other people, correct?
Yep.
Including Lauren London?
Yep.
And your friend Deontay Nash?
Correct.
But you rebuffed those attempts to contact you, right?
Yeah, these were later on, yeah.
And you never saw him again, right?
I did not.
And he let you go, right? You never saw him again, right?
I didn't see him again. I don't know about letting me go. That's different.
You never saw him again?
Yep.
And you got married, right?
I did.
To the love of your life, right?
Correct.
And over the years, has Mr. Combs reached out to you?
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, yes.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1409?
Ms. Esteval, if this is a good place, why don't we take our lunch break?
This is my last exhibit in... Okay, Ms. Garagos is telling me that we can take a break at this point and return to it.
Thank you, members of the jury, for your attention this morning. We'll come back at 1:10. All rise. All right, 1 o'clock and no discussions with the government.
Thank you.
Ms. Esteval, are you still planning to use Exhibit 1373?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1373, the one with the very long message that there was a dispute about, but there were going to be redactions to see if it would address the government's objection.
Yes, we would still...
Do we have the redaction ready?
You're talking about 1373, right, Your Honor?
Yes, 1373.
We are still planning on using that. If we can discuss appropriate redactions, we have several to discuss with the government over the break. I also sent the proposed 412 redactions to Chambers, copying the government. If those are acceptable to the court, we would admit those after the break.
If there's no objection, they will be acceptable. If there is an objection, then we'll address the objection.
Just with respect to the materials that were just submitted, we need to consult with Ms. Ventura's counsel as well.
Understood.
I think those are the ones that we conferred about with them. They responded multiple times.
You will work it out. I will be here at 1 o'clock. I could be here for the entirety of the lunch break, but I will be back at 1 o'clock. I really thought that we could have a couple of minutes here because I know that everyone needs to take a little break and then come back. What other issues are there? We have 1373. We have the 412 issue, which maybe is not an issue. Any other issues?
I think we just need to confer with defense on those issues. I just wanted to note 2 other administrative issues that we anticipate this afternoon. As Ms. Garagos flagged during the government's direct examination, we have additional documents to admit on redirect because we were still conferring on 106 issues, so we plan to do that when redirect occurs. Based on the cross-examination that occurred today, we anticipate marking 1 additional exhibit, which we'll share with defense as soon as possible.
Ms. Esteval, how are we looking on time? It looks like we resolved most of the evidentiary issues.
Yes. Given the exhibits that were admitted en masse, which are consistent with a number of themes that I already covered yesterday, and I don't believe we need to go through each of them, I think we are going to end sooner than expected.
Very good. I'll be here at 1 o'clock, so if we need to address anything, we can do it and get the jury back. Ms. Garagos, can you round up everybody? Or Mr. Steele? Anyone?
I will do my best.
Ms. Slavic, have we actually worked out anything?
Yes, Your Honor, we actually have.
Ms. Garagos, maybe we can start with 1373.
In reading it more and more this morning, I think one of Ms. Johnson's concerns with it this morning was that she thought that it was talking about ketamine. And after reading it again, that is not what I understand this text message to mean. I think she's talking about...
I understand, yes.
I think that lends more credence to my argument, which is a state of mind. This should come in under state of mind. It's about Carrie, not about ketamine. We still think it's appropriate for this entire message to come in.
Your Honor, I think we will still have that same issue with the intermixed factual assertions with phrases like, if it's okay, I'd like to reconnect. But the paragraph above seems...
Above what?
The second full paragraph seems to have a fair amount of like, I've been trying to deal with this case shit. Even if this is Carrie, I don't think that goes to her state of mind. This is also at least 6 full paragraphs. I am not sure what state of mind this is being offered for.
Ms. Ventura's.
There are portions of this message that are properly admissible under 8033. But as the government points out, there are portions of this message that do not go to any of the permissible purposes in that rule. This needs to be redacted if it's going to be admitted into evidence, which, let me put it this way. If redactions are done, if the only remaining objection was on relevance or any 403 issue, I would overrule that objection. So that being said, if you can redact this message to remove the content that does not come in under 8033, then it would be admissible. But the entire paragraph-long multi-paragraph message has material that would not be admissible under that rule, and I'm not hearing any other basis for admission. To give just some example.
That's what I was just going to ask. If you can just tell me what Your Honor is ruling as not state of mind, I will redact it right now and make this very easy.
It's not the court's job to go through this sentence by sentence, but I'll give you some examples. For instance, in the 5th paragraph, I've been getting my life together. That's an example of something. That's not going to the declarant's state of mind. It's talking about what she is in fact doing.
That's fine with us. There are several of the exhibits, frankly, that say that. I think what we would... Understanding what Your Honor is saying...
They might be light redactions, and you might be able to do it right now.
I will do it right now, Your Honor.
Look through it. You have got to think, is this content that is going to historical events that happened, what the declarant is doing, things of that nature, which would be hearsay and would not fall into an exception? Or are they the kinds of messages that there have been no objection to that go to state of mind and feeling and the things that are covered by 8033? I hear you that most of this is probably admissible under 8033, and it may take light redactions. As it's stated, it is mixed in with a lot of other material. If it was going to come in this form, then I would give the jury a limiting instruction as to the purposes for which they should consider this message. You have 2 routes. You can either redact this maybe lightly to remove the material that is factual in nature and not talking about emotional state of mind, or I can give the jury a limiting instruction before this is introduced.
Could we do the limiting instruction, Your Honor?
We can do a limiting instruction. So there should not be questions, for instance, about when you said, I've been getting my life together. What did you mean by that? Right. Because that would be probing into the actual substance of the statements. If you're actually trying to admit this, you understand.
I understand. Can I take it the other way and ask Your Honor, can there be questions about the paragraph number 2 and paragraph number 3, which I believe, for example, I want nothing more than for us to be good. It just felt like I can't do things I've ever done before because of my weakness for you.
That's fine.
In the past, you haven't respected me, and things haven't changed. Real talk. That's my heart. But at the same time, You are my heart.
That's fine.
I've been trying to deal with this case shit, which is being really uncool. I think that goes to her testimony about Carrie and this situation that happened with Carrie, who I expect to take the stand very soon. And I'm feeling betrayed in a lot of directions. Been trying to handle how I feel about you and all of the hopes I did have for us. Is that fine under...
Let me ask a different question. What is it that you're planning to do with this exhibit? Because as a redacted exhibit, I've already told you what my ruling would be so you could get it into evidence. But what are you planning to actually do with this message? It's unclear to me.
Your Honor, we will just... To make this much easier and quicker, because we are under a time crunch, we will just submit a redacted version. We don't have to ask about it today. Then we can admit it, and it's in evidence.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm trying to understand.
I'm just asking if that's a pathway forward, so that we can get this witness on and off the stand.
If you choose to do that, this is an acceptable way to proceed. I think the government would agree, yes, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, except I do note that it's the government's position that I've been trying to deal with this case shit should be redacted. That's not a state of mind, but rather something factual.
Ms. Garagos, it's your case to try, so if you want to ask questions about this message, you're free to do so with a limiting instruction, and you may draw objections from the government as to questions that go to material that is outside of scope bounds. What I'm hearing you say is you're comfortable putting in a redacted version of this message. And Ms. Johnson has indicated that at least one of the things that she believes would not fall into the exception, and I tend to agree with her, is the statement about dealing with this case shit. So you understand that. Those are the two things you can do. You can also use this to refresh the witness's recollection and then just ask her questions, which is another thing that you can do. I'll leave it up to you to decide. Really, I won't leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to Ms. Estevao.
I've already indicated I did not need to cross-examine on this.
Has the court had an opportunity to look at the 412 redactions?
They are agreed upon, right?
They are agreed upon with the government, yes.
Your Honor, just to add to the 412 pile, the government, defense, and counsel for Ms. Ventura have conferred, and defense proposed a redaction to 1307. I believe the witness was shown the first 4 pages of that. The redactions are acceptable to all parties. I think that has been admitted, and we will just make sure.
It has not been. We will offer the redacted versions when the witness takes the stand.
Understood.
I'm sorry.
1307 was admitted in full. The first 4 pages were shown to the jury.
Yes.
So there is nothing to be done there. The version of 1307 that is in evidence will have the redaction that the parties have agreed on. That's out of the way. Then we have the other exhibits. I'm hearing no objection from anyone. So since there is no objection, then those can come in the redacted form that the parties have agreed on.
Okay.
Anything further?
We just have one more.
One more. That's Defense Exhibit 1016. The version that was sent to the government is 12 pages. Defense just handed over a 1-page version. The government would insist on the entire 12 pages coming in, if any of it is to come in.
That's fine with us, Your Honor. We were just trying to shorten things. We will do the full exhibit.
There will be no objection.
We are clearing out objections.
We have the other one.
Ms. Estevao, I'm sorry. You weren't here when we started. I should have been directing the questions to you.
That's fine. Ms. Garagos is the master of evidence around here.
Again, your choice how you use 1373. I laid out some options, but it is up to you how to do it. My understanding is, based on what we have discussed, you're electing to do some redactions, and assuming there is no objection on hearsay grounds, that can be put into evidence.
Wonderful. Thank you. Just as an update, I'm expecting to finish much sooner than I earlier indicated, just so the government knows that they should plan to redirect probably before the next break.
Good, then we will have our next witness.
The only thing we wanted to flag for Your Honor is, I don't expect that we will go through, given the time constraints, and we heard Your Honor loud and clear yesterday. The videos with Ms. Ventura, the BX series. But we would ask that we be allowed instead to do that through the government's video expert that they are going to call, just so that we could speed things up to make sure she is off the stand today. We would just propose that we be able to do that through the expert who enhanced them.
Is there an objection to that?
No, I don't think so. We can certainly play them through him because he modified the videos to enhance their quality of audio and visual quality. But he certainly just can't comment on anything that's occurring in the videos because he's not a participant.
I am not hearing any objection or disagreement. So again,
I'm just putting it on the record.
each side is fully allowed to try the case the way they are going to try the case.
Absolutely. The only reason I put it on the record is because Mr. Agnifilo had said that the cross of him would be 10 minutes. It will be a little bit longer now.
Understood.
I appreciate that.
That is fine.
We have one last exhibit, and then I think
everything else is resolved.
Can I speak with the government for 2 minutes?
Your Honor, I think we can address issues.
Hold on, everybody. What's the remaining objection?
There is disagreement about Government Exhibit B426. We can pull that up on the screen, if that's helpful. Can you go to page 2? Maybe put 2 and 3 up together. Your Honor, this is a May 2017 exchange between Ms. Ventura and the defendant. It's clearly a very short exchange. I think the nature of the defense objection is with respect to the first message.
That's correct. Under 403, we have a 403 objection to this message, to the first part of the message.
This is the message, I want to be with you, etc.
Correct.
Which part of the message is there an objection to?
The problem that we have with it is, I can't get pregnant, is the problem we have with that portion of the message. It implies, I would feel comfortable if we did this at a sealed sidebar, Your Honor. I think to protect.
This is going to come up in redirect, if ever.
This was an exhibit that we had agreed we would keep conferring about. So to come up, we agreed they could put it up in redirect, even though it would be beyond the scope, probably. But that they could.
First of all, there is a side conversation that's happening while we are trying to resolve this. Second, because this is happening in real time and hasn't been discussed in advance, there is a conversation happening while we are trying to resolve this. Please, we have to have one person speaking at a given time. Now, Ms. Garagos, is this coming in your cross-examination?
No.
Your Honor, the exhibit is we intend to move for its admission in redirect. To be clear, we do not intend to show this message to the witness. We are simply seeking its admission.
Is there an objection to that message going into evidence so that it can be reviewed by the jury when they are deliberating?
Yes.
What is the basis for admission of the message from Ms. Ventura?
Prior consistent statement, Your Honor.
In what way has that issue been? Has Ms. Ventura's credibility as to the portion of the message at issue been attacked, directly or indirectly?
Your Honor, the cross-examination, particularly yesterday, focused extensively on Ms. Ventura's interest and desire to be more a part of the defendant's life, her consternation and regret at not spending time with him and his family at Christmas, her interest in being more serious in their relationship, her interest in being monogamous with the defendant, things of this nature. And I think this message shows that she is thinking about the future, but has this very specific concern about the physical abuse and the violence and how that would affect her future with the defendant.
I really want to respond to that point, but I ask that I be able to do it the way we have been handling these specific types of issues thus far, under a protective order at a sealed sidebar, to explain to Your Honor why I think that this is a 403 objection, and should have been briefed when we were briefing that medical issue.
Just to be clear, the objection is to the entire message, everything after. I want to be with you, right?
Yes. We understand that drag down the hall would be admissible.
I'm not understanding the prior consistent statement issue. I am not understanding how this comes into evidence. One last word on this, Ms. Slavic, and then we can pick it up. It's not going to come in during cross-examination. You only have an objection to 5 words of this. As to that issue, I have not heard anything relating to that topic in this cross-examination or in opening statements.
Your Honor, for the reasons I just mentioned, our position is that it is a prior consistent statement. But, in addition, I think that this is a state of mind. This statement gets directly at what she is thinking and how she is feeling. And for the reasons that several messages throughout the course of direct and cross-examination have come in for state of mind, I think that this can come in under those grounds as well.
That is not state of mind. The objection is sustained as to this message, but I don't know how the objection is sustained as to that portion of the message. So if you want to introduce it, you're going to have to redact this message.
I think we can solve the problem, Your Honor, by redacting pregnant and just redacting that. It still gets what the government needs.
We are fine with that, Your Honor.
That is resolved. Let's have Ms. Ventura back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Ms. Ventura, you understand you're still under oath.
Yes.
Ms. Estevao.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ventura. We are almost finished here.
Thank you.
Could we please pull up Defense Exhibit 1409, which is in evidence? We are going to go through this one in full, but feel free to read through the whole thing first.
Okay. There isn't a hard copy?
I can give you my hard copy.
Sorry.
Ready?
Yes.
Could we please go to the next page, Andy, and start at the top? If you wouldn't mind, if you could read yours, and I will be Mr. Combs.
This is a different one from this.
Ms. Estevao, how many pages is this exhibit?
I believe it's my 9 pages.
This isn't like...
May I approach?
You may approach.
You can use the screen. It's 6 pages.
Let's use the screen.
We have Exhibit 1409. So, Ms. Ventura, take a look at the messages.
Yup, you can go to the next page. Next page.
I'm sorry to object, Your Honor, but
Could we take this down off the screen?
I am not sure it was on the screen.
It was an incorrect exhibit that was being brought up on the screen. We can return to this. I'll turn to a different subject. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you. Do you mind pulling up the first 4 messages? If you can read this, Miss Ventura, do you mind?
This is the same as what you handed me, so I saw this.
This is the one that I intended. I apologize about that. This is my fault.
No worries.
These green messages are from Mr. Combs, and I will read the ones from Mr. Combs.
Okay.
Checking on you, seeing how you're doing. Hope you're well. Just sending you love. Have a great weekend. This was sent on March 22, 2019.
Yeah.
And then on May 14, 2019, he said, sending you love and light. Hope you're well.
Yes.
Can we keep going? There is a message at the bottom. Congratulations, CAs. I truly am happy for you. You are going to make a beautiful mother. God bless. Can we go to the next page? Thank you. Did I read that earlier page correctly, Ms. Ventura?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you continue?
I said thank you. God bless.
Mr. Combs said, sending you love and light. Hope all is well. Had a dream about you last night. Shaking my head. What a difference a year makes. Really happy for you. Have a blessed day. Just sending love. That's it, right?
Right.
And at this point, had you had your first baby?
No, not yet. I was pregnant.
I'm skipping ahead.
That's okay. Just a few months. I had her in December.
I see. Then he says, congratulations. I know you're so happy. I'm happy for you. God bless. You deserve it. Love. This was on December 6, 2019. Then on March the 7th, 2020, he said, miss my best friend. Hope you are well. Frankie is so beautiful. Love. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Can we go to the next page, please? Can you read that?
Miss you too, and thank you. Hope you're taking care of yourself and that the family is well too.
That was on March 7, 2020.
Yep.
Mr. Combs said, thank you so much for responding. It really means a lot, more than you know. I'm so happy for you. The kids are good. Mom is good. I hope your family is well also. I miss all you guys. Sending you nothing but love and light always. Please know I'm always here if you need me.
Same. Been reflecting a lot, like a lot. The turns of life are so crazy, but I'm happy everyone is good. Please send my love to them. And if I can express anything, take care of you.
Mr. Combs says, I'm trying, just had another operation. This is going to be my last one. LOL. Shit has definitely been rough without your friendship. I pray for a day that I can sit down with you and let you know all the things that I've reflected on. You were there for me throughout everything. You were my ride or die, and I've got nothing but love for you always. My heart is filled with joy to know that you don't hate me. And I hope you're taking care of you also. I thank God for the time that we had together. And you're one of the greatest women in the world, and don't ever forget that. Love. Miss Ventura, you were also friends with Mr. Combs throughout your relationship, right?
Right.
You didn't only consider yourselves romantic partners, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? Can you read from the top as soon as it's blown up?
Sorry. I needed a second to gather my thoughts. The things you said blew my mind a bit. First, I don't hate you. I never have. I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without having been with you. I definitely think of the same day to sit down and just talk because I know that we need closure and understanding.
Mr. Combs sends a tear-faced emoji in response to that. Can we go back up to the message that you sent when you said, I needed a second to gather my thoughts, right? Because you took some amount of time to respond to him, right?
Yeah.
And what did you mean when you said the things you said blew my mind a bit?
Can we go back to his message?
Sure.
I think those were honestly probably all the things I wanted to hear for a long time that I never did.
Him telling you that you were his ride or die always?
Just being, it being recognized.
As the greatest woman in the world, right?
Not that part, just the message in general. It was nice.
That it was filled with love and affection?
Yes.
In other messages that he sent you throughout your relationship, he would say that he loved you, but how is this message different in that respect?
I think when you reflect on things, you just get a clearer picture, and I understood that that's how he really felt.
You appreciated that this was a heartfelt message to you?
Sure.
And it was what you had been craving for a long time to hear from him, right?
Before this, I don't think I was craving it then.
You had wanted it previously?
In the relationship.
Yes.
Yep.
Can we go back to your response to this? When you said the things you said blew my mind a bit, that's you reacting to his message?
Are
you expressing surprise?
Unexpected, yeah.
And then you say, first, I don't hate you. I never have, right?
Right.
Were you afraid that he thought that you hated him?
I don't know. I said that. I don't know.
You said I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without having been with you, right?
Yep.
Because he shaped you in many ways after 11 years, right? You shaped each other.
Yeah, that's fair.
You said, I definitely think of the same day to sit down and just talk because I know that we need closure and understanding, right? And after you sent this message, you didn't get that chance to sit down and talk and get closure, right?
No.
Can we go to the bottom message, please? Mr. Combs says, tears of joy. I don't even know what to say, but I'll always love you. And one day I hope you can forgive me. I pray for the day we can have closure, but most importantly, talk. We're honestly lucky to be alive. We went hard. God was really watching over us. You deserve the world. And I'm happy you found someone that loves you the way you deserve to be loved and respected. Please let me know when is a good time to get together, and I'll make myself available. Tell moms and pops I said hi. Please know I send this message with all respect for your marriage. Be well and never forget who you are. Love, right?
Right.
You said, we are honestly lucky to be alive, right? What did you take that to mean?
We partied quite a bit.
Too much and many times, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. We can take that down. You never had an opportunity to have that sit down and have closure, right?
Correct.
And you moved on with your life and continued with your marriage, and you had another child, right?
Yep.
And you were still struggling with addiction issues as you described on your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
But then were ultimately able to receive a lot of trauma treatment at the Willow House.
Yeah, amongst other things, yeah.
And were successfully able to kick your opiate addiction, right?
Yeah.
And have been maintaining sobriety since then.
Yeah.
Turning to after you left Willow House, the summer and fall of 2023 before your lawsuit in November.
Yeah.
In or around October of 2023, you and your husband moved into your parents' house in Connecticut, right?
I think it was October we left LA.
You moved into your parents' house in Connecticut because of financial issues, is that right?
No. We were just moving to the East Coast and transitioning at my parents'.
You transitioned to the East Coast and you are living with your parents, your children, and your husband in Connecticut, right?
We stay there quite a bit.
And your husband is a physical trainer, is that right? Or he was at the time?
He was.
Thank you. And your financial situation in October of 2023 was limited to the income of your husband as a physical trainer and whatever income you were able to make at that time, right?
Correct.
And the house that you grew up in Connecticut was relatively modest, right? Compared to the mansions that we have seen in the government's exhibits.
Sure.
And at the time, in October 2023, were you performing professionally?
I don't know if I was performing professionally, but I was preparing for a tour later that year.
The Juicy Fest 2024?
I don't remember what it was called, but possibly.
Was it scheduled to begin the following January?
Yes.
And were you were scheduled to go on tour? Was this Australia and New Zealand?
Yes.
So you are preparing for that tour?
Yes.
You were working with a Matt Testa, among other people, in connection with this tour, right?
Yes, he's an engineer.
You were doing a lot of work in connection with preparing for this performance?
Yeah.
Was the work that you were doing in connection with the performance all throughout that fall and summer? Could you describe the extent of the work?
I mean, I don't remember it super clearly, but yeah, we were preparing over months for January. I don't remember if it started January or we were supposed to start December, but something like that.
But fair to say that there was extensive planning going on in connection.
There was, yeah.
With this tour?
Yep.
As soon as you agreed to settle your lawsuit against Mr. Combs in November 2023, you canceled this tour, right?
I did.
And you didn't go to Australia?
I didn't.
And as soon as you saw that you were gonna get the $20 million, you canceled the tour because you didn't need it anymore, right?
That wasn't the reason why.
You could have withdrawn. You recall posting on Instagram after the video of the Intercontinental Hotel was aired in May of 2024.
What did I post?
You wrote on Instagram, among other things, domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes,
It's an important issue.
Yep.
And that is what you focused on in your Instagram post following the Intercontinental Hotel release?
I wrote something.
You wrote, domestic violence is the issue.
There was more to it than that, but yeah.
You wrote, thank you for all the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. And this is only the beginning. The domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes.
You felt that way, right?
I did.
And still feel that way?
Yep.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1016A, which is a single page? I'm told it's 1016 without the A, just for the parties and the witness. Miss Ventura, can you take a look at this and tell me when you're ready? I move for admission.
No objection.
1016 will be admitted. Defendant's Exhibit 1016 received in evidence.
It's just the one page?
Yes, the exhibit is longer, but we are only going to be focused on this one page.
Okay, yes, I read it.
Mr. Combs says, wanna have our last freak off tonight? This is him sending this in September 2012. He asks, wanna freak off one last time tonight, right?
Right.
What do you say?
What?
He says you can't read?
I don't want to freak off for a last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ventura.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gavin, could you please pull up the exhibit that was just on the screen, Defense Exhibit 1016? Could you please publish that for the jury?
We have it now.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Ventura, do you recall just a moment ago that you were directed to read the message on this page that you sent that says, I don't want to freak off for a last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives?
Yes.
Ms. Gavin, can you please move forward through the rest of this exhibit? I think it's on page 3 of 4. Can you go one more page? One more page. Actually, go back one. Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the blue bubbles in the middle of this page, is that messages that you sent?
Yes.
Directing your attention to one that says, yes, I'm horny, just got over a UTI, is that a message that you sent to Sean?
Yes.
What did you say below that?
I did it without meds this time.
What does Sean respond to you?
So what do you want to do?
Can you go to the next page now, Ms. Gavin? Ms. Gavin, can you please blow up the top 2 blue bubbles? Ms. Ventura, can you please read those 2 blue bubbles?
I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now. I can't do one last time. I'd rather not at all.
What are you referring to in those messages?
Freak-offs.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. You can take those down. Ms. Ventura, before I ask you a few more questions, I am going to admit some exhibits.
Okay.
Do you recall on our direct examination the drives that you looked at and signed with your initials?
Yes.
And you reviewed the contents on those drives, is that correct?
I did.
And what, generally speaking, was on those drives?
There were messages, photos, videos from devices that I turned into the government, broken devices.
Your Honor, just one moment. I need to grab my computer. At this time, the government would offer government exhibits B219, B223, B224, B238, B249, B260, B261, B329, B332, B338, B346, B356, B405, B409, B423, B424, B426, B430, B511, B615, B619, B620, B622, B627B, B627C, B629, B630, B631, B633, B634, B635, B638, B640, B642, B643, and B645.
Any objection?
May we have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, Ms. Garagos is going to review those, and I'll conduct the examination, and we will circle back to this, if that's all right with Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Ventura, do you recall defense counsel showing you some law enforcement reports documenting interviews with the government on cross-examination?
Yes.
Before defense counsel showed you those reports, had you ever seen them before?
No.
Were you ever asked to review those reports?
No.
Were you ever asked to check those reports for accuracy?
No.
Do you also recall being asked on cross-examination about what messages the government did or did not show you in meetings you had with the government?
Yep.
Are you aware of how many thousands of messages were found on your devices, Ms. Ventura?
Exactly, no.
Are you aware of how many thousands of messages there are on other devices in this case?
No.
By Ms. Johnson, are you aware of how many thousands of messages and emails that have been received from some of Sean's companies?
No.
Do you recall yesterday that defense counsel showed you a number of messages between you and Sean where you showed love and affection of each other?
Yes.
And you were showed more of those messages today, is that correct?
Yes.
Throughout your relationship with Sean, were there periods where Sean was kind and loving?
Yeah.
Did those periods ever last?
No.
What always ended up happening? Objection.
Grounds.
Not specific.
Ms. Johnson, could you rephrase?
Sure. Ms. Ventura, you just testified that the periods where Sean was kind and loving didn't last. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
What happened when those periods didn't last?
Objection.
It's overruled.
When those periods wouldn't last, it would just be a downswing. Yeah. I don't know how to put that.
Can you tell me a little more by what you mean by a downswing?
When Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everybody around him.
Objection.
It's sustained. The jury should disregard the witness's last answer. Ms. Johnson, next question.
Ms. Ventura, how, if at all, were you affected by Sean's moods?
I was pretty affected.
How were you affected?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was affected in various ways. Can you repeat it?
Sure. You testified that Sean's moods affected you. What were some of the ways that they affected you?
I mean, they affected my whole life, my career, how I felt about myself, my self-worth, yeah.
How did Sean's moods affect your career?
It depended on if he was in the mood to have a freak off, my work would take the back seat. So that would be my career not being paid attention to because I had to do other things.
What other things did you have to do?
I had to do freak-offs.
And what kind of preparation did freak-offs entail?
A lot. Me getting myself ready, head to toe, getting a room ready, setting up entertainment, yeah.
When you say setting up entertainment, what are you referring to?
To escorts.
You also said that Sean's moods affected how you felt about yourself?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how they affected how you felt about yourself?
Well, throughout the relationship, I really just hung on a lot of his words and everything he said, trusted his style and everything that he was doing. So when he would put me down or make me feel lesser than, I was extra hard on myself. I was already hard on myself as it was. So yeah, there was good, but there was a lot of negative too.
Do you recall defense counsel asking you yesterday if Sean opened up your world?
Yes.
Do you recall responding that it wasn't a yes or no answer?
Yep.
Can you explain what you meant by that?
To the yes or no world?
Yes.
Sorry. Can you repeat what was yesterday?
Yesterday. Do you recall that defense counsel asked you if Sean opened up your world?
Yeah.
And you responded, that's not a yes or no question.
Yeah. I think I also might have said, it opened up a world, I didn't really describe it.
What world did it open up to you, Ms. Ventura?
To me, I was led into his world, but I was opened up to a world of just chaos and with his lifestyle, his choosing. And wanting approval, being a part of it, it was a whole other world I didn't know. I didn't understand at the time. It was a lot.
Do you remember when defense counsel showed you a number of explicit texts yesterday that you sent to Sean?
Yeah.
Throughout your entire 11-year relationship with Sean, who did you want to have sex with?
I wanted to sex with just him.
Was there anyone else you wanted to have sex with?
Not at that time.
Ms. Gavin and I apologize for not letting you know about this. Could you pull up, if you are able, Defense Exhibit 1166, which is in evidence? Ms. Gavin, would you mind zooming in on those messages? Ms. Ventura, do you recall being shown this message yesterday?
Yeah, vaguely.
I'd like to direct you to the message that's the second message from the top. Do you see that message?
Yep.
It's sent from Sean on August 7th, 2009 at 7:52 p.m.
Yep.
Do you see where Sean says you're supposed to be seducing me all day?
Yep.
What is your understanding of what Sean is telling you to do?
To send him sexy messages and just make him feel excited sexually.
How often did Sean give you instructions like seduce me all day?
All the time.
What did you do in response to those instructions?
Sometimes I did it and sometimes I didn't know what to say.
When you did it, what kind of messages would you send to Sean?
I would talk mainly about freak-offs and the things that I knew would actually turn him on.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Ventura, do you recall yesterday that defense counsel asked you questions about your music career?
Yes.
About your celebrity status?
Yes.
About your financial status?
Yes, I think so.
Do you also remember that defense counsel asked you questions about how Sean supported you when you had a bad life performance at the beginning of your career?
Yep.
What happened to your music career after you started dating Sean Combs?
I put out music, but it wasn't the same as when I first started.
How was it different?
It was different because I had to give him all of my attention and made the choice to listen to him because he was the person that was running everything.
When you say you gave him all of your attention, who is him?
Sean.
While you were in a relationship with Sean, who, if anyone, controlled your music career?
Sean.
How often would Sean direct you to turn down other opportunities in your career?
Regularly.
Ms. Garagos, I know you're still looking at the exhibits, but I did want to offer Government Exhibit B332. The government offers Government Exhibit B332.
B332 will be admitted. Government's Exhibit B332 received in evidence.
Ms. Gavin, you can publish that to the jury, please. Ms. Ventura, who are the participants in this communication?
That's me and a person that I worked with named Martin Bowier.
What was Martin's role?
At that time, he was trying to help with management. I had tried a bunch of different people over many years.
Management of what?
My career, music career.
Directing your attention to the first message, I'll read the gray messages, and you read the blue messages.
Okay.
From Martin. Is Puff okay with you doing a common video?
I don't know. I'll find out. He'll prob say no lol.
Lol, okay. Can you turn to the next page, Ms. Gavin? Thank you. Just let me know so I can me them know either way.
I'm forwarding the email. He just wants to hear the song.
Yep. I put the song in the email. Hit me back as soon as you can, please.
Waiting for Puff to call me back.
Oh, okay. Cool. Underdogs might want you to come by and listen at 3 o'clock.
Puff said no to vid.
Ms. Gavin, if you can go back to page 2, please. Ms. Ventura, in your last message where you said Puff said no to vid, what is your understanding of what vid Puff said no to?
The video that Martin asked me if I wanted to do or if I could do.
You can take this down, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Ventura, you mentioned this a few moments ago, but when you were not working on your career while you were dating Sean, what else were you doing?
When I wasn't working on my career, I was being his girlfriend. Yeah.
And did that involve preparing for and participating in freak-offs?
Yep.
During freak-offs, what, if any, work calls did you observe Sean taking?
He took quite a bit of work calls during freak-offs.
How frequently would he take work calls during freak-offs?
Every time.
During freak-offs, how often was your career discussed?
A lot.
And are you aware if Sean ever canceled meetings or other work obligations for freak-offs?
Yeah.
Are you aware if Sean ever canceled meetings or other work obligations to recover from a freak-off?
Yes.
What was your understanding of why Sean could do that? Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Ventura, were you able to cancel meetings or work obligations for freak-offs?
If I was told to.
What effect, if any, did that have on your career?
A lot. I didn't get to do many of the things I wanted to.
And why didn't you get to do many of the things you wanted to?
Because I had a whole other job.
What was that whole other job?
It's basically a sex worker.
Objection. Move to strike.
Motion is granted. The jury should disregard the witness's last answer.
Ms. Ventura, when you say you had a whole other job, did that whole other job involve participating in and performing at freak-offs?
Yep.
Ms. Ventura, do you recall on cross being asked questions about Sean using drugs during your relationship?
Yes.
Do you also recall on cross-examination being asked many questions about how successful Sean was?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked many questions about how successful Sean's businesses were?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked many questions about Sean's impact?
Yes.
During that same period where you testified that Sean was using drugs, was Sean also running all of his businesses?
Yes.
Was Sean taking meetings during that same period?
Yep.
Meetings for work?
Yes.
Was Sean taking calls for work during that same period?
Yes.
Was Sean traveling for work during that same period?
Yes.
Was Sean making music during that same period?
Yes.
Was Sean appearing on television during that same period?
Yes.
And despite doing all those things, to your knowledge, was Sean also still using drugs?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Ms. Ventura, do you recall being asked about breaking up with Sean while you were shooting a movie in South Africa in the fall of 2015? Yes?
Yes.
Do you remember also being asked about how you blocked contact with him during that time?
Yeah.
Would you have been able to block contact with Sean if you were not on the other side of the world from him? Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Ventura, would you have been able to block contact with Sean if you were not in South Africa? Objection.
The question needs to be phrased or additional questions need to be asked.
Despite being far away from Los Angeles, did Sean still contact you during that time?
Yes.
How did he contact you?
I blocked him, but through other people.
Who were the other people who were the intermediaries?
I had one of his assistants was with me, and she was one person, but other people that were around him would try to contact me as well.
Who were some of the other people that were around him that would try to contact you, if you remember?
I mean, it would be management, security, same people, assistants, whoever was there at that time.
When you say management, security, and assistants, are you referring to individuals who worked for Sean's businesses?
Yes.
And I apologize, Ms. Ventura, if I missed it. But what was the name of the individual who was with you in South Africa who worked for Sean?
Mia.
Do you also recall yesterday that you were asked about Sean claiming that he could not remember some of the times when he hurt you?
Yep.
When Sean claims that he couldn't remember hurting you, did you believe him? Objection.
Grounds.
It's vague and object to the form.
It's overruled.
Do you want me to re-ask the question, Ms. Ventura?
Please.
Yesterday you were asked some questions about Sean claiming he could not remember some of the times when he hurt you?
Yeah.
When that happened, did you believe him?
No, not every time.
Why not?
Because I'd tell him.
Can you tell me what you mean by that answer?
I mean, you know the difference. He blacked out, and I could tell he really blacked out. Then I would know that. But I feel like there were times where he was pretty aware of what he was doing.
Why did you think he was pretty aware of what he was doing?
Because it's just who he was.
What do you mean by that?
I had seen him be violent with other people, so I knew the difference because I had been around it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Let me try this another way. When Sean claimed he couldn't remember, did you think he was manipulating you? Objection.
That's sustained.
Ms. Ventura, do you recall earlier today that you listened to a recording between you and a man named Sugan?
Yep.
What were you talking about during that recording?
We were talking about potentially a sexual video of me that Sugan had seen.
And during that conversation with Sugan, how were you feeling during that conversation about the video that was the topic?
I was just sick about it and was feeling pressure from Sean, so I was going in on Sugan. It was weird. It was a weird day.
What do you mean you were feeling pressure from Sean?
He was sending me messages because I shared it with him, obviously, right away because we didn't know whether or not it was a freak-off video. And yeah, he just texted me quite a bit and called me quite a bit about it, so I felt like I had to handle the situation.
When you say he texted and called you quite a bit, are you referring to Sean?
Yep.
Who, if anyone, was directing you to speak to Sugan?
Sean.
And who, if anyone, was directing you not to let Sugan out of your sight?
Sean.
Do you also recall being asked if Sean supported you in not wanting freak-off videos to come out?
Yes.
Do you also recall defense counsel asking you about Sean accusing you of stealing his drugs while you were in Cannes?
Yes.
On the flight home from Cannes, can you remind the jury what Sean did?
He pulled up a video.
Objection. Beyond the scope.
It's overruled.
He pulled up a video that I thought I had deleted out of his computer of me having sex with an escort, and he played it the whole flight home.
And where did that flight depart from?
From the south of France and landed in New York.
While Sean was playing that video for you the whole flight home, what, if anything, did he say?
He said he was going to release it to embarrass me.
When you landed in New York, what did Sean insist you do later that night?
A freak-off.
What were you afraid would happen if you refused that freak-off?
That the video would come out or that he would just be really angry.
What happened when Sean was angry?
He could be violent. He could just make you feel horrible.
Do you recall being asked some questions yesterday about a weekend in New York with Sean?
Specifically,
let me see if I can pull that up for you. Ms. Gavin, would you be able to pull up Defense Exhibit 1019?
Yes, I remember.
Do you remember looking at this exhibit yesterday?
Yes.
Ms. Gavin, can you please go forward to page 9 of this exhibit? Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the bottom set of blue messages, can you read those, please?
Like the last two or...
Sorry, the last 5, starting with okay.
Okay. I think it would be a nice switch up for you to come here. Can you come tomorrow early, though, because I have to leave on Monday afternoon? I can book a show for us to go see tomorrow night. We can be like old times and take our Central Park walks, smoke, drink some wine, and just veg out. I'm sorry if I seem a little out of it. They put our oldest dog to sleep today.
Were these the types of suggestions that you made to Sean about how to spend the weekend in New York?
Yes.
What ended up happening that weekend in New York?
Freak off, I would guess. I don't know.
Objection.
That's sustained. The jury should disregard the witness's last answer.
Let's go to page 17, please, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the top message in the gray bubble on the page from Sean Combs that says, "You ready for tonight?"
Yep.
When Sean said, "You ready for tonight?" what did you understand Sean to be communicating to you?
Ready for a freak off, he was asking me.
When you respond, "Yes, I just GTA get stuff." What stuff are you referring to?
Stuff, supplies for the freak off, and outfits and whatever else.
So what did Sean insist you do instead of doing things like going to the park? Objection.
I don't know what the question is. Let's hear the question first.
Ms. Ventura, what did Sean insist you do instead of your suggestions like going to the park? Object to the characterization.
The question needs to be rephrased.
Ms. Ventura, you made suggestions of how you wanted to spend this weekend. Do you recall those?
I do.
What, if anything, did you do instead?
We had a freak off.
Whose idea was that?
Sean's.
What were you afraid would happen if you did not do that freak off? Objection.
Grounds.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence. Leading.
It's overruled.
Ms. Ventura, do you want me to re-ask the question? I asked you if you didn't do the freak off on this weekend in New York on October 13th, 2012. What were you afraid would happen?
I don't know specifically what I would have been afraid of that weekend.
Then that's done. Next question.
Yesterday, do you recall being asked a number of questions about the side effects of drug use?
Yep.
Do you also recall being asked questions about a bad batch of drugs yesterday?
I do.
Did using drugs ever make you get violent?
Did using drugs? I feel like drinking more so than drugs, yeah.
Did using drugs ever make you get violent?
No.
Yesterday, do you recall being shown a number of messages about the time period leading up to the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel?
Yeah.
Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit B625, which is in evidence? Can you please go to page 2? Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the message on this page. That's from Sean, right?
Yes.
And it's from March 5th, 2016, is that right?
Yes.
And it says, "So what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night?"
Right.
Do you recall seeing this message yesterday?
Yep.
And yesterday, when you were asked multiple times about this question, you responded that "so I can plan my night" was the key phrase of this message. Do you recall your testimony?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
The "so I can plan the rest of my night" being the key?
Yes.
This point in 2016, that was just part of the way I understood him. It was a weekly ask, a weekly "what are you going to do? What are we going to do?" It was just kind of common.
And so through this text exchange, What did you understand Sean was communicating to you?
He was asking me if we were going to do a freak-off that night. What's the plan?
Can you take that down, Ms. Gavin, and go to the next page, please? Can you blow up Sean's message on that page? The blue bubble. Ms. Ventura, this is another message from Sean on March 5th, 2016, is that right?
Yes.
And it says, what would you want to do?
Yep.
In your experience, when Sean said, what do you want to do?
Objection.
I don't know what the question is, so let's hear the question.
Ms. Ventura, when Sean said, what do you want to do, in your experience, what did that mean?
Objection.
That's sustained.
When Sean said, what do you want to do, Ms. Ventura, what was your understanding of what Sean was communicating to you?
After the...
Objection. Same objection.
Ms. Johnson, you're referring to the message we're looking at here.
Yes.
Why don't you re-ask the question and maybe clarify?
Sure. Ms. Ventura, with respect to this message, what would you want to do? Sent on March 5th, 2016. What was your understanding of what Sean was communicating to you?
He wanted to know if I wanted to do a freak-off.
And if you did not respond to Sean messages like this by setting up a freak-off?
Objection. Sorry.
That's sustained.
Did you end up having a freak-off at the Intercontinental Hotel with Sean on March 5th, 2016?
Yes.
What did Sean do to you during that freak-off?
Objection.
It's overruled.
During that freak-off in the room before I left, he hit me, and that's what prompted me to leave.
Where did he hit you?
In my eye.
And you said that's what prompted you to leave. Did you leave the freak-off before it was over?
Before he said it was over, yeah.
What happened after you left?
He followed me into the hallway and tried to bring me back.
How did he try to bring you back?
He tried to drag me back.
And what was he wearing when he was trying to drag you back?
A towel and socks.
Did you eventually leave the hotel?
I did.
After Sean tried to drag you back to the freak-off, and you left the hotel, did you keep hearing from Sean that day?
Yes.
Did he keep reaching out to you by phone?
Yes.
By text?
Yep.
Did he have other staff members reach out to you as well?
Yes.
And when I say staff members, individuals who worked for Sean reached out to you as well?
Yes.
Ms. Gavin, can you please take this down and pull up Government Exhibit B631, which I believe the defense admitted this morning? Can you go to the bottom of page 6, please? Can you blow up the final message, please? Can you please read that message, Ms. Ventura?
When you get fucked up the wrong way, you always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child.
You can take that down, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Gavin, can you pull up for identification for the witness and the parties only the government exhibit marked A441Y?
No objection.
I was going to authenticate it first, but if there's no objection, I'll offer the government exhibit.
A441. I will be admitted. Government's Exhibit A441 I received in evidence.
Ms. Ventura, who are the participants in this chat?
It's me and Sean.
Before we get to the specific messages, I'm sorry, can you please publish this to the jury, Ms. Gavin? Can you please go to page 7? Focusing your attention on the top 2 bubbles, Ms. Ventura, do you recall being asked a number of questions on cross-examination about you sending Sean a message saying, "Hit me when you can," on August 20th, 2018?
Yes.
What's the exact timestamp of that message?
4:08 p.m.
You can take that down.
Let it be reflected that I believe Miss Ventura misspoke. It says 4:18.
I think it says 4:08.
Oh, I was looking.
There's 2 messages. It looks like the first message is 4:08. Is that right?
Hold on. Ms. Johnson, do you have a question?
Yes. Ms. Ventura. The first message. Is that sent on August 20th, 2018 at 4:08 p.m.?
Yes.
And then there's an identical message below it. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's sent on August 20th, 2018 at 4:13 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Gavin, I want to go back to the page before this, page 6. Ms. Gavin, can you please blow up those 4 green bubbles? Who are these messages from?
They're from Sean.
Are these messages sent to you from Sean before the 2 messages we just looked at?
It looks like that, yep.
And what days are these messages sent on?
August 19th, 2018 and August 20th.
What does the first message say?
Are you okay?
Ms. Ventura, were you asked a number of questions this morning about the time Sean raped you in August of 2018?
Yeah.
What was going on in your life in August 2018 around that time?
Around that time, in August 2018, I was trying to remove myself from this relationship completely. I had moved around quite a bit in LA, and yeah.
Do you have a clear memory of August 2018?
Not super clear, but clear enough.
Is it fair to say a lot was going on in your life?
A lot, yeah.
Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
No.
Objection.
It's overruled.
You can answer, Ms. Ventura. Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
No.
Ms. Gavin, can you please go to the next page? Can you go to the page after that? Can you please zoom in on the bottom of page 51? Ms. Ventura, can you please read the message in the green bubble on the bottom from Sean?
I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off. I'm about to get my shit together.
You can take that down now, Ms. Gavin. Ms. Ventura, a few weeks after Sean raped you in August 2018, did you have consensual sex with Sean?
Yes.
And is that when your now husband FaceTimed you during that consensual sex act?
Yep.
I don't have that many questions.
You may. But is there another way to do this? If it's going to take time to review the list, then you can put it in by agreement at a later time.
Okay. If the defense is fine with that, I'm happy to proceed that way.
Ms. Garagos.
We're fine with that, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Ventura, do you recall being asked about your settlement with Sean?
Yep.
Do you recall defense counsel also asked you just a moment ago about your financial situation in October of 2023?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had a tour scheduled?
I did.
And you said that the settlement was not the reason you canceled the tour?
Correct.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After filing my civil suit, I just was overwhelmed and I couldn't continue doing that at that point.
What do you mean you were overwhelmed?
I think just addressing the past the way that I chose to, it was just quite overwhelming and I didn't want to be away from my kids at that time. I just didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file any more lawsuits?
No.
Do you expect to get any money out of testifying at this trial?
No.
How much money did Sean pay to settle your lawsuit?
$20 million.
Would you give that money back if it meant you never had to have freak-offs?
Objection.
It's overruled.
I'd give that money back if it meant I never had to have freak-offs. If never had to have freak-offs, I would have agency and autonomy and I would...
Objection.
It's overruled.
You can continue, Ms. Ventura.
I wouldn't have to work so hard to get it back.
And when you say get it back, are you talking about the agency and autonomy that you mentioned?
Yeah.
Do you remember when defense counsel asked you yesterday if freak-offs were a special time that you cherished?
Yeah.
How would you describe the experience of an escort urinating in your mouth while you were on the floor?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times did Sean insist you have a freak-off when you still had a UTI?
All the time, frequently.
And did Sean beat you during freak-offs?
Yes.
Once or more than once?
More than once.
How did you...
Sorry, you could continue. I'm sorry. You can go on.
How did you feel during the freak-offs when Sean beat you?
Worthless, just like dirt. Like I didn't matter to him, but that I was nothing. Like absolutely nothing.
At the beginning of your relationship, were you open to freak-offs?
I was open in the very beginning to trying it.
Did defense counsel show you a number of messages that reflected some of that openness over the past 2 days?
Yeah.
Did that openness change?
Over time, yeah.
And after it changed, did you want to have freak-offs?
I didn't.
Did you feel that you could say no?
No.
Did you try to tell Sean that you did not want to do freak-offs?
Objection.
It's overruled.
I tried.
Once or more than once?
More than once.
What were you afraid would happen if you refused a freak-off?
Objection.
Could you rephrase the question?
Ms. Ventura, you testified that you told Sean more than once that you did not want to do freak-offs.
Yeah.
What concerns did you have, if any, about saying no to freak-offs?
Same objection.
It's overruled.
I worried for my safety, I worried for my career, but I also was in love with him, so I worried that he wouldn't want to be with me anymore. Like, that was part of it too.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Esteval.
Recross-examination by Ms. Esteval. Ms. Ventura, picking up on that, you said that you were afraid that if you said no to a freak-off, that Mr. Combs wouldn't want to be with you anymore, right?
That was part of it.
Objection.
It's overruled.
That was part of it, you said?
It was part of it. We were in a relationship.
You knew that Mr. Combs' sexual preference were these freak-offs, right?
I learned, yeah.
And part of being his girlfriend meant participating in these freak-offs, right?
I don't know that it was a rule, but it was...
Not a rule, but it was his sexual preference. And so you knew that part of being his girlfriend meant doing this sort of thing with him, right?
I would say I learned over time.
That's what was animating the fear that he would leave you if you didn't do it, right? The part of it we were just talking about.
Yeah, sorry, my mind is a little bit all over the place right now.
Do you want to take a moment?
You can continue.
The government brought up Exhibit 1016. Can we bring that up, please? Defense Exhibit 1016. Mr. Combs asked you, want to freak off one last time tonight? And you said, I don't want to freak off for one last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives, right?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Can we go to the next page and the next page? You say, yes, I'm horny, just got over UTI. I did it without meds this time. And he asked you what you want to do, right?
Yep.
Can we go on? And this is what the government went over with you just now. You said, I'm emotional right now. I can't do one last time, right? That's what government counsel pointed out. You can't do one last time.
That's what it says, yeah.
And that's in reference to your earlier text message where you said you can't do one last time, right?
The text messages, the page before this you're talking about?
When you said, I can't do one last time, I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives, right?
Yeah.
So when you're saying you can't do one last time, you're saying you don't want it to be the last freak off you ever do with him, right?
I honestly don't know what I was thinking in 2012.
But you did say on the earlier page, I don't want it to be the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And then the government asked you about certain devices that you turned over to the government in connection with this investigation, and you said that they were broken devices. What did you mean by that?
They were no longer working. I couldn't turn them on.
And you kept these broken devices for many, many years, right?
Yeah.
And those are the broken devices, and those are the devices that the government was able to access, right?
Correct.
And those are the devices that ultimately had the only freak-off videos in this case, right?
I don't know if it was the only ones. I don't know.
Those devices are the source of the government exhibits that are the freak-off videos in this case. You're familiar with those videos, right?
I'm familiar with videos.
That came from your devices?
That came from my devices, yeah.
Those are the devices that you kept for many years, right?
Yes.
And those freak-off videos were from 2012 and 2014, right?
I don't know what year.
Suffice it to say that you kept them for over a decade, those devices for over a decade, right?
I guess so.
Despite being broken?
Yeah.
Government counsel asked you about how this impacted your career and asked about Mr. Combs' ability to continue running his businesses while participating in all these freak-offs, right?
Yeah.
What did you do on your time when you were not doing freak-offs?
I was recovering from freak-offs, or I was working in studio.
You were working in the studio on your music?
Yeah.
And you also were seeing your friends and family?
Occasionally, yeah.
And you were communicating regularly with people in your circles, right?
Yeah.
And you were communicating with many employees at Bad Boy Records, right?
Yeah.
The government asked you about Mr. Combs' ability to continue running his businesses, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, many employees for Mr. Combs and Bad Boy understood that he had a major drug problem, right?
Objection.
Could you rephrase that just a little bit?
Are you aware of any employees expressing knowledge or concern about Mr. Combs' drug problems or drinking problems?
Yeah.
Was it in fact something that was discussed among you and other employees?
At certain times, yeah.
In fact, many of his employees and staff members had to manage his moods in light of his addiction, right?
We all did.
Which employees can you recall who discussed this with you, who understood that withdrawn? Which employees did you discuss this with?
D-Rock for sure, Mia, Tony Fletcher. There's probably more. I just don't really remember.
In fact, it was pretty common knowledge that Mr. Combs had a major drug problem, right?
Objection.
It's sustained.
Government counsel also asked you questions about Mr. Combs being hard on you, right?
Yeah.
But he was, of course, also quite uplifting, right?
Yep.
And he sent you many uplifting messages over the many years, right?
Yeah.
And his messages were also conveyed orally, right?
Yeah.
And when you met with him, sometimes you met him when he was in a great mood and he lifted you up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, most of the time that you were with him, you loved being with him, right?
Good amount of the time, yeah.
Government counsel asked you about being led into his world. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you said it was a world of chaos, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was a world of chaos. You stand by that, right?
Pretty crazy.
It sounds like it was filled with freak-offs and drugs and alcohol and partying, right?
Yeah, but I was referring more to other things, but
What were you referring to?
it's fast-paced.
He was a major part of the entertainment industry.
Yep.
And by being with him, you were able to meet all sorts of other people in the entertainment industry, right?
I did meet a lot of people, yeah.
And you were able to go to fascinating places and famous events, right?
Yep.
And you were able to stand by his side at the Met Gala and other premieres and other things like that, right?
Yep.
And in many ways, being his girlfriend meant that opportunities were available to you in many different ways, right?
Couldn't take them all, though.
Of course, but you had access to producers and people in the entertainment industry that many other people trying to come up in this business never had, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Within reason.
You were given opportunities in terms of your ability to access contacts in the entertainment industry?
Sometimes given, but earned as well.
Certainly. And you also had plenty of studio time, right?
A lot of studio time.
With access to sound engineers, right?
Yep.
And you were given access to all kinds of musical artists, right?
Yeah.
We talked about how you were put in the studio with Kid Cudi, right?
Yep.
What other artists were you put in the studio with?
What other artists? Nicki Minaj and I did a song together.
Wow.
I worked with a lot of people. Didn't really transpire, but I worked with a lot of people.
What about Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And you put out a mixtape called Rockabye Baby, right?
I did.
And you were proud of that?
Very.
You put a lot of work into that.
Uh-huh.
And that was released, right?
It was released, yeah.
And when your relationship with Mr. Combs ended, you were let out of your contract, right?
I was let out. I had to, yeah. Fight my way out of the contract, yeah.
You weren't able to break ties with Bad Boy Records successfully, right?
Eventually, yeah.
You also had singles with Rick Ross, right?
Yes.
And Pusha T, right?
Yep.
Am I missing anyone?
You got a lot of people.
I'm sure I'll be reminded if I miss someone. You were saying on Redirect that you only wanted to have sex with Sean, really, right?
When we were together, yeah.
And you participated in the freak-offs because you wanted to make him happy, right?
Part of the reason, yeah.
And you knew that, as I asked you before, you knew that this was the kind of sex that he wanted to have, right?
I found out through experience.
And you believed that you were special in his life because you were able to give him that, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Well, you didn't think he was having this kind of sex with anyone else, right?
I was hoping not, but I didn't know.
You, in fact, did hold a special place in his heart, right?
I think I did.
You believe that today, right?
Yeah.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1166, the seducing me all day part? You were asked about this message, Mr. Combs saying, "You supposed to be seducing me all day, right?"
Yes.
You sometimes did that?
Yeah, whatever he wanted, yeah.
When he asked you to do certain things like this, like send him dirty text messages, you did that, right?
Yep.
In this message, this begins with Mr. Combs saying in the subject line, "I'm so horny," and what is your response to that?
OMG, I was just about to text you the same thing, lolol.
That's before he says you're supposed to be seducing me all day, right?
Correct.
And then your response to that is, "Lol, sorry, I'm nervous. I feel like I want to fuck," right?
Yep.
And when you said you're nervous, you were being open about your feelings, right?
I think so. I'm not really sure what I'm nervous about in this text.
Miss Johnson was asking you about how your music career was affected by participating in these freak-offs, right?
Right.
And it's fair to say that you've always been a little self-conscious about your musical talents, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like an abbreviated version of, yeah.
I'll rephrase, your ability to perform under pressure. I'm referring in particular to your performance on 106 and Park.
It was one performance in the beginning of my career. I did others.
Of course. Did you ever suffer from feelings of self-doubt?
I did.
Like anyone would?
Yeah.
You were in an industry that required really a high level of performance?
Of course.
Like very demanding and very competitive, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yep.
You were meeting musical artists in the studio that were famous and the top of the entertainment industry, right?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Can you repeat?
You were in the studio with musical artists who were famous and talented, right?
Yeah.
Some of the most famous and talented in the country, right?
Uh-huh.
And you were asked to perform at that level, right?
Yes.
So it would be natural to assume that feelings of self-doubt would keep in when you are singing and performing with those kind of artists, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Miss Johnson asked you about how Mr. Combs was controlling over you, right?
Yes.
And from your understanding, was he also controlling over other people?
Yes.
In fact, he was controlling over lots of other people, right?
Objection.
Based on your understanding,
Let's get a new question.
you understood that he was controlling over his other musical artists under the label, right?
Objection. Beyond the scope.
It's overruled.
Can you ask it again?
Were you aware of him being controlling over other artists on his label?
I was aware.
Can we bring up Government Exhibit B332? This is the government exhibit about the Common video. You remember those?
Yes.
You recall the specifics of this particular Common video?
Specifics meaning?
Meaning more details about your potential involvement in the Common video.
No.
So you don't know one way or another whether or not Mr. Combs' objection to your involvement in the Common video was based on some legitimate concern or not, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
It could have been one of many concerns.
Objection.
You have no idea?
Sustained.
You don't know why Mr. Combs said no to the Common video, right?
Objection.
That's overruled.
I don't know.
You don't know why?
No.
You also released several music videos while you were with Bad Boy Records, right?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know. You'd have to count. I don't know.
Several.
Those
were successful?
Let's have a brief sidebar. How much time do we have left?
I just have maybe quite a few minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
15 minutes.
Okay. One thing that I'd like to avoid, and I know you're almost done. Sometimes a question is asked, but then you are kind of going and looking at the rest of the members of the defense team. And I think it's disruptive in terms of you have asked a question, so you should listen to the answer. And the jury is seeing it. I don't want that to be an element of this case.
I apologize.
It's probably our fault. I'll try and keep...
Ms. Estevao is in charge.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's fine. Please proceed.
Thank you. You were also asked by government counsel about Mr. Combs' ability to continue successfully running his company, as well as being a drug addict. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And were you aware of other members of his staff knowing about his drug use?
Objection.
It needs to be rephrased.
Did you have discussions with other members of staff about his drug use?
Yeah.
And which members of his staff knew about his drug use?
I think a lot of people, but I don't know specifically who.
And Miss Johnson was asking you about when you were in South Africa and you blocked Mr. Combs, right? And she was asking you about other employees of Mr. Combs that were reaching out to you, right?
Right.
And many of those people you also had independent relationships with, right?
Right.
For example, D-Rock was like a member of your family, right?
Like a big brother.
You were very close with D-Rock?
Yeah.
In fact, you have had conversations with D-Rock that are completely independent of Mr. Combs, right?
Yeah.
And you knew his wife April very well too, right?
Yes.
And the individual Mia, who was an assistant, you also had a friendship with, right?
Right.
An independent friendship with that has remained to this day, right?
It was on and off, but yeah.
And it outlasted your relationship with Mr. Combs, right?
Like I still speak to her, yes.
And many other members of Mr. Combs' staff were like family to you as well, right?
Some people, yeah.
And that's why when you broke up with Mr. Combs in the summer of 2015, you sent the video of Mr. Combs and Gina to many members of the staff, right?
Right.
Because they all betrayed you, right?
I was hurt.
That's what you felt?
Yep.
Miss Johnson asked you about whether or not you believed Mr. Combs when he said that he didn't remember what he did when he blacked out. But you only didn't believe him some of the time, right?
Yeah. They are not like specific memories of when I believed him and when I didn't.
Sometimes you did believe him that he blacked out, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
There were certain times that you assumed that he must have blacked out given how many...
Objection.
Sustained.
There were some times when you believed Mr. Combs when he said he blacked out, right?
Yes.
Miss Johnson asked you about Mr. Combs ever being violent with people other than you, right?
Right.
And those were instances of Mr. Combs being violent with people who were not his girlfriends, right?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
The objection is sustained. I think you can ask it separate from what you actually asked.
I can move on. Miss Johnson asked you about the instance when you had a conversation with Sugan, the audio we listened to this morning.
Yes.
Mr. Combs wasn't there when you recorded that audio, right?
I don't believe so, no.
He was on the other side of the country, right?
California.
And he wasn't telling you what to say, right?
Not in that specific moment, but before it.
He wasn't giving you any specific words to say, right?
Not right at that moment, but we spoke before, yeah.
And you texted Mr. Combs before that saying, asking if he should take Sugan hostage, right?
Objection.
It's overruled.
I don't remember that.
And you had that conversation with Sugan in the context of your fear that a video would be released, right?
Right.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Combs also did not want the video released, right?
Right.
And in fact, Mr. Combs' involvement in these videos is highly embarrassing to him, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You understood that Mr. Combs would be embarrassed if this video was released, right?
We didn't know it was going to be on the video, but yeah.
Based on your understanding of what was typically on these videos, right?
Yeah.
Because Mr. Combs sometimes appeared himself in these videos, right?
Occasionally, yeah.
And his involvement could be inferred even if he...
Objection.
If he's not in the video, right?
Sustained.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1019, which you went over with Miss Johnson? Can we go down to, I believe the 17th page is where she was? Mr. Combs asked you, "Are you ready for tonight?" Miss Johnson asked you about this message, and you said, "I knew that he was asking for a freak off," right?
At this point, yeah.
Based on the messages before this and your general understanding about what he wanted, right? And in response to that, you said yes, right?
Yep.
And nowhere here did you say no, right?
Right. In here, yeah.
Can we go to page 12, please? Mr. Combs sends you an explicit message at the top, and you respond with another explicit message, right? I'm sorry. You begin the top of this page with an explicit message, right?
Yes.
And he responds with another explicit message?
It's an explicit page, yeah.
We don't need to go through all of these. Suffice to say that you were actively participating in this sexting back and forth, right? Can we pull up Government Exhibit B 625, please? Can we scroll down to... There we go. Mr. Combs asked, "So, what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night," right?
Right.
Miss Johnson asked you about this, and you responded that you understood that to mean that he wanted a freak off, right?
Right.
Can you read again your response at the top of the page?
"Baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to fuck myself up. What am I to do?"
Thank you. When he was asking you, "What are you going to do so I can plan my night?" that was a question posed to you, right?
Yep.
And you responded, "I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to fuck myself up," right?
Right.
You did not say no in response to his message, right?
No.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1088, please, page 17? And government counsel was asking you about the Intercontinental incident and about whether or not you left the freak off early. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And this message at the bottom suggests that the plan was to have a short freak off, right?
Objection.
Can you read this message, please?
"I think if we start at 7 or 8 and end at 4 at the latest, take a Xanax and or Ambien and go to sleep, we'll be okay. And you rest tomorrow and all day Sunday. You'll be good. And drink a lot of water. We'll be good. But we won't have hours to be caught in a matrix. If we do it, I want you to call Garen and see what he has so it can really be a turn on. But if we're going to do something, the sooner the better."
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after your civil lawsuit, right?
Yep.
And that's because this has been hard on you, right?
Right.
You publicize a lot of very private information, right?
Right.
And have been subjected to a lot of scrutiny, right?
Right.
And your name has been in the press, right? And it has been hard on Mr. Combs, too?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You stated on redirect that you did not have any additional lawsuits other than your suit against Mr. Combs, right?
Right.
You have recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental Hotel, didn't you?
No.
You did not?
I haven't received a settlement from the Intercontinental.
Did you make a demand on the Intercontinental?
I did.
Did you receive anything in response to that demand?
No, I haven't.
Do you anticipate receiving some settlement in that case or matter?
I do.
How much do you expect to receive?
I don't know the exact number.
Can you provide an estimate?
I think it would. 10 million maybe.
And have you reached the end of settlement discussions with the Intercontinental?
I have.
So you expect to receive 10 million?
From the Intercontinental, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one question on redirect.
I'm asking Ms. Esteval.
I have a couple more questions. Thank you.
It's past 15 minutes, so can you get it done in a couple of minutes?
Yes, I will be brief. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1159, please? Can we go to the next page? In response to Mr. Combs' message of August 5, 2009, when he asked, "When do you want to freak off LOL?" what do you say?
LOL. I'm just going up to change and put my ring in. I just picked it up. I'm always ready to freak off. LOL.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1409, please? Can we scroll down, please? The next page. Next page. Can you highlight the first bubble? Miss Ventura, this is the last thing I'm going to ask you to read.
Thank you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Sorry. I needed a second to gather my thoughts. The things you said blew my mind a bit. First, I don't hate you. I never have. I wouldn't be at this beautiful point of my life without having been with you. I definitely think of the same day to sit down and just talk because I know that we need closure and understanding.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I have 3 questions, but I'll be very brief. Redirect examination by Ms. Johnson.
Miss Ventura, to be clear, do you have any pending lawsuits?
Pending lawsuits, no.
Do you have any financial stake in the outcome of this trial?
Absolutely not.
And defense counsel asked you a number of questions about the broken electronic devices that you kept after your relationship with Sean was over?
Yep.
Why did you keep those devices?
Because I didn't know what was on them, and I feared bringing them to the Apple store and somebody else seeing what was on them. They were broken.
When you say you feared what was on them, what specifically were you worried about being on those devices?
Explicit videos.
No further questions.
Can I ask just one question?
It's just going to be one question. Recross-examination by Ms. Estivo.
You just reached a settlement with the Intercontinental last week, right?
Objection. Beyond the scope.
That's overruled.
I don't know if it was last week. In the past month.
Before your testimony today, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ventura. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too. Witness excused.
We are going to take a break. Ms. Ventura, why don't you go ahead? You've been here a long time. We will let Ms. Ventura leave the courtroom, and we will take a recess. Members of the jury, we will take a recess. And then we will be back with the next witness. All rise, jury not present. Ms. Comey, who do we have next? Thank you very much, Ms. Ventura. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
We are going to take a break. Ms. Ventura, why don't you go ahead? You've been here a long time. We will let Ms. Ventura leave the courtroom, and we will take a recess. Members of the jury, we will take a recess, and then we will be back with the next witness. All rise, jury not present. Ms. Comey, who do we have next?